Lyanna Stark pressed a trembling hand to the oak doors of Winterfell's great hall, her heart pounding so violently that for a moment she believed its beat alone might break the thick wooden panels. The ancient stronghold of her forebears seemed larger than ever, looming with a certain relentless gloom beneath a sky of leaden gray. Within those walls she could sense the ghosts of her father and brother, a sorrowful presence heavy as the first winter snow. She forced in a breath. Much had been lost, and she was returned now under circumstances no one could have foreseen. Yet she had decided there was no turning back. This time she was not only a daughter of House Stark but something else, something that would demand a measure of steel. If she were to protect her son, if she were to reclaim what was lost in the war of the usurper, she would need resolve. She eased the door open and stepped through, the pale winter light chasing her footsteps. She carried Jon in her arms. He was but a babe then, only a few moons old, wrapped in soft furs that did little to hide his bright, inquisitive eyes. He was quiet for once, as though even his infant spirit sensed that this homecoming was drenched in tension. The hush of the great hall was unnatural. The people gathered there, sworn men and the few servants who had not fled during the chaos of rebellion, gaped in wonder that Lyanna Stark lived and that she bore a child. Some recognized her face, though it was thinner now, haunted by the shadows of all she had endured. Others saw only a wild figure, dust in her dark hair and exhaustion etched in her cheeks. She took several more steps until she stood upon the dais where her father, Lord Rickard Stark, had once dispensed justice. In the hush, her every movement echoed. Her gaze flicked across the assembled. Winterfell's caretakers had been expecting Ned, or some dispatch from Riverrun, or any sign that the new Warden of the North was prepared to claim his seat. Instead, they found Lyanna, rumored dead, now very much alive and with a child cradled in her arms. The tension vibrated in the still air. The memories coiled within her, sharp as the edge of a Valyrian blade. The Tower of Joy where she had lain in childbed, the taste of coppery fear on her tongue, the knowledge that her brothers might have died to rescue her. But Ned had survived. He had come to her in that bleak tower. He had promised to keep her child safe. She had closed her eyes in pain, feeling all the sorrows of her short life pressing in, uncertain whether she would live or die. And in that final moment, she had chosen to live, chosen to keep breathing, even if it meant forging a path that defied everything she had once believed about duty and honor. Jon stirred, tiny fists grasping at her cloak. She cupped a hand against his cheek, a flicker of reassurance crossing her lips. Then she turned her eyes upon the watchers. There were perhaps 20 men in the great hall, many more servants and stable boys and scullions pressed against the walls, silent as ghosts. Among them stood old Ser Barth, once the master-at-arms, leaning upon a cane. His bearded face expressed nothing but shock. Lyanna inclined her head to him as though to reassure him she was the same girl he had once taught to ride and wield a wooden sword in the courtyard. "Winterfell has its lady," she announced at last. Her voice rang out with surprising steadiness. "I am Lyanna Stark, daughter of Lord Rickard Stark, sister to Ned and Brandon, and I have returned to claim guardianship over this keep until my brother arrives." Though her words were simple, they were drenched in the audacity of one who had returned from the dead to lay claim to what was not lawfully hers. Ned was the rightful Lord of Winterfell. Yet Ned was still far to the south, entangled in the aftermath of war, uncertain how to navigate the new King Robert's triumph and the vengeance Robert demanded upon all Targaryen blood. Lyanna had seen the rage that burned in Robert Baratheon's eyes, had known what would befall the babe in her arms if the truth of his parentage were discovered. To keep Jon safe, she needed to act swiftly, boldly. This was the moment. She would not cower. She would seize the seat of Winterfell, ensure that the North was prepared to shield her son, and prepare him for the destiny he might one day embrace. The assembled watchers exchanged uneasy glances. They were not ignorant of the political quake that had shaken the realm these last moons. Robert Baratheon was king now, and his hold was strong, and his wrath was rumored to be uncompromising when it came to anyone with Targaryen blood. If Lyanna Stark was truly alive, if she carried the child of Rhaegar Targaryen, that was a matter that could see Winterfell pulled into a dangerous snare. Yet they were Starks, these men, loyal to the blood of the first men. Lyanna looked at them each in turn, letting her gaze rest on them, letting them see the fierce conviction in her eyes. She thought of Ned, kind and honorable Ned, who would place duty above all else, who would hide Jon if he could, but might inadvertently hand him over to the new king or place him in peril by an ill-timed declaration. She thought of Brandon, fiery and bold, whose death at the Mad King's command had sparked the beginnings of Robert's rebellion. She thought, too, of how she herself had fled, chasing a dream of love or a destiny she did not fully understand, and how all of it had led to unspeakable tragedy. But there was something in her that refused to give up, that recognized the cruel truth that nothing in life came without sacrifice. She set her jaw. She must be the wolf now. Ser Barth, she said, addressing the master-at-arms. I know you were sworn to serve House Stark and all its living members. You once taught me how to hold a blade. You told me never to yield, never to let fear be my master. I command you now in my father's name, stand by me. Winterfell shall welcome me as its guardian until Ned returns, or do you cast me out? Ser Barth's lips parted. His gaze flicked over the child in Lyanna's arms, and she knew what he was thinking. Rumors, half-whispers, the name Targaryen lingering on every tongue. But the old man set his shoulders. My lady, he said in a voice rough with emotion, I served your father, and I'll serve you. Winterfell is yours to hold by the blood in your veins if nothing else. The North has known heartbreak enough. We won't spill Stark blood on these stones. At his words, a low murmur rippled through the great hall. Several other knights and sworn swords exchanged glances, then a few sank to their knees. Servants began to dip their heads in respect. Lyanna felt the tension in her chest loosen just a fraction. This was far from a victory, but it was a start. She glanced down at Jon, brushing a finger against his cheek, and in that quiet moment she remembered Rhaegar's last words to her, their final parting, the vow that something good might come of all the bloodshed. She set that memory aside and focused on the task at hand. Winterfell accepted her presence as though the old stones sensed the rightful blood of the Starks walking its halls. She settled into the Lord's chambers, her father's old rooms still dusty from months of disuse. The castle felt emptier than it had been in years past. Many men had died in the rebellion, and fewer travelers risked the roads now that winter was rumored to be creeping ever closer. But those who remained showed her courtesy if tinged by curiosity and concern. She soon discovered that every time she passed a corridor or stepped onto the battlements, watchful eyes followed her. Her people were uncertain how to greet a young woman who had once been betrothed to Robert Baratheon, rumored to have run away with the crown prince and re-emerged carrying a child no one dared name. With Ned far away, her rightful authority remained in question, but she did not buckle beneath that burden. She carried it stoically, though at night she tossed and turned, sleep elusive in her lonely bed. Days bled into weeks. Lyanna convened the castle's stewards, insisted upon receiving messages from the other northern lords, and made clear she was determined to hold Winterfell in the name of her brother until further notice. If she was aware of the impropriety, she concealed it beneath a cloak of iron determination. She had always been the wild wolf of the family, quicker to laugh or rage than to remain docile. That same wildness now manifested in her leadership style. She rode out on hunts with a retinue of guards to keep her safe, not because she delighted in the kill, but because a part of her needed to feel the cold wind biting her cheeks, needed to see the snow-draped forests and hear the crunch of frost beneath the hooves of her mare. It reminded her she was alive and that she had a purpose. Jon was always at the forefront of her mind. She kept him guarded within her private solar or the nursery, watched over by only the most trusted attendants, women who had served her mother before and remembered Lyanna's days as a child. She spent many hours cradling him by the fire, singing lullabies in a low, melodic voice. Though she had never considered herself maternal, she felt a fierce protectiveness unlike anything she had known. This child was her lifeblood, her redemption. She found herself imagining a future where Jon might grow up with the freedom to choose his own destiny, unburdened by the sins of his parents. But the memory of Robert's rage haunted her. She imagined his thunderous voice proclaiming death to the remaining Targaryens, ordering the heads of babes if it would secure his throne. She had witnessed that side of him in the last year of war. She had recognized that love alone would not temper the wrath that lived in him. She remembered once upon a time when she had been promised to Robert, she had found him charming in his boldness, the way his laughter roared louder than any man in the hall. She had thought him gallant, though in a raw, unpolished way. Yet war had changed everyone. Now King Robert saw Targaryens as a threat he must eradicate. If he ever discovered that Rhaegar's son still lived, no matter the mother, he would strike. Lyanna was certain of that. She would not let that happen. So she summoned the northern lords. Not all answered at once. The uneasy shifting of alliances after the war meant that some might remain loyal to Ned alone or might doubt the necessity of responding to Lyanna's call. But gradually, over those first few months, representatives of the major houses, Manderly, Glover, Serwyn, Umber, and others arrived in Winterfell. Most expected to see Ned, the new lord. Instead, they found the Lady Lyanna wearing her father's ring upon a chain around her neck, her gaze never wavering when challenged. The gatherings in the great hall were tense. She had no authority in name, but in her bearing, in her blood, she commanded a certain measure of respect. She explained that Ned was south, entangled with the new king's doings, and that until he returned, Winterfell needed a Stark presence. She intended to keep the north secure, to ensure ravens continued to fly with instructions and messages in Lord Stark's name. She carefully omitted any mention of her child's parentage, but she did not hide Jon from the castle entirely. Occasionally, he was brought into the hall by his Wenners, a quiet reminder that Lyanna had an heir, though no one dared speak that taboo thought aloud. The lords were uneasy, especially those who had bent the knee to Robert with no reservations. Yet some remembered the horrors visited upon House Stark by the Mad King, and they felt pity for the spirited Lyanna. Gradually, she detected that pockets of support were growing. Old loyalty to the Stark name ran deep, and there was a grudging admiration for her courage, her willingness to stand in place of Ned. Whispers circulated that she might be half crazy from her ordeal, but most who spoke to her in private found a startling clarity in her eyes. She honed the ruse of plausible deniability. Jon was introduced simply as her son, father unnamed, and it was widely assumed that Ned might claim the boy as his bastard if pressed. People gossiped behind closed doors, but none had the nerve to bring it up publicly, at least not yet. Every now and then, Lyanna would hear a hush as she passed, the hush that follows speculation. She steeled herself. Words were wind. The truth was known only to her, Ned, and a few souls who had stood by that blood-soaked bed. The fewer who knew, the safer Jon would remain. Yet quiet fears gnawed at her. She had seized Winterfell, yes, but that was a temporary measure. What if Ned returned with Robert's blessing and insisted upon something that threatened Jon's life? What if Robert himself made a journey north, determined to collect the spoils of his victory? Lyanna needed not just a seed of stone, but a plan to keep her child breathing and free from the headsman's axe. So she set about forging alliances within the north more rigorously. She welcomed the northern lords with courtesy, allowed them to see her strength, her resilience. She wrote letters to Ned, though she kept them carefully worded, never committing any dangerous secret to paper. In them, she asked after his health, after their sister, after the state of the realm, careful to avoid any mention of Jon's true parentage. She pleaded for him to return soon, or at least send word that she might rule in his stead. But the ravens that came back told her precious little. Ned's responses were warm in tone, but carefully cautious, as though he too recognized the threat of prying eyes. He said Robert was busy securing the kingdom, stamping out the last Targaryen loyalists. He wrote of his upcoming journey to the Westerlands to secure peace there, and of how Robert had named him Hand of the King. Never did Ned ask about Jon's well-being in writing. Lyanna ached to see him, to have a moment with the brother she had always adored, to speak honestly about the child, but she knew for now their paths must remain separate. Time wore on, and winter deepened its hold on the north. The snowdrifts grew larger, biting winds swept in from the east, and the nights stretched longer. Through it all, Lyanna ruled Winterfell in a manner that gradually lessened the shock of her presence. She organized the granaries, ensuring supplies were well-stocked. She oversaw repairs to keep the castle warm and saw that the men-at-arms were well-drilled. Each decision was a small building block, constructing a foundation upon which she could secure her child's safety. And all the while, she played a subtle game with the lords of the north, letting them see her as a Stark, as a presence that might preserve their autonomy from King Robert's southern demands. Jon grew rapidly. He giggled and babbled, reaching for Lyanna's hair or the silver ornament on her neck. He woke in the middle of the night, wailing for milk, and she cradled him close, feeling an ache of exhausted love. He had the dark hair of the Starks, though beneath the torchlight she sometimes thought she glimpsed the faintest flash of Targaryen silver in its sheen. His eyes were dark gray, but occasionally when the sun struck them just so, they seemed almost purple, echoing the father who had died on the Trident. She had no illusions that a keen-eyed observer might guess his heritage if they stared hard enough. The best she could do was keep him close, keep him safe, and hope the North would rally to her side if ever the day came that Robert's suspicion turned upon him. Her days were consumed by her duties, but her nights brought dreams, vivid and unsettling. She dreamed of a dragon with a bleeding heart, of a harp's mournful tune echoing in a tower, of a sword forged in darkness. Sometimes she dreamed of Robert standing atop the walls of Winterfell, a warhammer dripping with blood in his hands, looking for a babe that she clutched protectively against her chest. She would wake, drenched in sweat, and rise to check on Jon. Only when she felt his tiny chest rise and fall did her heart steady. As the long winter weeks passed, a faint rumor began circulating that Ned Stark was having difficulties in King's Landing. Robert's reign was not as secure as he had hoped. Lords loyal to the Targaryens still lurked in secret, conspirators rumored to be plotting. The realm was restless in the aftermath of war, always the way after the toppling of one dynasty for another. Lyanna's greatest fear was that Robert would redouble his efforts to find and destroy any Targaryen who might rally rebellion. She felt that fear gnawing daily. The one advantage she possessed was distance. Winterfell was far from King's Landing, and traveling north would demand a great deal of time and planning, especially in winter snows. She told herself that if Robert came, the north would be her shield. But part of her worried that alone she could not stand against his might. So she did the only thing she could. She prepared. She spoke privately with Ser Barth and a handful of other knights, gleaning from them the knowledge of how to train men, how to keep the castle safe from siege, how to approach the northern lords for musters and supplies. She ensured that the old passages through the crypts beneath Winterfell were known only to a select few. She studied Raven's flight routes. If it came to war, she intended to stand firm no matter how mad that might seem. In the corner of her mind, she was keenly aware that King Robert was not the Mad King. But if he believed Jon to be Rhaegar's son, he would be no less merciless. She had learned enough of war to know that the difference between a righteous cause and a ruthless purge often hinged on a single heartbeat. And so the months rolled on. Her presence in Winterfell became less shocking with each passing day. The people within the castle walls developed an odd sort of loyalty to their Lady Guardian, tempered by caution. Despite her single-minded focus, Lyanna's youth still showed in flashes. Sometimes she would laugh too loudly at a feast. Sometimes she would vanish for hours to ride in the wolfswood, returning with the tang of pine clinging to her cloak. She would roam the courtyard with Jon in her arms, letting him feel the chill breeze on his cheeks, whispering to him of the old gods and the forest where the heart trees listened. If ever a visitor tried to pry about her child's father, she would respond with a swift, cold glare and change the subject. No one pressed her further. Then, one day, word came that Ned Stark had departed King's Landing. A raven arrived bearing the news. Ned was on the King's Road, accompanied by only a small retinue. He was expected to arrive at Winterfell within a fortnight. Lyanna felt both relief and a twist of fear. She had not seen Ned since the day they parted at the Tower of Joy, him bearing her to safety while the dawn rose red. She yearned for his steady presence, for the comfort of family. Yet she also worried how he would react to her bold seizure of Winterfell, or to the quiet rumor that the child in her arms might be the blood of dragons. Would Ned attempt to hide Jon away, or quietly urge her to relinquish the castle? She steeled herself. She would not yield. She had done all this to keep Jon safe. She wanted Ned's blessing, but she would do without it if she must. On the morning Ned finally arrived, the snows had briefly relented, allowing a bright but pale sun to shine over the courtyard. Lyanna stood upon the battlements, Jon in her arms. She saw Ned's party ride in through the open gates. No fanfare, no banners, just a handful of tired men and horses. Ned rode at the front, cloaked in heavy furs. The sight of him tightened. Her throat. He looked older than she remembered, the lines of worry etched into his face, his gray eyes bearing the weight of too many burdens. She felt an urge to run down into the courtyard, to greet him like the sister she once was, but instead she forced herself to remain still. She could not be the girl who left Winterfell so long ago. She was something else now. Ned dismounted, gazing around the courtyard with a somber expression. His eyes rose, found Lyanna on the wall. For an instant, a flash of disbelief crossed his face, as though even he could not fully believe she stood there, alive and present in their ancestral home. Lyanna offered him the faintest of smiles, a silent greeting. Ned inclined his head. Then she made her way down the winding stairs, heart thrumming. The courtyard fell silent as the siblings approached each other, the hush broken only by the shuffle of Ned's men. When they were close enough to speak, neither said anything at first. Lyanna saw the swirl of emotions flicker in Ned's eyes. Relief, sorrow, anger, love. At last, his gaze dropped to Jon in her arms. His jaw tightened. A tremor passed through him, so fleeting that only a sister would notice. "So it is true," Ned murmured. "You live. And the child." She gently shifted Jon, letting Ned see the small, solemn face. Jon stared back at Ned, as though sensing this man was important. For a moment, Ned looked stricken, perhaps recalling all the blood that had been spilled for this boy to draw breath. Then he exhaled, placing a trembling hand on Jon's head. The infant made a small cooing noise, uncertain. Lyanna said nothing about Rhaegar. The name hung unspoken in the air. Instead, she looked into Ned's eyes. "He is my son," she said simply, "and yours to protect as well, if you will." Ned closed his eyes for a heartbeat. She could see the conflict roiling beneath his calm exterior. She knew him well enough to guess at his thoughts. The vow he had made to her, the secrecy he had already endured, the knowledge that Robert might see this child's blood as poison. At last he nodded. "My sister, I will not forsake you or him." She released a breath, tension easing. "Then come inside," she said quietly. "We have much to discuss." They withdrew to the solar, dismissing all attendants. There, in the private warmth of a fire, Lyanna handed Jon to his wet nurse, who carried him off to another chamber. Lyanna and Ned were left alone. The faint crackle of flames underscored the gravity of the moment. Ned leaned against the mantel, the lines on his forehead deep. "You seized Winterfell," he said, not accusatory but matter-of-fact. "I had half expected to find you hidden away or traveling under a false name somewhere in the north. Instead, you rule in my stead." She folded her arms, meeting his gaze. "I had no choice. If Robert learned the truth, he would want Jon dead. If I hid away, how long before rumors spread? How long before the slightest slip let the truth be known? I decided that if I were to protect my child, I must do so openly from a position of strength. Here at Winterfell, with the north behind us, we can keep him safe. I will not cower in fear." Ned pursed his lips. "You place yourself and the entire north in jeopardy if Robert grows suspicious. You know how strong that suspicion can be. And you know how he felt for you." She barked a short, humorless laugh. "His love for me has twisted into a kind of bitterness. He believes Rhaegar abducted and defiled me. To learn I bore Rhaegar's child, it would break him in a way that can only lead to violence." Ned was silent for a moment. Then he said, "You are not wrong. Robert's hatred of Targaryens burns bright. If he suspected the boy's lineage." He did not need to finish the sentence. Lyanna caught the flicker of guilt in her brother's eyes. He had carried that secret since the Tower of Joy, not knowing if she would survive. He had been ready to claim the boy as his own bastard to keep Robert from prying too deeply. But with Lyanna alive, that ruse was undone. They stood in a precarious place now, and Ned, newly named Hand, was expected to be Robert's loyal advisor. She placed a hand on Ned's forearm. "I am sorry," she said gently. "I have put you in a terrible position, but I see no other way. If we are strong here, in the north, we can deter Robert's curiosity. He needs the north's loyalty, especially in these unsettled times. If you stand with me, if the lords of the north stand with me, Robert may never question that Jon is nothing more than my unnamed child, an affair unconnected to the Targaryens." Ned weighed her words. She could feel his apprehension, sense how deeply he was torn between love for his sister, love for the child he had promised to protect, and loyalty to the man who was now his king. At length, Ned said softly, "The truth must remain hidden. For Jon's sake. Should Robert learn it, he would see the boy as Rhaegar's spawn. We cannot let that happen." Lyanna nodded, letting out a breath she had been holding. "So you will support me in this?" His gray eyes met hers. They were eyes tempered by sorrow, eyes that had seen too much death. Slowly he nodded. "Yes. But we must be cautious, sister. If Robert decides to come north, you must be prepared to explain. And we must ensure none of the lords spread rumors. The boy's safety depends on secrecy." Lyanna lifted her chin. "I know. Together we will hold Winterfell and we will keep Jon safe." She hesitated, a flicker of a dream returning to her. "Ned, there is more I hope for someday. Rhaegar believed in prophecy, in a destiny tied to her child. I do not know if I believe such things. But Jon deserves more than a life in hiding. If the realm one day needs him, I want him to be ready. I want him to be a leader, not a haunted fugitive. I will raise him to be strong, wise, worthy of the name Stark, and if it comes to it, worthy of the crown that might rightfully be his." Ned looked pained. "Lyanna, the Iron Throne is Robert's. Seeking to supplant him with the son of Rhaegar Targaryen would be." She raised a hand. "I do not say we seek it now. Robert is king, for better or worse. But time weaves strange fates. If the realm grows tired of him, if Robert grows reckless with his hatred, or if war erupts again, perhaps Jon's birthright could matter. I do not claim to know the future, only that I wish to prepare my son to meet it." Ned fell quiet for a long time. At last, he sighed and rubbed his temples. "I see the shape of your mind, sister. My counsel is caution, but I will not abandon you or the boy. I will stand by you. If the day ever comes that you decide to challenge Robert, I pray we find another way." He paused. "For now, let us rule the North in peace. Let us keep our secrets, focus on rebuilding. The war cost us dearly, and the North needs healing." Lyanna nodded, a slow, resolute inclination of her head. "Agreed. But let us also train Jon well, teach him more than the sword. Teach him how to navigate the cunning of court and the hearts of men. If we do that, no matter what destiny calls him, he will be ready." Thus began a new phase of life at Winterfell. With Ned's return, some normalcy seemed to settle over the ancient halls. Officially, Ned was the Lord of Winterfell, but he allowed Lyanna an unusual degree of authority. She had, after all, proven her capability in the months of his absence. Together they presided over daily tasks. Ned saw to the broader affairs of the North, receiving visitors, dispatching riders with news to King's Landing. Lyanna oversaw the training of young squires, the budgeting for the castle's winter stores, and ensured that the staff remained loyal. Jon grew quickly, cared for in a hush of secrecy. Though most of Winterfell's residents understood that he was Lady Lyanna's child, few dared guess the father's identity. The siblings spoke often of how best to shape Jon's childhood. Ned suggested that he be taught the ways of a northern lord, while Lyanna insisted that he also learn about the 7 kingdoms in their entirety. She quietly petitioned Ned to allow lessons in Valyrian history, though they cloaked it under the guise of a broad education in the Age of Heroes, the Undulls, and the Targaryen conquest. Ned agreed, albeit with reservations. He was not comfortable with the idea of fueling anything that hinted at Targaryen legitimacy, but he trusted Lyanna to be discreet. He could see how devoted she was to the child, how fiercely she guarded him, and for that he could not deny her. Over the next few years, rumors continued to swirl through the North. Whispers circulated that Ned's sister had returned from the grave with a bastard. Some said Ned himself had fathered the child. Others claimed Lyanna was too bold in her rule, that she stirred up the wolf's blood in the North. Yet for the most part, the people saw the sense in having 2 Starks in Winterfell, especially after the losses the family had suffered. As for King Robert, he seemed far too busy indulging in the pleasures of kingship and stamping out rebellious lords to pay close attention to every movement in the North. Whenever ravens flew with updates, Ned responded dutifully, carefully painting a picture of a quiet, loyal North. Lyanna sometimes ground her teeth at the deception, but she kept her counsel. Patience, she reminded herself. Patience for Jon's sake. As the boy grew from infancy into a curious toddler, he became the center of Lyanna's world. His laughter echoed through corridors that had seen too much tragedy. He had a shy but bright spirit, always reaching for the dire wolf sigil on the banners, always fascinated by the black granite of the courtyard. She took him to see the heart tree in the godwood, kneeling with him beneath the carved face. She whispered prayers to the old gods, prayers that they might guide him and keep him safe. He gazed up at the weirwood with wide eyes, as though sensing an ancient presence within it. Sometimes she felt certain that the old gods whispered back. When Jon was around 4 years old, the first test of Lyanna's precarious position arrived. King Robert announced a grand tourney at Harrenhal, an event that seemed ironically reminiscent of the tourney years earlier that had set so many fateful events into motion. Word came that lords from across the realm would attend, that the king wanted to celebrate the unity of the 7 kingdoms under his rule. Ned was obligated to go as Hand of the King and insisted that Lyanna remain behind to watch over Winterfell. She agreed. She sensed that if Robert saw her, the old memories and resentments might surface, and that was far too dangerous. Ned departed, taking a modest retinue south. The snow had receded enough to permit travel, though the roads were still treacherous. Before he left, they shared a quiet moment in the godwood. Lyanna pressed his hand, searching his face. "Be careful," she whispered. "Robert is your friend still, but friends can become foes when their hearts are wounded." Ned met her gaze. "I understand. Do not fear, I will tread carefully." He hesitated. "Keep Jon well. I will return as soon as I can." He left, and the weeks dragged on. Lyanna busied herself with the tasks of rulership. She oversaw the fortress, drilled the guards, tended to the small folks' concerns. She threw herself into it with renewed vigor, so she would not dwell on the precariousness of their situation. She worried for Ned that Robert might press him with questions or inadvertently learn some shred of truth. She worried that some southern lord might recall how Prince Rhaegar once crowned her the queen of love and beauty and wonder about the child she had borne. When Ned returned at last, he did so with a face carved of stone. He dismounted in the courtyard, ignoring the swirl of curiosity around him, and went directly to Lyanna. She could see in his eyes something had changed. Fear leapt within her. She escorted him to her solar where Jon was playing with wooden dire wolf figurines. Ned's eyes flickered to the boy, then back to Lyanna. "Robert has not forgotten," he said. "He drinks and whores and laughs, but the mention of Targaryen blood stirs his anger. He demanded again that all Targaryens be hunted down, even though only the exiled Viserys and Daenerys remain across the narrow sea. He asked after you, wanted to know how you fared. I told him you were well, that you remained here to see to the North's needs. He asked if you had remarried or borne a child. I said you had not." Lyanna's heart thumped against her ribs. She placed a calming hand on Jon's head as he tugged at her cloak. "He suspects." Ned shook his head. "Not exactly, but I could see the shadow in his eyes. He still wonders. He has no confirmation you bore Rhaegar's child, but the rumor persists among certain courtiers. I heard quiet speculation about you. He asked me directly once, over cups of wine, if Rhaegar forced himself on you, if any babe had come of it. I told him you were never with child, that you were just frightened and battered by Rhaegar's captivity. Robert seemed to believe me, or at least he did not press further." Lyanna's hand trembled slightly. "It is only a matter of time," she whispered. "Someday someone will put the pieces together. We have to be ready." Ned met her gaze, the corners of his mouth tightening. "Lyanna, I do not regret standing by you. But we walk a blade's edge. If Robert ever decides to demand you travel to King's Landing, we must be prepared with a plausible lie. I cannot imagine how we would explain Jon away. Claiming him as my bastard might suffice, but only if Robert believes it." Lyanna imagined that scenario and felt a visceral wave of revulsion at the thought of publicly calling her son a bastard with Ned. She understood the necessity, but it warred against her pride and her love. "We will do what we must," she said, voice trembling with suppressed emotion. "But I will not yield Jon to him. Not ever." Ned's expression softened. He placed a hand on Lyanna's shoulder. "We will protect him, sister. Whatever the cost." The next few years passed in relative calm. Jon grew from a toddler into a small boy, bright and curious, ever eager to follow Ned or Lyanna around the castle. He trailed after Maester Luwin in the library tower, learning his letters with a fierce determination. He insisted on watching the guards train in the courtyard, though Ser Barth teased him that a wooden sword was all he could manage for now. Jon took up the wooden sword with a surprising diligence, swinging its straw dummies until sweat soaked his curls. Lyanna watched from the sidelines, pride swelling within her. There was a fire in Jon, a mixture of stark resilience and perhaps something more. When he grew frustrated, she would kneel beside him, reminding him that a warrior's greatest weapon lay not in the blade, but in the mind that guided it. She did not neglect the lessons of history either. Late at night, when the corridors fell quiet, she would sit with Jon by the hearth, reciting tales of valor and tragedy. She told him of the long night, of Bran the Builder, of the sacrifices the Starks had made to keep the North safe. In careful, measured ways, she also threaded in bits of Targaryen history, the conquest of Aegon, the unification of the realm. She did not name them his ancestors, but she let him know of their legacies, both the achievements and the cruelties. Jon would listen wide-eyed, sometimes asking questions she struggled to answer. Her heart lurched when he would point to a depiction of a three-headed dragon in a book and say it looked sad. Once, in a half-sleepy whisper, he asked why the dragon in the story had to fight the wolf. She only hugged him tighter, uncertain of how to explain the pains of war to a child who deserved innocence a little longer. Ned, for his part, guided Jon in matters of honor and justice. He taught the boy about the importance of loyalty and kindness. When the snows began to thaw each spring, Ned took Jon riding in the fields beyond Winterfell, letting him see the small folks' farms and the wide expanses of the North. "Never forget," Ned would say, "that the North is vast, and our people endure hardships. A good lord cares for those beneath him." Jon absorbed these lessons solemnly, as though he understood more than a child should. Sometimes, Lyanna would watch them return, the boy perched on a pony's saddle, chattering away at Ned, and she would feel a pang of conflicting emotions. She was grateful that Jon had such a figure in his life, but she also felt the shadow of Rhaegar in her memory. The father Jon would never know. So it went until Jon turned 8. By then, the boy was adept with a wooden sword, just beginning to learn how to handle a real steel blade under Ser Barth's watchful eye. He could read and write passably. He rode his pony with confidence, roamed the courtyard with a sense of familiarity, laughed easily with the stable boys, and generally carried the quiet self-assurance that came from being raised in a place where he was loved. He knew nothing of his Targaryen heritage. He believed he was simply Jon, the son of Lyanna Stark, and that was enough for him. One cold dawn, Lyanna brought him to the tombs beneath Winterfell for the first time. She guided him down the stone steps, torches flickering along the walls. The crypt was a place of hushed echoes, where the statues of dead Starks loomed with their stone direwolves at their feet. The chill in the air was deeper than that of the courtyard above. Jon held her hand tightly at first, eyes darting around, but he did not cry out. They approached the statues of Ricard, Brandon, and Lyanna's mother. Lyanna paused, letting Jon look up at the stern faces carved in stone. He saw the sword laid across Lord Ricard's lap and asked if this was one of their ancestors. Lyanna explained that this was his grandfather, a good and honorable man taken by a cruel king. She spoke of Brandon, her elder brother who had loved jousting and had a temper as fierce as wildfire. She wanted Jon to understand the lineage he had on his mother's side, this proud line of the first men who had guarded the north for centuries. She said nothing of Rhaegar, though she felt a pang in her chest as they stood among Stark ancestors. She yearned to show Jon the other half of his lineage, but she knew that day was not yet. Perhaps not for years. As they turned to go, Jon asked quietly, "What about my father? Is he here?" Lyanna's heart twisted. She shook her head, forcing a gentle smile. "No, sweet boy. He is not. He rests elsewhere." She closed her eyes, feeling the weight of her choice, the burden of secrecy. "When you are older, I will tell you more. For now, know that you come from lines of strength, both from the wolves of the north and from across the realm. But always remember, you are loved here." Jon seemed to accept this, though she saw the curiosity linger in his eyes. He reached out to touch the dire wolf statue, running his small fingers along the carved fur. Lyanna quietly vowed that when the time came, she would tell him all. She would not let him remain in the dark forever. But until that day, every measure of caution was crucial. If Robert Baratheon suspected, Jon's life would be at risk. And so life continued, the routines of Winterfell giving a veneer of calm. But beneath the surface, tensions in the realm ebbed and flowed. The Iron Islands muttered about rebellion. The southern lords squabbled among themselves. Whispers came to Ned that King Robert's court was rife with intrigue, that the Lannisters played a dangerous game of power. Still, Robert himself seemed content to drown his worries in feasts and hunting trips, showing no immediate inclination to trouble the north. Lyanna allowed herself to hope that perhaps they could dwell in peace until Jon reached manhood, until the threat had passed. But deep down, she knew war had a way of finding them all, eventually. When Jon was 10, that peace was tested in earnest. A raven arrived bearing King Robert's seal. He announced a grand royal progress to the north. Robert intended to journey to Winterfell, accompanied by Queen Cersei and their children, as well as a large retinue of courtiers and knights. They would arrive within a month's time. The reason, so stated, was a desire to see his old friend Ned and to pay respects to the north. But the letter's tone was laced with something else, something that made Ned's brow crease and Lyanna's pulse quicken. It was as if Robert was stirring from a long slumber, turning his eyes to matters left unresolved. Ned and Lyanna conferred in private. The prospect of Robert in Winterfell was terrifying. Surely he would note Lyanna's presence, there would be no hiding her. He might at last press Ned or her for the truth of her child's parentage. With so many courtiers, so many inquisitive eyes, rumors might swirl. At the same time, if they turned Robert away or made excuses, that might rouse his suspicion further. They had little choice but to open Winterfell's gates. Lyanna exhaled. "So it comes. We have prepared for this day, Ned. But it still feels like a nightmare." He nodded gravely. "We will do what we must. Keep Jon away from Robert if possible. We can claim he's visiting foster parents with one of the northern houses or that he is ill. But that might also invite prying questions." Lyanna's lips thinned. "Jon has lived here all his life. It would be suspicious if he vanished just as Robert arrived. Perhaps we say he is your ward or my ward, an orphan taken in. Robert might believe it." She paused, her stomach twisting. "But if Robert so much as looks at him too closely..." Ned placed a hand on her shoulder. "Steady, sister. We will be vigilant. I know Robert. He can be careless when in his cups, but if we steer his attention away, if we do not provoke his curiosity, we may endure this visit." The weeks passed in frantic preparation. Servants bustled about, cleaning the castle from turret to dungeon. Tents were erected outside the walls for the overflow of guards and attendants. The best cuts of meat were ordered from the kitchens. Lyanna oversaw the household with a quiet dread gnawing her heart. Jon sensed something was amiss. He asked why everyone was so anxious, and Lyanna explained that the king was coming, that he was once a friend of Uncle Ned, that it was important everything be perfect. She did not lie about Robert's identity. Jon knew Robert was the king, but she held her silence about her past betrothal. The boy's eyes lit with excitement at the thought of a real king visiting. He pictured a grand, jolly man with a golden crown, a person from stories more than real life. At last, the day came. Horns blew outside Winterfell's gates, announcing the arrival of the royal procession. Ned stood in his formal attire, cloak pinned with the direwolf sigil. Lyanna wore a gray gown with subtle embroidery, her long dark hair braided in a style reminiscent of her youth. Jon stood beside her wearing a simpler version of the Stark colors. He was tall for his age, already showing signs of lean muscle from his training. Lyanna felt her heart hammer at the sight of him. Every second, she worried what Robert might see in that face, too much of rigor, or perhaps some intangible sign that this was no ordinary northern boy. The gates opened and in rode King Robert Baratheon. He was larger than life, wrapped in furs that did little to hide the bulk of his frame. His beard was thick, streaked with gray, his face ruddy from drink and travel. He wore no crown, but a golden stag's sigil gleamed on his cloak clasp. Behind him rode Queen Cersei, her golden hair meticulously arranged, her green eyes assessing. Then came a line of knights and courtiers, Lannisters in regal finery, men of the King's Guard in their white cloaks. A swirl of color and power dwarfed by the ancient gray walls of Winterfell. Ned stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Robert slid off his horse with a grunt, a broad grin splitting his face. "Ned," he boomed, pulling the man into a fierce embrace. Lyanna saw the wave of conflicting emotions surge across Ned's features: fondness, tension, worry. Robert drew back, clapping Ned on the shoulder. "It's been too long, old friend." Queen Cersei inclined her head, regal and cool. Her emerald eyes flicked over the courtyard, missing nothing. Lyanna watched her with caution. This was a woman known for her ambition and cunning. If she sensed an intrigue, she would not hesitate to exploit it. Then Robert's gaze slid past Ned and settled on Lyanna. For a heartbeat, the courtyard's bustle seemed to fade to silence. The king's breath caught visibly in his throat. His eyes widened, an echo of shock and an older, deeper feeling twisting in them. He took a step forward. Lyanna felt the wave of memories swirl around them, her betrothal, the laughter they had shared before the storms of war, the heartbreak that followed her disappearance. "Lyanna," he said hoarsely. He looked as though he might be seeing a ghost. "The gods be good, you're alive?" Lyanna inclined her head in a respectful gesture. Her heart thundered behind her ribcage. "Your Grace," she said quietly. "I am indeed alive, by the will of the gods and the resilience of House Stark." A hush took hold of the gathered. Robert stared at her, his jaw working. Then, in an abrupt move, he reached out and grabbed her hand. He squeezed it, his eyes scanning her face. "They told me you were gone," he murmured. "All these years. Ned said you were gravely ill, that you'd fled to the north to recover. Is it true?" "By the seven, Lyanna." His voice trembled with old emotions, heartbreak still raw beneath the surface. Lyanna fought to maintain composure. She had prepared for this moment, but that did not dull the sting of seeing him in the flesh. "I was taken to the Tower of Joy by Prince Rhaegar," she said, careful with her phrasing. "I fell ill afterward. Ned found me, brought me home. The road to recovery was long, and I remained in the north, away from the public eye. I am sorry, Robert." She forced herself to use the old familiarity. "Sorry for the pain my disappearance caused you." He stood there, breathing heavily, his face a mixture of relief and confusion. At last, he muttered, "The gods are good, to return you at last." Then his gaze dropped to the boy at Lyanna's side. Jon looked up at the king with wide gray eyes. Robert arched a brow. "And who is this lad?" Lyanna's blood ran cold. Tom seemed to slow. She felt Ned tense beside her. She pressed a hand to Jon's shoulder, stepping forward slightly. "This is Jon," she said. Her voice sounded distant to her own ears. "My son. He is 10. The courtyard grew still, the watchers attuned to every syllable. Robert's eyes flicked rapidly between mother and child. A swirl of emotions crossed his face: surprise, speculation, the faint edge of jealousy or anger. Then, with a forced laugh, Robert said, "You wasted no time, I see." "And the father?" Lyanna kept her face carefully neutral. "Dead," she said quietly. "A Northman who died in the war." She looked Robert square in the eyes. "Jon was born after my illness. He knows only Winterfell, and House Stark has raised him." Robert exhaled slowly. A muscle in his jaw jumped as though he were biting back questions. Then he forced a broader laugh, one that echoed in the courtyard. He nodded, turning to Ned. 10 years, you said? The North truly keeps its secrets well. He clapped Ned on the shoulder, a gesture that seemed more an excuse to look away from Lyanna. Well, enough talk in the cold. I want ale, and lots of it. And a feast fit for a king if Winterfell can spare it. Ned inclined his head, relief flickering over his face. Of course, your grace. This way. The crowd stirred, the royal retinue dismounting, servants rushing to greet them. Lyanna let out a silent breath, her heart racing. That first introduction was over, but the real test lay ahead. They would host Robert for days, perhaps weeks. She sensed his confusion, the old torment swirling within him. He might press her later. She would have to remain alert, deflecting any suspicion about Jon's true father. Even the slightest slip might awaken the sleeping giant of Robert's wrath. Yet she also felt a strange calm, for she had stared into the eyes of the man who had once held her future in his hands, and she had not wavered. Jon was safe, at least for now. A small victory, but a victory nonetheless. She guided Jon toward the keep, whispering reassurance. All is well, she told him, though her heart still beat too fast. You did perfectly. Jon nodded, still wide-eyed at the sight of the king and his grand entourage. He is so big, Jon whispered, glancing back at Robert's broad figure. And loud. Lyanna swallowed a rueful laugh, ruffling Jon's hair. Yes, she agreed softly. That he is. She steeled herself for what was to come. The ghost she had outrun for so many years had come to Winterfell at last, and she would need every ounce of cunning and courage to protect her son from the truth that could destroy them all. Inwardly, she prayed to the old gods for strength. Jon's life, his future, depended on her resolve. And she would not fail him. She was a Stark of Winterfell, a wolf. She had seized her home once, and she would hold it against any threat, no matter the cost. For Jon. For the North. For the future that might one day see a new king rise against the tide of Robert's inevitable rage. Over the course of that first day, the royal visitors bustled through Winterfell's halls with the clamor and chaos of a distant summer storm rolling in. Servants hurried to carry King Robert's chests to his assigned chambers. Queen Cersei's retinue demanded more opulent quarters, bright torchlight, and additional braziers to ward off the northern chill. Lannister guards in crimson cloaks stalked about, eyes assessing the castle's every passageway. The children, Prince Joffrey, Princess Myrcella, and Prince Tommen, trailed their mother like a cluster of gilt finches among ravens. By the time the sun neared the horizon, the once quiet courtyards and corridors rang with so many voices that Lyanna felt dizzy just listening. She saw to it that a lavish feast was prepared, though she stood on edge the entire evening. The great hall had been warmed by roaring fires, and the high table was laden with roast venison, honeyed carrots, fresh-baked bread, and casks of ale. Torches sputtered and popped along the stone walls, sending shadows dancing across the faces of the assembled. In the seat of highest honor sat King Robert, with Queen Cersei to his left, Ned to his right. Next to Ned was Lyanna, and on Robert's other side, the young Prince Joffrey, tall for his age, with hair more gold than straw, a haughty tilt to his chin. Jon was at Lyanna's side, eyes alight with the excitement that any boy might feel at such an extravagant gathering. Robert regaled the hall with boisterous tales of hunts and battles, draining his cup of ale in hearty gulps. At times, he turned his attention to Lyanna, and she could feel his gaze lingering, heavy with unspoken memories. He asked questions that seemed casual, but she knew were anything but: how she had recovered, why she had not traveled south to see him sooner, whether she had found a husband among the Northmen. Each query she answered with a practiced blend of truth and evasions. She insisted her health had been fragile for many years, and that Winterfell's maesters had seen her through it. As for marriage, she noted vaguely that she was content to focus on her responsibilities at the castle. Robert scowled at that, but he let it be. He was not a subtle man, yet something in his posture suggested he was wary of pressing her too hard. Cersei, meanwhile, watched with cool green eyes, though she spoke politely enough. There was a polite warmth in her tone when she complimented the quality of the North's ale. But Lyanna could sense the undercurrent of tension from the queen. More than once, the Lannister lady's gaze flicked to Lyanna, to Jon, and then to Robert, as though taking the measure of a puzzle that had not yet made sense. At times, Joffrey's shrill voice interrupted to demand attention. The boy seemed restless in Winterfell's dark surroundings, so different from the gilded opulence of King's Landing. Myrcella and Tommen were quieter, sticking close to their mother. Ned, for his part, wore a mask of polite composure, his eyes gliding from Robert to Lyanna, watchful for any sign of trouble. Jon sat straight-backed and serious, trying to balance the awe he felt for King Robert with the sense that something was not quite right in the undercurrents around him. The boy was old enough to detect strain in the grown-up's conversation. Occasionally, he glanced at his mother, seeking reassurance. Lyanna would smile for him, place a hand on his shoulder, and resume her part in the charade. As the feast wore on, a group of Winterfell musicians played soft tunes, flutes weaving with stringed instruments. But when Robert demanded something more rousing, drums joined in, and the great hall filled with a lively, if somewhat forced, cheer. Lyanna excused herself early, giving the pretense of weariness. She dared not linger in close proximity to Robert once the ale began to rule his tongue, for fear of what might be said. Jon followed her out, yawning dramatically. The boy was soon whisked off by his nurse, though he insisted he was not tired. Lyanna went to her chambers, but sleep did not come easily. Her mind spun with the tension of the day, the memory of Robert's eyes upon her, the knowledge that tomorrow would bring more of the same. She felt like a lone wolf surrounded by unfamiliar scents, uncertain which direction might harbor a threat. The following morning dawned beneath a sky of pale gray, the sunlight filtered by thin clouds. Lyanna rose early and went to break her fast in the small hall, hoping to avoid the courtly pomp of Robert's entourage. Yet as she sipped a cup of spiced wine, Robert himself appeared, escorted only by 2 Baratheon guards. He looked slightly hungover, but his voice boomed all the same. Lyanna stood, dipping her head in respect, though her heart pounded. He waved off the formalities. "Gods, I hate all that bowing and scraping," he muttered. "Sit, Lyanna, sit. I'd rather talk to you without half the castle listening." She obeyed, silently motioning for a servant to bring more spiced wine. Robert settled himself beside her at the wooden table. He glanced around, checking that no one lingered nearby. Only 2 guards hovered at a discreet distance. "You look well," he said after a moment, quieter than usual. "Healthier than you did last night." His eyes scanned her face, searching for clues. "When I heard rumors you might be alive, I scarcely believed them. Ned told me stories, said you'd recovered but needed solitude. But seeing you, truly seeing you, it's like a dream I once had years ago before everything went to ruin." Lyanna forced a soft smile. "Tom changes us all, Robert." "Aye, that it does." He drummed his fingers on the table, brow furrowed. "You were changed, that much is plain. You always had a wild spirit, a temper. Now you seem more guarded. Or is that what living in the north does to a woman?" He tried a jest, but the laughter didn't quite reach his eyes. She took a slow breath, recalling how once she might have answered him with spirited banter. Now the weight of Jon's life pressed against her heart. She could not afford to indulge in old familiarity. "I have responsibilities now," she said carefully. "My father is gone, my brothers fell to war, and House Stark needed me. I stepped into that gap, for better or worse. That alone can sober any soul." Robert studied her for a moment. "Your son," he said, voice dropping lower. "Jon, is it?" She nodded, tension coiling in her stomach. "Yes. He's 10. That means," he broke off, rubbing a hand over his beard. "That means he was born a few years after the rebellion ended. You said his father was a Northman who died. Ned never spoke of it, not that I recall." He paused, a flicker of something dark passing through his expression. "Does the lad know anything of his father?" Lyanna kept her tone measured. "He knows he was a brave man who fought and died for House Stark. Beyond that, it's painful for me to speak of. I rarely do." Robert nodded, though his eyes flicked aside. "And you never wed. One might suspect that was because you had once been promised to me." He said it with a strange bitterness, as though uncertain if he was accusing her or lamenting a shared tragedy. Lyanna forced herself to keep an even keel. "I did not wed because life took another course. The war ended, but the scars remained. I stayed in the north. You became king. That is the shape of our fates." Robert sighed heavily. He reached for the wine pitcher and poured himself a brimming cup. He drank without pausing, then wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "I wanted to kill Rhaegar for what he did to you," he said quietly, voice thick. "I did kill him on the Trident, but it wasn't enough to erase your absence, the thought that he'd taken you from me." He stared into his cup. "If I'd known you yet lived, if I'd known that. Maybe all this," he waved a hand, "would be different." A wave of memory and regret flickered through Lyanna. She could still recall a younger Robert, strong and handsome, laughing as he pressed a token of betrothal into her hand. She remembered his roars of triumph in a melee yard, the glint in his eye when he looked at her. How quickly that changed when the wheel of war turned. That life belonged to another version of her, a girl who had believed in simpler stories. She let a moment of silence pass before she spoke again. Robert, I cannot undo the past. I can only live with what is. We each have found our path, and mine led here. He gazed at her long enough that she felt her chest tighten. Then he set the cup down, gave a curt nod, and rose. Very well. I'll not brood like some poet. Duty calls, and I'm sure there's half a kingdom waiting on me. Good day, Lyanna. He hesitated, looking as though he might say more. At last, he clapped a hand awkwardly on her shoulder, then strode from the hall, his guards falling in behind him. Lyanna sat for a moment, alone but for her own racing thoughts. The memory of Robert's face lingered, a mix of old affection and fresh hurt, swirling with suspicion. She suspected he would not let matters rest so easily, that in the coming days he might corner her again with questions. She rose, set aside her half-finished wine, and went to find Ned. They met in Ned's solar, a small chamber that overlooked the training yard. Ned stood by a narrow window, gazing down at the men drilling with practice swords. He turned as Lyanna entered, relief softening his features. I was about to send for you, he said quietly. How does Robert fare? She closed the door behind her. He fares as well as ever, exuberant, volatile. I just spoke with him. He's asking about Jon, about the father. I can see a darkness in his eyes, Ned. I don't think he truly believes my tale, but he hasn't pressed me hard yet. Ned exhaled. I know him well. He might be torn between wanting to believe it and wanting an excuse to unleash his wrath. So long as there's a speck of doubt that Jon could be Rhaegar's, Robert might be swayed by old hatred. He paused, glancing at her. We'll persist with the same story. A Northman who died, no name, no details. Most men will assume you prefer to keep the father's identity hidden out of grief or shame. It's not uncommon. And if Robert tries to corner me, I'll say I've asked you the father's name too, but you refuse to speak of him. Perhaps that will quell his curiosity. Lyanna nodded, her mind still unsettled. I worry about Jon, she said. He's old enough to sense tension, but he doesn't understand the danger. He's curious about the king, about the princely children. He even asked if he might spar with Prince Joffrey in the yard. She let out a humorless laugh, as if that would not invite every prying eye. Ned's mouth twitched in sympathy. Tell him no for now. Let him watch from the sidelines. We don't want to draw attention, especially from Joffrey, who is known for a cruel streak. The boy is as vain as he is proud, and Robert indulges him too much. Ned sighed. Robert's court has changed him, Lyanna. The man is not the same friend I grew up with. Tread carefully. She bit her lip. I will. Is there any word from King's Landing, anything that might hint at Robert's true intentions here? Ned shook his head. He's spoken of a royal progress for some time, wanting to tour the realm to show his face and quell lingering unrest. The Iron Islands mutter again of defiance, and across the sea, Viserys Targaryen still stirs in exile. Robert wants to present himself as a strong king. The North was always part of that plan, but with you alive, it complicated matters. He hesitated. He might also be sounding us out to see if we have any disloyalty hidden behind these walls. I suspect as much, Lyanna agreed. Then we must do all we can to appear loyal, content, and unremarkable. In the days that followed, Lyanna did just that. She saw to the castle's hospitality, ensuring Robert's party lacked for nothing. She attended feasts but rarely spoke, letting Robert and Ned dominate the conversation. She made polite conversation with Queen Cersei, who displayed a frosty politeness in return. The queen asked about Winterfell's architecture, about the crypts, about the old gods, but seldom showed any personal warmth. Lyanna sensed that Cersei viewed the North as a dreary place and suspected that she might view Lyanna as an inconvenient relic of Robert's past. Good, Lyanna thought. Let her keep her distance. Jon was the most difficult piece of this dance. He was bright-eyed with curiosity about the royal visit. The first time he glimpsed Joffrey in the yard, he tried to greet the prince, but Joffrey sneered at him. Who are you? The blond boy demanded, nose wrinkling. Some northern peasant? Jon bristled but mumbled his name. Joffrey eyed him, unimpressed, and walked off. It left Jon fuming, though he said nothing to the prince's face. Lyanna overheard the scuffle from a distance. She was grateful in a twisted way that Joffrey's arrogance might keep him from paying Jon too much attention. Yet it was not only Joffrey she feared. Men of the court lingered in the shadows. Varys the Spider was rumored to have an endless web of informants. Peter Baelish, known as Littlefinger, was a cunning manipulator with a sly grin. Pycelle, Grand Maester to the king, might wonder if Jon bore some Targaryen feature. Even Jaime Lannister, the Golden Kingsguard knight, could pose a danger if he took too close an interest in Ned's sister and her mysteriously fatherless son. Lyanna instructed Jon to remain near trusted faces Maester Luwin, Ser Barth, or any of the household guards who had served the Starks for years. She told him not to wander alone into places where the southern courtiers might try to corner him. Jon obeyed, though she saw curiosity burning in his eyes. 2 weeks into the royal visit, a great hunt was arranged. Robert demanded it. The open fields near the Wolfswood enticed him, and he boasted of bringing down a massive boar or a stag. He invited Ned, and many of the visiting lords clamored to join for the glory. Queen Cersei feigned disinterest, staying behind in Winterfell with her children. Lyanna might have remained in the castle, but Robert singled her out, insisting she come to watch. After all, he said with a broad grin, there was no finer rider in the north than the she-wolf. Surely she hasn't lost her taste for sport. Lyanna did not want to go, but refusing the king's request could rouse suspicion. So, in the dull light of a cold dawn, she found herself astride a dark mare, bundled in furs, riding alongside Ned and Robert and half a dozen other lords. Their breath puffed white in the frigid air. Hounds yipped eagerly, and huntsmen led the way, searching for tracks in the snow-laced forest floor. Lyanna kept to Ned's side, ignoring the way Robert occasionally let his horse drift closer to hers. The morning progressed uneventfully until a fresh set of boar tracks were discovered near a cluster of dark pines. The hounds took off, baying, and the group spurred their horses to follow. Lyanna felt a familiar thrill at the wind whipping her hair, the ground thundering beneath the horses' hooves. In younger days, she had loved to ride like this, free and unbound. But that was before the weight of war, before everything. She pressed her lips together, urging her mare on, determined to keep Robert at a distance if she could. Yet Robert, with his powerful warhorse and fierce enthusiasm, soon outpaced most of the others. Ned lagged behind to speak with some of the huntsmen, and Lyanna found herself separated in a narrow clearing with only Robert's presence near. The king reined in, scanning the ground for the boar, but the hounds had disappeared into the thicker brush. Snow tumbled lightly from the tall evergreens as Robert turned, fixing Lyanna with a rueful grin. "It's been years since we rode together," he said. "Do you remember the old hunts near the Bar Rolands when you'd chase deer as well as any man? I used to boast you were born in the saddle." She nodded warily. "I remember," she said, keenly aware that no one else was in earshot. Robert sighed, letting his horse step closer. "Lyanna, I never thought we'd have a moment alone to speak of this. Why did you vanish back then? I know Rhaegar took you, but how? Did he enchant you with that damn harp of his? Did he force you? Sometimes I tell myself it must have been force, that you never would have gone willingly." Her throat tightened. She had dreaded this conversation for years, uncertain if she would ever have to face it. She hated lying to him, but telling the truth, telling him she had, in part, chosen to flee with Rhaegar, would only stoke the fury that might lead him to suspect Jon's parentage. Carefully, she said, "I never meant to break faith with you. Rhaegar, he was different than you think. But it all happened so fast. The war, the rebellion, everything. I was frightened. I ran, I became ill. Robert's face darkened. Different than I think? He was a Targaryen. That alone is enough. He burned my kin, your father, your brother. The Mad King did, at least, and Rhaegar stood by him. There's no innocence in that family." She fought the urge to defend Rhaegar. Instead, she lowered her gaze. "Aerys was the one who killed my father and Brandon, not Rhaegar. And for that, I will never forgive House Targaryen. It was the truth, though not the entire truth. But it's in the past now, Robert." He let out a hollow laugh. "In the past, is it? The Targaryens still lurk across the sea, Viserys and Daenerys. Their blood should have ended with the sack of King's Landing. Perhaps if I had known of your captivity sooner, I could have saved you, saved all of us. Instead, we lost so much." She swallowed. "Let it rest. We cannot change it. You have your kingdom and I have Winterfell." He stared at her, frustration etched in every line of his face. Then, before she could react, he reached out to clasp her arm. His hold was firm, almost desperate. "Is that truly all, Lyanna? You were once meant to be my queen. I would have given you the 7 kingdoms. Now I come here and find you with a bastard boy and no husband, holding your father's keep like some lady regent. You can't tell me this is how you wanted your life to be." She pulled away, though not with violence. She held his gaze, letting him see her resolve. "It isn't about wanting, Robert. It's about what must be. There are responsibilities that matter more than crowns and songs. I will not speak ill of the path we didn't take, but I ask that you respect what I have built here." Robert's eyes flickered to anger, then softened into something like despair. He nodded once, curtly releasing her arm. "As you say," he muttered, "but I still wonder. Every time I look at you, I see the ghost of that girl I once dreamed of marrying. A dream that died when Rhaegar carried you away." She forced herself to breathe. "We are who we are now. Let that be enough." Turning in the saddle, she kicked her mare's sides, spurring the horse back toward the direction where Ned and the others had gone. She did not look back at Robert, but she could feel the heat of his stare lingering on her back. The hunt resumed as they rejoined the group, and eventually Robert cornered a boar, slaying it with a triumphant roar. That night, the great hall feasted once more, with the boar's head mounted on a platter, dripping with sauce. Robert told exaggerated stories of the kill, repeatedly glancing at Lyanna, though she kept her face impassive. The tension between them was a cord taut enough to snap. She prayed it would not, at least not while the court lurked in every shadow. Time marched on, each day bringing a careful dance of politeness. Robert and Ned reviewed matters of the realm, conferring on how best to secure the North's borders. Lyanna busied herself with the tasks of hospitality, ensuring the kitchens and the stewards catered to the courtiers' every whim. Cersei and her children continued to dwell in a state of mild disdain, complaining of the cold, the lack of amusements, the gloom of the northern nights. Lyanna was not sorry to see them so eager to leave. The longer they stayed, the more chance something would go awry. One afternoon, Lyanna strolled with Jon in the Godwood, where the ancient weirwood stood silent witness to countless generations of Starks. Crimson leaves whispered overhead, and the quiet gurgle of a small stream soothed Lyanna's nerves. Jon walked beside her, face thoughtful. "Mother," he asked, "why does the king look at you so strangely?" She paused, turning to him. "He and I have a history, Jon. A complicated one. Before the war, we were betrothed. That ended badly when fighting broke out." Jon processed that, frowning. "But you're not married now." "No," she said quietly. "I am not." He squinted. "Did you love him?" That question cut deeper than Lyanna anticipated. She exhaled. "I was young, Jon. I thought I did, at least in a carefree way. But war changes people. The Robert who fought on the Trident is not the Robert who courted me once. Just as I'm not the same girl I was." She laid a hand on his shoulder. "We do not always end up with the life we imagine, but that doesn't mean we cannot find purpose and happiness in the one we have." Jon nodded solemnly, but she could see more questions dancing behind his eyes, about love, about war, about the father he had never known. She braced for him to ask the next question, but he only stared at the weirwood's face. A hush settled between them, the faint rustling of leaves the only sound. They walked on, stepping carefully along the mossy path. When they emerged from the Godwood, they encountered Prince Joffrey with 2 Lannister guardsmen, apparently returning from a stroll along the walls. Joffrey saw Jon and paused, one hand resting on the pommel of a decorative sword at his hip. At his side was Sandor Clegane, the Hound, his scarred face impassive. Joffrey gave a smirk that made Lyanna's hackles rise. "So," the prince drawled, "here is the wolf pup again. Where have you been lurking?" Jon stiffened. "I was in the Godswood," he said politely enough. Joffrey snorted. "Praying to trees, how quaint. We have proper seps in the south, you know." Sandor Clegane said nothing, but his dark eyes flicked over Lyanna and Jon. Lyanna knew the man was loyal to Joffrey's safety, not necessarily to the boy's arrogance, but he would hardly intervene in a petty exchange. Lyanna put a hand on Jon's arm, half intent on steering him away, but Joffrey spoke again. "Is it true your mother used to be my father's betrothed?" he asked with a sneer, as if the idea amused him. "How did she end up breeding a nameless bastard in this frozen tomb instead?" Lyanna's blood turned to ice. She saw anger flare in Jon's eyes. The boy clenched his fists, but he had the sense not to strike a prince, especially with the Hound standing guard. Joffrey laughed at Jon's silence, stepping forward. "What's the matter, pup? Lost your bark." That was enough. Lyanna stepped in front of Jon, fixing Joffrey with a cold glare. "You forget yourself, Prince Joffrey," she said in a low, steady voice. "You stand on stark ground. If you wish to remain here in peace, you will show courtesy to me and my son." Joffrey's pale green eyes flashed. He was on the cusp of his teenage years, tall but still boyish, determined to prove his superiority. "I am the prince," he snapped. "Your king's son. I'll speak to you or your bastard however I like. The North is sworn to the crown, not the other way around." Before Lyanna could retort, Sandor cleared his throat. "Your Highness," he said in that gravelly voice. "Lady Lyanna has a point. This is her land. Best not to stir trouble over trifles." The Hound's tone was oddly calm, as if defusing the moment. He might be a brutal fighter, But he was not blind to the risk of his prince insulting the Starks beneath Ned Stark's own roof. Joffrey glowered, then flicked his gaze back to Jon. "I'd best not see you crossing my path," he said. "You might want to stay in that grove of old trees, praying for a spine." With that, he turned and continued on his way, Sandor trailing after, the red-cloaked Lannister guards in step behind. Jon stood trembling with suppressed anger. Lyanna set a comforting hand on his shoulder. "Steady," she whispered. "He's not worth a fight." "It isn't right," Jon muttered. "He's cruel." She drew him into a gentle embrace. "Yes," she said quietly. "That is the truth of it. But we must be careful. Do you understand?" Jon nodded, though frustration still radiated from him. Lyanna led him away, her mind seething at how casually Joffrey had tried to demean Jon as a bastard. The boy might have no idea how close to a deadly truth he'd actually ventured. All the more reason to keep their heads down until the royal visit ended. Soon, events converged in a way Lyanna had both feared and expected. Robert announced a small tournament to be held in Winterfell's courtyard, a test of arms to amuse the court. Knights would joust with blunted lances, and there would be archery contests as well. Many of the local northern lords who had not yet arrived for the king's presence would come now, eager to see or compete in the jousting. Robert wanted spectacle, a hint of the lavish events that had once defined the Targaryen courts, now co-opted by the new Baratheon dynasty. Ned argued that the courtyard was too small to properly hold jousts, that perhaps a nearby field would suffice, but Robert waved the concern aside. "A smaller tilt is fine," he insisted. "We'll make do, Ned. I want some sport before I return south." Lyanna's heart sank at the news. Tournaments always attracted gossip, excitement, and prying eyes. Yet she had no valid reason to refuse. She, Ned, and the stewards began the frenzied preparations, erecting lists and barriers in the courtyard, clearing space for spectators, preparing seating for the royal family on a raised wooden dais. Horses were stabled, blacksmiths hammered out new practice lances, and the entire keep hummed with anticipation. Jon was too young to compete, but he was thrilled to watch. Lyanna cautioned him to remain by her side. The day of the tourney dawned crisp and clear, the sky a pale northern blue. Servants spread straw over the courtyard's hard ground, and a small set of stands lined the edges. The dais at the far end was draped in the royal stag banners, flanked by stark dire wolf sigils. Lyanna wore her warmest cloak, the stark gray, making her look every inch the Lady of Winterfell. She noticed how Robert's gaze caught on her as he took his seat, but she kept her eyes forward, stoic. The jousting commenced. Knights from the south faced off against a handful of northern men bold enough to compete in an art not typically favored by the hardy warriors of the north. Here, they preferred direct swordplay or archery to the pageantry of the lance. But there were still a few lords, Manderleys, a cousin of the Serwins, who joined the lists. The royal children watched with fascination, Joffrey leaning forward with an imperious look, Myrcella and Tommen clapping excitedly. The air filled with the thunder of hooves and the crunch of splintering lances. Shouts arose as riders fell onto straw, armor clattering. Between the justs, archers took to the yard, loosing arrows at targets set along the far wall. A swirl of color and noise enveloped the castle. Lyanna remained composed, observing from her seat near Ned. Jon stood behind her, occasionally craning his neck to catch a glimpse of the knights. At times, she saw him studying the forms, analyzing their stances. She recognized a fierce curiosity in him, the same spark that once burned in her own chest when she watched tourneys. But she kept a protective hand near him, mindful of every passing guard or knight. Then came an unexpected twist. Loras Tyrell had arrived in the north, traveling with the royal procession. The young knight of flowers, famed for his skill and beauty, asked to participate, though he had said earlier he was uncertain about the climate. He rode onto the field in a flourish, his armor enameled with green and gold, a plume of feathers on his helm. The crowd murmured in awe at his southern gallantry. A lesser-known knight from the Vale faced him, a grizzled older man, but it was no contest. Loras unhorsed him on the second pass, displaying remarkable finesse. When Loras dismounted, he removed his helm, revealing his striking face and a charming smile. He bowed to the dais, first to the king, then to Queen Cersei, then, surprisingly, to Lyanna. She inclined her head in acknowledgement. Beside her, Robert guffawed. "The Tyrell pup is a bit showy," he muttered to Ned. "But skilled, I'll give him that." Loras's next opponent was a northern knight sworn to House Glover. Again, Loras rode with precision, and on the third tilt, he toppled the Glover knight from the saddle. A roar of applause swelled from the southern courtiers while many in the north looked on with reluctant admiration. Before the next tilt could be announced, Robert rose, a grin on his lips and a gleam in his eye. "The Knight of Flowers is unstoppable, is he?" he called out. "Let us see him face a more seasoned rider. Where's Jaime Lannister?" The Kingsguard knight stood near the dais. Robert clapped him on the shoulder. "Come, Kingslayer, give us a show. You must be weary of standing about." Jaime inclined his head with a confident smile. "As you will, your grace," he said. He donned his helm, took up a practice lance, and mounted a handsome golden stallion. The courtyard buzzed with excitement. Loras versus Jaime Lannister was a match many in the realm would pay dearly to watch. Lyanna felt a trickle of unease. This was precisely the kind of spectacle that drew all eyes and turned men's tongues loose with gossip. But it was too late to protest. The two knights took position at opposite ends of the tilt. The herald sounded a trumpet note and they charged. Hooves pounded, dust scattered, and the courtyard erupted in cheers. On the first pass, both lances splintered on shields, neither unhorsed. On the second, Jaime angled his lance superbly, striking Loras's shield so hard that the young knight swayed precariously. But Loras recovered. The crowd gasped. It was all color and thunder and swirling banners. Lyanna felt Jon gripping her chair, eyes bright with excitement. On the third pass, both knights pressed forward. Jaime tried to repeat his success, but Loras deftly shifted his shield, guiding Jaime's lance aside, while his own struck Jaime's shoulder with a jarring blow. The Kingsguard knight was knocked off balance and tumbled from his saddle, landing with a metallic crash in the straw. A roar of shock and delight tore through the spectators. Jaime Lannister bested by the Knight of Flowers. Robert threw back his head and laughed uproariously. Cersei's face was a mask of cold displeasure. Loras dismounted, offering Jaime a courteous hand up. Jaime accepted with a smile that looked more self-conscious than resentful. The tension in the courtyard was electric, half the crowd marveling at Loras's prowess, the other half quietly discomfort at seeing Jaime Lannister, the realm's famed swordsman, unhorsed. Amid the noise, Lyanna's attention drifted. She saw Varys in rich robes standing at the edge of the crowd, an enigmatic smile on his lips as he watched the chaos. Peter Baelish hovered nearby, whispering to a lady from the Vale. Their eyes flicked about, gathering secrets. Lyanna felt that old dread rise in her chest. Events like this fed rumor and speculation, giving cunning courtiers plenty of threads to spin. She prayed none of those threads led to Jon Snow. The day's contests wound down in the late afternoon. Robert, still in high spirits, ordered a barrel of his finest mead opened for the victors. Loras Tyrell bowed graciously, dedicating his victories to the beauty of the queen. Cersei smiled thinly in response. Jaime Lannister jested about paying penance for his defeat by drinking an entire flagon of wine. Ned offered quiet congratulations to the winners, though he seemed troubled by the undercurrents swirling around the courtyard. When the final round of archery concluded and the crowd began dispersing, Robert declared he wanted to walk the castle ramparts. He signaled Lyanna to join him, which she did with a sense of resignation. They climbed a set of worn stone steps to the battlements, escorted by only 2 Baratheon guards, while the rest of the crowd returned to the Great Hall or their private chambers. A chill wind swept across the top of the walls, ruffling Robert's thick beard. Lyanna folded her arms against the cold, scanning the courtyard below. Servants were bustling to remove the lists, gather the straw, and tend to the horses. Beyond the walls, the winter sky stretched in pale hues. Robert leaned forward on the parapet, looking out at the vastness of the north. "By the Seven, this land is enormous," he said softly. "You can see why no southern king ever truly conquered it until Aegon and his dragons. I always forget how small a man can feel amid these endless leagues of snow and forest." Lyanna stood beside him, letting the wind sting her cheeks. "The north shapes us," she said. "And in turn, we shape the north. It's our way." He glanced at her. "I've been meaning to speak with you again about your future. You're not growing any younger, Lyanna. Have you truly resigned yourself to living out your days here, alone with your son? Ned is the warden of the north after all. One day he may marry, have children of his own. Where will that leave you?" She bristled but tried to remain diplomatic. "I have all I need. My place is here. Jon's place is here." Robert shook his head, frustration lacing his tone. "You deserve more than living in your father's shadow. You should have been queen. You could still be queen. There's no law that says a king may not take a second wife if the first fails to please him." A dangerous light flickered in his eyes, a potent mix of ambition and longing. "Cersei and I, there is no love between us. We have children, yes, but the marriage was arranged by her father for politics. What if Lyanna recoiled, every sense alert. Don't speak of that, she said in a hushed, sharp tone. Don't even think it. You have a queen and she is Lannister-born. Your realm depends on that alliance. Do you want to spark a civil war because of some memory of what might have been? He exhaled, a bitter laugh escaping him. You think me a fool? No, I suppose not. Still, the thought. It's madness, Lyanna whispered fiercely. Cersei would never allow it, her family even less so. You would plunge us into chaos, and for what? To chase a dream that ended a decade ago? She realized her nails were digging into the stone of the parapet. Forgive me, Robert, she said more softly. But we must both live in the present, not the past. He stared at her for a long moment, perhaps torn between anger and sorrow. Then he let out a guttural sigh, turning away to lean against the battlement. Yes, the present. With you here, me there, and half the realm looking on. Very well, I'll not speak of it again. His voice was hoarse. But know this, Lyanna, if ever you find yourself in trouble, truly threatened, send word. I would not turn my back on you. Not after all this. She managed a slight nod. I appreciate that, Your Grace. His eyes hardened as he gazed out at the horizon. You speak of threats. Well, I worry about Targaryens abroad. Viserys Daenerys. Rumor has it that the boy calls himself a king in exile, that he aims to gather support from across the sea. If he were to land in Westeros with an army, the realm could be thrown into war once more. I will not have that. I will stamp out any Targaryen who tries to claim the throne. Do you understand me? Lyanna's blood chilled. She forced a tight nod. I do. He turned his head, his keen gaze sliding over her. As for your son, you have my word, I'll not pry further into his father's identity so long as you swear there's no Targaryen in him. No dragon's blood to threaten my line. Promise me that and I'll never ask again. She felt her heart seize, but she could not falter. Slowly, she raised her eyes to meet his. I swear it, she said, her voice trembling with the force of the lie. He is no Targaryen. Robert regarded her with an intensity that pinned her in place. She hoped that the swirl of wind and the ancient stones of Winterfell would hide the traitorous heartbeat pounding in her ears. At last, Robert nodded, turning away. Then enough. We'll say no more. The night grows cold and I'm thirsty. You can keep your secrets if that's truly all they are. Let's go drink, Lyanna. She followed him down the steps, feeling as though she had just danced on the edge of a knife. In her mind, she repeated the vow she had made to Rhaegar, to Ned, to herself. Jon's parentage would remain hidden no matter how she had to lie. Robert had forced her into a corner, but at least he had taken her oath at face value. For now. She wondered how long that uneasy truce would hold, how soon Robert's suspicious nature might resurface. But there was nothing else she could do. The days following the tournament passed in a blur of feasts and minor ceremonies. Robert granted boons to certain northern lords, heard petitions from small folk who came to see the king. In each audience, Ned stood by him, advising caution. Lyanna watched from afar, grateful that Robert seemed preoccupied with royal business. But she knew the threat remained. If any rumors about Jon's lineage grew too loud, Robert would revisit the question. Her vow had bought her only time. At last, on a brisk morning after a light snowfall, Robert announced that his royal party would depart within 3 days. Cersei seemed relieved. Joffrey made loud complaints about the boredom of the north, while Myrcella and Tommen seemed too young to hold strong opinions, though they were eager to return to the comforts of the south. The Lannisters and the rest of the court began gathering their belongings, packing wagons. The tension in the castle began to ease, replaced by the hustle of departure. On the final evening, a smaller, more subdued feast took place in the Great Hall. Robert was in good spirits, recounting the highlights of the tournament and the hunt. He teased Ned about the North's endless winter nights, joked with a few of the local lords. Lyanna kept her distance, focusing on her own table near the dais where Jon sat with Maester Luwin and several Stark retainers. She saw that Robert barely glanced at her, and a part of her was both relieved and strangely saddened. For all the fear he invoked, she remembered a simpler time when his laughter had filled her with a sense of possibility, not dread. Late in the feast, Ned caught her eye from across the hall and inclined his head, a signal that he wanted to speak. She rose, quietly excusing herself, and met him near one of the side doors. Ned led her into a dim passageway, away from prying ears. The muffled thrum of the feast droned behind them. His expression was sober. Robert intends to name me as Warden of the North for life, Ned said. It is an honor, of course, but also a responsibility. He wants me to spend more time at court to help him rule. I fear that might place me and you in a difficult position. The more I'm in King's Landing, the more the question of your presence in Winterfell will arise. In time, you may need to assume complete guardianship here. She bowed her head in thought. It's better that you remain in the north with me, but if Robert insists, you might have no choice. What do you plan to do? Ned sighed. I'll try to negotiate a balance, split my time if he allows it. If that fails, I may have to choose my obligations as hand or as warden. But Robert will not release me easily. He trusts me more than any other lord, especially with the realm's finances in disarray, the Iron Islands restless, rumors of Targaryen plots. Lyanna nodded. And if you must leave, I'll hold Winterfell alone. You know I can, Ned. I've done it before. He gave a faint smile. Yes, I know. But I worry for your safety. If the time comes that Robert or his advisors sense anything amiss, you'll be left here with only the northern banners to protect you. She set her jaw. The North is not a trifling ally. They would stand behind House Stark. Even so, I hope it never comes to that. He placed a hand on her shoulder. Let us pray it never does. For now, Robert departs in the morning. We'll see what news the next months bring. They clasped hands in understanding, then returned to the hall. The feast wound down shortly after, and Lyanna departed early with Jon, ensuring he went to bed. She paused by his chamber door, watching him settle under the firs. In the flickering candlelight, his dark hair and solemn gray eyes made him look so much like a Stark, it was easy to pretend the question of his heritage was moot. He clutched one of his wooden dire wolf figurines, courtesy of the castle's carpenter. Lyanna brushed a strand of hair off his forehead. Rest well, she whispered. The next morning came cold and clear, with the sky bleached by winter's rising sun. Trumpets sounded in the courtyard as the royals and their retinue assembled. Queen Cersei sat in a gilded carriage with Myrcella and Tommen. Joffrey rode a pale palfrey near his mother, a sour expression on his face as if Winterfell had personally offended him. The Lannister men had spent hours fussing over the wagons filled with their belongings. Knights milled about, waiting for the king's order to depart. Robert emerged last, clad in a fur-trimmed cloak of fine black. His breath fogged in the icy air. He strode toward Ned and Lyanna, who stood on the steps of the Great Keep. For a moment, he merely looked at them both. Then he clasped Ned's hand, leaning in with brotherly warmth. Farewell, Ned, he said. The realm depends on you. Keep the north in line and come south when you can. If I must, I'll send you another summons. Ned inclined his head. I'll do my duty, your grace. Robert turned his attention to Lyanna. His voice dropped. And you, my lady, keep yourself well. I'll not forget your hospitality, nor our history. When next I pass through the north, I hope to see that you're still strong as ever. Lyanna forced a polite smile. You will, your grace. Safe travels. He hesitated as if wishing to say more, but a glance at Cersei's carriage reminded him of the eyes upon them. He settled for a terse nod. Then, with a bellowing order, he commanded the procession to move. Horses trotted out through Winterfell's gate, wagons creaked, and the royal banners flapped in the frosty wind. Lyanna stood beside Ned, watching them until the last of the Lannister cloaks vanished from view. The courtyard felt suddenly too large as though Winterfell exhaled in relief. Lyanna let out a shaky breath. They're gone. Ned nodded. Aye. For now. The realm is not at peace, though. That was a courtesy visit covering Robert's deeper worries, Targaryens, rebellious lords, the crown's debts. Someday he may call on us again, or something worse might drag us from our quiet. She knew he was right. Yet for the moment she felt an immense gratitude. She had navigated Robert's presence, lied to him directly about Jon's parentage, and he had left without unleashing fury upon them. It was a triumph, if a fragile one. She turned to Ned. Let's ensure the castle's at ease. The people have hosted these guests for nearly a moon's turn. They'll need rest. Ned offered a faint smile. And perhaps so do you. She lifted her gaze to the sky. The day was young, but the light held a gentle hush. Yes, but not too much. Winterfell still needs me, and I have plans for Jon's training. We must keep preparing him, Ned. Whatever the future holds, I will not let him be found wanting. Ned's expression was solemn. I'll help you however I can. He paused. But be mindful, sister. The more capable Jon becomes, the more eyes might notice. Secrecy remains our greatest shield. Lyanna nodded. Together, they turned and walked back inside, their cloaks trailing over the cold stones. She felt the shield of secrecy wrapping around them, uncertain how long it might hold against the storms of the realm. Yet for now, Jon was safe. She had stared Robert Baratheon in the eye and told him a lie that might have doomed her soul if the old gods weighed such things. But she would bear it. She would bear any burden to protect her son, to see him grow into the wolf and perhaps the dragon he was meant to be. If the day ever came when the realm needed a new king, she vowed Jon would stand ready. Until then, she would hold Winterfell like a fortress of ice and stone, a mother wolf guarding her cub against any and all threats. Thus began a quieter season at Winterfell, one filled with reflection and renewed purpose. The snows deepened, the castle settled into its winter routine, but Lyanna refused to let the hush lull her into complacency. Each day, Jon's lessons continued, Maester Luwin teaching him reading, figures, and the histories of the Seven Kingdoms, while Ser Barth gave him sword drills and footwork. Sometimes, Ned stepped in, guiding Jon in the values of honor and leadership, how to treat lords and small folk alike. Lyanna observed it all with a fierce devotion. She noted that Jon's skill with a blade improved quickly. He grew tall and lean, already showing hints of the man he would become. Outside Winterfell, the north rolled on. Messengers brought word of tensions in the Iron Islands, where Balon Greyjoy grumbled at the notion of paying taxes to King Robert. Whispers of wildlings stirring beyond the wall arrived, prompting Ned to send more men to Castle Black. But for now, no open conflict plagued the north. Lyanna thanked the old gods each day for that reprieve. She had no doubt Robert faced troubles in King's Landing, with court intrigues swirling around him like hungry sharks. She wondered if he thought of her, if the memory of their last conversation haunted him as it did her. More than that, she worried that each passing day might be the one he realized the truth about Jon. Time, however, seemed on their side. Seasons turned, the year progressed, and no new threat loomed at Winterfell's gates. Jon turned 11, then 12, forging into adolescence with a solemn determination in his eyes. He yearned to prove himself, to test his blade and his wits. Lyanna saw something of rigor in his studious nature, though he hid it beneath a northern reserve that felt purely stark. Whenever he asked again about his father, she deflected with carefully chosen words. He was a brave man, a noble spirit, someone who had died in the war. Jon pressed no further, sensing the pain in her voice. Yet all illusions of peace must eventually face the real world's harshness. One crisp dawn, a raven arrived from King's Landing. Ned took it in the solar, read it, and closed his eyes in dismay. Lyanna knew at once it was something dire. When she asked, Ned gave her the letter with a grim set to his jaw. It bore Robert's seal, a brief message scrawled in a hand that looked rushed. My friend, grave news. Viserys Targaryen seeks an alliance with the Dothraki. He has wed his sister Daenerys to Khal Drogo, a powerful warlord, in exchange for an army to retake Westeros. I will not allow it. The Targaryen line must be ended. If Daenerys bears a child of the Stallion Lords, all the realm could be forfeit. I ask your counsel and perhaps your sword. Prepare the North for war if it comes to that. You're king, Robert. Lyanna felt the blood drain from her face. War. Another war against Targaryens. It stoked old horrors, old memories of the rebellion that had cost the realm so much. She did not care for Viserys or Daenerys Targaryen as individuals, but the thought of Robert plunging the realm into fresh conflict over the mere possibility of a Targaryen threat chilled her. She glanced at Ned. He might call his banners. Demand we march south again. Ned nodded heavily. Yes. Or he might sail across the narrow sea to strike them first, if the rumors are true. He's grown paranoid about any Targaryen breeding. He believes another dynasty could rise to challenge his throne. Lyanna's mind spun. If Robert was so frantic about the possibility of a Targaryen child, what would he do if he ever discovered that one was hiding in plain sight in Winterfell? Jon was only half Targaryen, but that would mean nothing to Robert's fear and hatred. She forced herself to take a steadying breath. What do we do? Ned's expression was weary. We respond with caution. I'll write to Robert urging restraint, reminding him of the last war's devastation. But if he truly believes the Dothraki plan to invade, he'll not listen. He wants the Targaryen bloodline snuffed out. In the days that followed, a tremor of alarm rippled through the north. Ned summoned local lords to Winterfell, conferring on the possibility of mustering an army if the king commanded. Lyanna felt trapped, forced to watch as the realm once more threatened to tear itself apart. She knew that if war came, the north would answer the call. Ned was honor-bound, and so were many lords who had bled for Robert's cause in the rebellion. She dreaded the possibility that Robert might appear. Are at Winterfell's gates again, more determined than ever to root out Targaryens. While Ned held councils with the lords, Lyanna kept a quiet watch on Jon. He continued his training, unaware of the swirl of danger around him, though he sensed the tension in the castle. She found him one day in the godwood, practicing archery alone, loosing arrows at a straw target pinned to a tree trunk. His shots flew wide, frustration clear in his posture. She approached, stepping over gnarled roots. "Easy," she said softly. "You hold the bow too stiffly." Jon lowered the bow, exhaling in annoyance. "I can't concentrate. Something's wrong. Everyone is on edge. Even Uncle Ned is short-tempered. You and he have whispered conversations, but no one will tell me what's happening." She touched his shoulder. "There are rumors of war, Jon. The king fears the Targaryens across the sea." His eyes widened. "I thought all the Targaryens were dead except for a boy and his sister." "That boy and his sister might have found new allies," she said gently, "which makes the king uneasy. War is never far when thrones and dynasties clash." She paused, seeing the concern on Jon's face. "Don't fret. The north is strong and Winterfell will endure." Jon furrowed his brow. "But if the king hates Targaryens so much, why is he worried about them? There are only two people across the sea. What can they do?" A shard of fear stabbed Lyanna's heart. "They can be a symbol," she said. "Symbols matter. Some men might rally to them just because they were once kings of Westeros. Your Uncle Ned is trying to keep the peace. But we must prepare for the worst." Jon lowered his eyes, nodding slowly. Then he raised the bow, inhaled, and released an arrow that struck nearer the target center. He said nothing more, but Lyanna recognized a spark of understanding in him. He saw that the world beyond Winterfell's walls was fraught with complexities and dangers, even if he did not yet know how intimately those dangers touched his own blood. In the weeks that followed, Ned's letters to Robert went unanswered or returned with curt replies. Tension in the realm rose as news trickled in that Viserys' sister, Daenerys, was indeed pregnant by the Dothraki call. Robert's paranoia soared. Then came another letter from King's Landing, not from Robert, but from Varys, the master of whisperers. Its wording was polite, congratulating Ned on his diligence and requesting any additional intelligence about Targaryen sympathizers in the north. Lyanna bristled at the hidden insinuation that the north might harbor Targaryen supporters. She urged Ned to reply with a firm denial. He did so, but she could sense the net tightening. Each day, she wondered if the next raven would carry a royal decree that every child of uncertain parentage be seized, that houses be questioned about any Targaryen ties. In her nightmares, she saw Robert's warhammer dripping with blood as he demanded Jon's life. She slept less, prowling the corridors at night like a restless wolf. Ned tried to assure her that Robert was too occupied with the threat across the sea to worry about her old scandal, but she could not find comfort in that. One cold dawn, as the first snow of a new winter swirl settled in flurries across the courtyard, Lyanna ascended to the top of the first keep. The wind bit her face, and the gray sky stretched in every direction. She gazed out at the vast expanse of northern wilderness. A part of her longed to gather Jon, slip away into the forests, vanish among the wildling territories. But she knew that was no true escape. The realm had a long memory, and Robert's wrath would not relent. No, her only path was forward, forging strength here in Winterfell and trusting that the old gods would guide her. If war did break out, if Robert marched north or demanded every last Targaryen be dragged into the light, she would fight with tooth and claw to keep Jon safe. She would not flee or yield. The north was in her bones. Her father and brother's spirits lingered in these stones. Rhaegar's memory and the promise they had forged demanded she see this through. Whatever fate awaited Jon, she would ensure he stood prepared to take up any banner that the winds of destiny might raise in his name. She lowered her gaze to the courtyard where Jon was crossing from the armory to the practice yard, wooden sword in hand. The snow clung to his boots, yet he moved with a steady step, determined to refine his skills. Even from that height, she saw the resolute line of his shoulders, the surety of his stance. He was her son, a Stark in every outward sense, but in his veins ran something more, something that might yet shape the future of the Seven Kingdoms. She remembered again Rhaegar's quiet voice in the Tower of Joy, speaking of prophecies and songs of ice and fire. She had never quite believed in such portents, but seeing Jon now, alone in the swirling snow, she felt an unearthly certainty that destiny had not abandoned him. The realm might soon be torn between lions and stags and dragons, but Jon was a wolf with a hidden flame. If the day came that Robert's wrath threatened them, she would stand at her son's side, unwavering. Winterfell was theirs to hold, and hold it they would until the last breath of her life. She turned from the battlements, descending the stair with a renewed steadiness of step. Her heart pounded with the quiet thunder of a resolute vow. So long as she drew breath, no king, no matter how powerful, no matter his crown or cause, would lay a hand on Jon Targaryen Stark. Let the storms rage if they must. The she-wolf of Winterfell had seized her home once before. She would not hesitate to do it again, to stand at the head of her banners if war came to her gates. And if that day arrived, the realm would remember what it meant to face the wrath of a Stark mother defending her child. Let them come. The North was ready, and so was she. The snow lay thick about Winterfell, layered in soft drifts that transformed the courtyard into a field of white beneath the pale sky. At dawn, when the first rays of winter sunlight crept over the eastern walls, Lyanna Stark stood by one of the high windows in her solar, gazing out at the hush of new snowfall. In the courtyard below, only a few early risers moved about, stable hands raking straw, a pair of guards stamping their feet for warmth, 2 kitchen helpers hurrying with a crate of vegetables for the day's meals. Winterfell seemed tranquil in these hours, its old stones cloaked in silence. Yet Lyanna could not shake the sense that beyond the quiet of her home, the realm itself hovered on the cusp of turmoil. She turned from the window and paced the solar. On her writing table lay several letters, one from a northern bannerman reporting heavy snows along the western coasts, another from a Karstark cousin complaining of bandits plaguing the roads. And then there was the message from King's Landing, arrived just days past, detailing Robert's fear of the exiled Targaryens. Lyanna had read every line, heart tight in her chest. Viserys Targaryen had wed his sister Daenerys to the Dothraki warlord Khal Drogo, seeking an army to retake Westeros. King Robert wanted them dead. His loathing of Targaryens ran so deep that he saw any possibility of their return as a threat requiring immediate elimination. Now, Lyanna feared that each new raven might bring news of a royal decree for war. If Robert demanded the North March, Ned would have no choice but to comply. And if the realm was plunged into conflict, how long before Robert's old suspicions rose again, leading him to pry into the question of her son's parentage? Lyanna had lied, swearing that Jon carried no dragon's blood. She had done it calmly, looking Robert in the eye, but she knew the man well enough to suspect that if his hatred sharpened, he might revisit that conversation. It would take only one whisper, one rumor, to spark a tragedy that could not be undone. She pressed a hand to her mouth, exhaling slowly. Duty demanded that she remain outwardly poised for the sake of Winterfell and for Jon. He was still a boy, only 12, though he grew tall and leaner with each passing season. He carried a sword lightly now, with a flicker of confidence that told her he was no longer a child with wooden toys. He was on the threshold of becoming a young man, the promise of greater strength, sharper wits, perhaps even a hint of leadership stirring in his soul. Lyanna had no illusions that secrecy alone would see him safely to adulthood. The world was too vast, too unpredictable. So she had steeled herself to shape him for any storm. A gentle knock sounded at the solar door. She paused in her pacing. "Enter," she called. Maester Luwin stepped in, stooped beneath the weight of a heavy robe and carrying a small bound ledger under one arm. The older man bowed politely, though his features were drawn with concern. "My lady," he said softly, "Lord Eddard has asked you to join him in his solar, if you please." A raven arrived at first light. Lyanna felt her pulse jolt. "From King's Landing?" "Yes," Luwin confirmed. "With the king's seal." She drew in a breath, nodded, and swept out into the corridor. The torches there flickered against the gray stone. She walked briskly, heart pounded by a familiar dread. Each new letter from Robert these days was laden with menace. Could this be the final summons to arms? Had Viserys or Daenerys done something to provoke Robert? Or was the letter something else altogether? She descended a spiral staircase to reach Ned's private solar. The guards in Stark livery posted outside bowed, letting her pass. She found Ned standing by the hearth, a sealed parchment in his hand. He looked up at her entry, gray eyes troubled. "Lyanna," he greeted quietly, not bothering with formality. She could see the tension in his posture. She closed the door behind her. "What does Robert say?" Ned shook his head, lifting the parchment. "It seems war might be closer than we feared. Robert writes that he has received word from his spies. The Dothraki Khalasar led by Khal Drogo grows in strength. Daenerys Targaryen is with child, and Robert believes the Dothraki might cross the narrow sea to put the Targaryens on the Iron Throne once again. He wants them eliminated, by poison, sword, whatever means. He calls upon my counsel, but his tone is plain. He's ready to order the deaths of Viserys and Daenerys both if his spy master can arrange it. He has already given money to some sellswords and Essos." Lyanna's stomach clenched. She recalled the day Ned had discovered that Robert meant to kill every Targaryen babe, even Rhaegar's. He had balked at that cruelty, but the rebellion's momentum had swept them all along. Now, years later, the wheel threatened to turn again. "Does he mention the North?" she asked, voice taut. Ned lowered the letter. "He expects us to keep our men ready. If the Dothraki show any sign of building ships or forging an alliance with lords in Westeros, Robert wants to raise the banners and crush them. It's possible he imagines a second rebellion looming. Lyanna pressed her lips together. The Dothraki fear the sea. They know little of ships. But Robert's paranoia sees only dragons waiting to burn his throne to ash. She paced a few steps, then paused. How will you respond? Ned stared into the fire for a moment. I must write him, urging caution, reminding him that the Dothraki have never been a seafaring people, that they pose no immediate threat. I'll counsel him not to murder children across the sea. But I doubt he'll heed me. His hatred is all-consuming on this matter. The old fears coiled in Lyanna. She recalled Robert's heated vow that if he ever found even a drop of Targaryen blood in her child, that child would face the headsman. She had lied and told him Jon was purely Stark. Yet if war truly ignited, if the Targaryen line threatened Robert's reign, his desperation might drive him to question everything anew. Lyanna fixed Ned with a grave look. We must remain vigilant. If Robert grows truly desperate, he could demand we prove our loyalty by sending Jon to fight or by giving hostages. The realm has known such demands in times of war. Ned's jaw tightened. I won't allow it. Jon is your son and he's mine to protect. I'll not send him away to placate Robert's madness. A surge of relief and gratitude warred with Lyanna's anxiety. She knew Ned spoke sincerely, but if Robert's demands came at the point of a royal army, would Ned truly risk the North in open rebellion? The question lay unspoken between them, a chilling prospect. We can only pray it never comes to that, she whispered. She left Ned's solar soon after, heart-heavy, mind-whirling. It was still early morning, the corridors dim with the faint light of torches. She decided to find Jon. Perhaps his presence would lend her focus. Whatever the future held, training him remained her highest priority. She found him in the courtyard, practicing sword strikes against a battered wooden dummy. Snow clung to the edges of the yard, turned to slush where stable hands had shoveled. Jon was sweating despite the chill, his breath misting in the air, the blade of his practiced sword glancing off the dummy's worn side. Nearby, Ser Barth, a grizzled knight-long in service to House Stark, watched with a critical eye. Lyanna stepped closer, arms folded, and observed a few passes. Jon attacked in a series of quick strikes, but he stumbled on the last pivot, losing balance. Ser Barth rapped his staff on the ground. Footing, boy, mind your footing. You're tall for your age, but you've got to plant yourself before you swing. Jon frowned in concentration, nodding as he reset his stance. Yes, Ser Barth. He repeated the move, this time pivoting more cleanly. The sword smacked the dummy's shoulder with a dull thud. Lyanna let out a soft breath. His dedication reminded her of Rhaegar's discipline, though that was a memory she seldom allowed herself to revisit. Rhaegar had always moved with quiet grace, but also with a hidden steel. Jon might yet grow into that same combination of strength and reflection. Enough, Ser Barth said, seeing Lyanna's approach. We can't whittle the day away in the yard, boy. You'll freeze your joints stiff. He turned to Lyanna, inclining his head. My lady, the lad's improving, but he's got a ways to go if he wants to be proper knights. I'd suggest more time with the bow as well. Jon's cheeks glowed, whether from exertion or faint embarrassment. Lyanna only smiled. You're doing well, she told Jon. Keep at it. But remember, skill with a sword is only one part of being a man of honor. Jon wiped sweat from his brow. He nodded, though she saw the flicker of curiosity in his eyes. She thanked Ser Barth and gestured for Jon to join her. Together, they walked across the courtyard. Overhead, the sky showed a sullen gray. Lyanna spoke softly, mindful of guards and servants who might be within earshot. You've grown more confident with the blade, she said. Jon shrugged. Ser Barth says I might be a match for squires my age. That's something, I suppose. More than something. It's progress, she assured him. Before long, we'll see about who you might train with more rigor. Perhaps you can spar with Uncle Ned's guard captains. Jon's eyes brightened at that. I'd like that. Then his voice went quieter. Mother, is it true the realm might soon be at war again? She felt a pang. Who told you? He glanced aside, a hint of guilt. I overheard some of the men in the armory. They were sharpening swords and talking about the Targaryens across the sea. They said King Robert might call the banners, that the Dothraki want to invade. Lyanna cursed the castle gossip. She gave him a level look. It's possible. The king fears the Targaryens may try to retake the throne. Whether that's true or not, we must be prepared. War is not something to be welcomed, Jon. But if it comes, you must be ready to serve the North as best you can. Jon processed that, brow knitting. I will, Mother. Though I don't see why we need to fight across the sea. The Targaryens are far off. Why stir bloodshed if they haven't attacked us yet? She stroked his shoulder gently. because men in power often choose to strike first rather than wait, especially if fear and hatred drive them. She knew how cryptic that sounded, but it was all she could safely tell him. If he only knew the truth that he himself was half Targaryen blood, that Robert's fear of Targaryens was more relevant to Jon than he could imagine, that the king who menaced them from a distance had once been betrothed to her and might kill Jon if the secrets came to light. Jon nodded slowly. They reached the edge of the yard where the walkway led toward the great hall. Lyanna paused, looking at the lad. His hair was dark and curly, his eyes the gray of House Stark, yet a certain clarity dwelt in them, a reflection that reminded her of Rhaegar's intensity. "Go on and change," she said. "We'll break our fast together." He smiled, gave a small bow. He was beginning to adopt more formal gestures, perhaps from watching men at court, and then bounded off toward the keep. Lyanna lingered behind, exhaling into the cold air. War. A part of her wanted to storm to King's Landing and shake some sense into Robert Baratheon. Once upon a time, she might have tried. But too much lay at risk, and she doubted Robert would heed her voice now. She had to trust Ned's counsel, trust that somewhere amid the politics of King's Landing, calmer heads might prevail. Though she knew from her old glimpses of the capital that calm heads were precious few. She made her way inside, eventually joining Jon in the small hall for a modest breakfast of bread, boiled eggs, and hot cider. Servants bustled, mindful of her presence. Some bowed in passing, but none lingered with conversation. They knew the Lady of Winterfell was more direct and less sociable than many highborn women. She was a Stark who had faced tragedy and reigned in her brother's name. Over the years, Lyanna had garnered a certain mystique among the household. She accepted it without fuss. Let them think her cold or distant if it preserved her son's secret. Ned arrived halfway through the meal, wearing a heavy cloak dusted with snow. He sank onto a bench across from Lyanna and said little at first. Jon greeted him cheerfully, but Ned only managed a small nod in reply, clearly weighed by the new concerns. They finished their food in subdued companionship. After Jon excused himself to visit Maester Luwin for lessons in reading and sums, Ned leaned forward. "I'll send a raven to Robert by midday," he said quietly, urging him not to act rashly, "but I fear it may fall on deaf ears." Lyanna reached across the table, pressing Ned's hand. "We can only try. If Robert truly commands us to muster, you'll do as you must, but I'll remain here and keep the north secure." "Yes," Ned agreed, though anxiety flared in his eyes. "If I must march south or even cross the sea, I'll leave you with enough men to defend Winterfell. We'll watch for any sign of trouble from the Lords, or from the Iron Islands. Balon Greyjoy is always an unpredictable force in the west." The day passed in quiet tension. Lyanna oversaw routine matters of the household, but her thoughts drifted constantly to the looming crisis. She prayed no message would arrive compelling immediate war. But the realm was vast and full of ambitions. The Targaryens, once the unstoppable dynasty that had bound the 7 kingdoms together, remained a symbol potent enough to draw supporters from the shadows. And Robert was determined to crush that symbol before it could blossom. In the weeks that followed, Ned received sporadic ravens from King's Landing. Robert's tone shifted between bluster and doubt, wanting to slay the Targaryens but not sure how to justify launching an army into Essos. Word came that the King's Council, Grand Maester Pycelle, Lord Renly Baratheon, Lord Stannis Baratheon, and others were divided in opinion. Varys, the Master of Whisperers, was rumored to have spies close to Daenerys, but to hire an assassin might provoke the wrath of Khal Drogo. Some said the Dothraki could muster 80,000 mounted warriors unstoppable on an open field. Lyanna gleaned these bits from Ned, who read each letter with deep concern. Life at Winterfell trudged on under the usual burdens of the north. The nights drew long, the snows heavier, and the larders had to be carefully rationed for the winter to come. Local lords visited the castle for council and feasts, bringing news of their own corners of the north. Lyanna played the role of stern hostess, always mindful to keep Jon's presence modest and ordinary. She introduced him as her son and avoided any comment on his father. Some of the lords she knew whispered about the boy's parentage in quiet corners, but none dared voice suspicion that he might be more than a nameless Northman's get. Jon, for his part, bloomed in his studies. He grew more assured with each season. At 13, he stood taller than many boys his age, slender but lean-muscled, with a keen focus. He trained daily, dividing time between sword work, archery, writing, and lessons with Maester Luwin. Occasionally, Lyanna even drilled him in the yard, though she was no trained knight. She wanted him to see a variety of fighting styles, recall that in real battle, an enemy might be swift and unconventional. Jon never complained, though he often ended a session drenched in sweat, panting. She would see the flash in his eyes, a kind of fierce determination that left her both proud and fearful. Proud because she sensed greatness stirring in him, fearful because greatness sometimes led to heartbreak. One winter's evening, as the cold wind rattled the shutters of Winterfell and the hearth glowed orange, Lyanna sat with Jon before the fire in her solar. He was reading a tome on the conquest of Aegon Targaryen, one of the Maester's many books that recounted how the Dragon Lords had conquered the Seven Kingdoms. Lyanna found herself uneasily watching him flip the pages. She never stopped him from learning Targaryen history, but each time it reminded her how close he stood to that lineage. If only he knew. At length, Jon looked up. Aegon's sisters rode their own dragons, he remarked with a hint of awe. Rhaenys and Visenya. Maegor the Cruel came later, but it all started with those three. Their dragons changed everything. The North knelt to them too, didn't they? Yes, Lyanna said softly. Torrhen Stark was king in the North, but he saw that his armies could not stand against dragons. Rather than see his people burned, he bent the knee. That's why many Northerners still call him the king who knelt. Jon's eyes flickered with a complicated light. But maybe he did the right thing if he saved lives. The text says Harren the Black tried to resist and Harrenhal was destroyed by dragon fire. Torrhen prevented that fate for the North. Lyanna inclined her head. Yes. Sometimes bending is wiser than breaking. She paused, gazing at the flickering flames. But never forget that choices like those can shape entire centuries to come. The Targaryens sat upon the Iron Throne for nearly 300 years, forging alliances, building a legacy of both glory and bloodshed. She swallowed. The realm is still grappling with their memory. Jon closed the book softly. Is that why King Robert hates them so much? Because they once ruled all of us and because of the Mad King's cruelties? She nodded carefully. Partly. The Mad King burned Lord Rickard, my father, and killed my brother Brandon. Many good men died in Robert's rebellion. And Robert lost someone he loved in that war. She hesitated. Hatred can grow from that kind of pain. It can consume a man. Jon frowned as though considering her words. I wonder if the Targaryens still dream of taking back the throne. This Viserys and Daenerys, maybe they're not content to stay in exile forever. Lyanna looked at him, seeing the flicker of curiosity in his eyes. She forced a mild shrug. Perhaps. But it's not our concern so long as they stay across the sea. She did not add that it very much was her concern because any Targaryen threat would ignite Robert's worst impulses. She watched Jon poke the hearth with an iron rod, stoking the coals. Shadows played across his young features. She prayed he would not have to face the horrors of war for years to come, if ever. Still, she could not let that hope lull her. She had to ensure he was ready if the worst came. In the months that followed, tension ebbed and flowed throughout the realm. Whispers arrived that Daenerys Targaryen had given birth to a son named Rhaego in the Dothraki fashion. Some said the child was strong, others claimed it was stillborn. Conflicting rumors shrouded the truth, but Robert's court certainly grew more alarmed. There were also tales that Viserys had died in some Dothraki dispute, crowned with molten gold by Khal Drogo, though details were scarce and half-believed. Ned cursed the swirl of contradictory news, writing repeated letters urging caution. Lyanna watched him struggle with the moral weight of serving a king bent on destruction. She offered him quiet sympathy, but both of them knew the game was far larger than either one could steer. Then, one day in early spring, a raven arrived bearing a summons for Ned to return to King's Landing. The letter was from King Robert himself, couched in polite but insistent language. The message read that the king required his hand's presence to manage serious matters of state, which included the potential Targaryen threat and the tensions with the Greyjoys. In short, Ned was commanded to come south at once. That evening, Lyanna and Ned conferred in his solar. The door was closed, the lamps casting soft light over Ned's furrowed brow. He rubbed a hand through his dark hair touched by gray at the temples, eyes weary. I must go, he said. Robert rarely demands my presence this strongly. If I refuse, it will be seen as disloyalty, especially in these uncertain times. Lyanna stood with arms crossed. I expected as much. But how long will you be gone? He spread the letter on the table. As long as the king requires me. It might be weeks, or it might be half a year. You know how that court is, full of schemes and changes of mind. And if Robert truly wants to plan some move against the Targaryens, he'll want my counsel day by day. Lyanna felt a tightness in her chest. Then I'll hold Winterfell in your stead. We've done this before, but never under such tension. She looked away, recalling how she had seized Winterfell to protect Jon when she believed Ned might be forced to hand him over. Now, she feared a scenario in which Robert demanded Jon's presence at court. But she would not allow that. "I'll keep Jon safe. No matter what," she added softly. Ned's gaze flicked to her. "I know you will. But be wary. If Robert or certain courtiers harbor any lingering questions about you, they might send spies or envoys north while I'm away. Especially if rumor spreads that you once had ties to Rhaegar Targaryen." She grimaced. "Let them come. They'll find no proof." She paused. "We've kept the secret all these years, Ned. I trust the men and women under this roof. None would betray Jon's heritage." Ned sighed, half in relief, half in dread. "I pray you're right. In the meantime, I'll prepare to depart in a senight's time. I'll take a modest retinue as the roads are still treacherous with melting snow. I'll leave behind enough men to guard Winterfell, but remember to watch for any sign of trouble from the lords or from across the sea." She nodded, stepping closer to him. "We'll manage. Write to me often. Let me know if Robert changes his mind or if war is indeed declared." He gripped her arm. "I will. And Lyanna, if you sense any threat to Jon, any hint that Robert suspects, do not hesitate to send word immediately. I'll do whatever is in my power to protect him." She pressed her lips together, touched by the urgency in Ned's voice. "Thank you, brother. I know you will." A sense of inevitability settled over the castle in the days that followed. Ned made his preparations, choosing which men would accompany him, writing instructions for the castellan in his absence. Lady Lyanna, as the keep's guardian, was consulted on every detail. Jon grew anxious, torn between excitement and dread at his uncle's departure. He had visited King's Landing only once as a very small boy and remembered almost nothing of it. But Ned said plainly that the capital was no place for him now. "This is not a pleasure trip," Ned had told him gently. "It's a matter of state, and you are safer here in the north." On the morning of departure, Winterfell's courtyard came alive with activity. Horses were saddled, wagons loaded with supplies, men in stark livery gathered to set off down the King's Road. Ned was dressed in a heavy cloak, the direwolf sigil pinned at his shoulder. He stood by the main gates, speaking final words to Lyanna. The sky overhead was leaden, threatening more snow despite the turn of spring. "Keep an eye on the ravens," Ned said. "I expect to reach King's Landing in about a month if weather permits. Longer if the roads are poor." Lyanna nodded. "We'll watch for your letters." Ned turned to Jon, placing a hand on the boy's shoulder. "Mind your lessons, both with the maester and the sword. Help your mother if she needs you. You are almost a man grown. Prove yourself worthy of that responsibility." Jon lifted his chin. "I will, Uncle Ned. Safe travels." Ned embraced them both, lingering a moment with Lyanna. In his eyes, she saw echoes of their past, the sibling bond forged through the tragedies of war. He murmured, "Send me a raven if anything seems amiss, anything at all." She swallowed. "I will. The gods keep you, Ned." With that, he mounted his horse, gave a final wave, and led the column out of Winterfell's gates. Lyanna and Jon stood on the battlements, watching the riders shrink along the winding road until they vanished beyond a rise. A chill wind tugged at Lyanna's braids. She felt a pang of loneliness, followed by a steely resolve. She had faced greater trials alone. Winterfell was hers to hold, and she would hold it. For the first fortnight after Ned's departure, life continued in a strange calm. The days slowly grew longer, if not warmer. The snows receded in patches, revealing muddy ground in the courtyard. Lyanna oversaw the cleaning and airing of the castle after a harsh winter. She managed the supply lines, ensuring that the small folk in surrounding villages had enough seed grain for spring planting. She consulted with the northern lords who passed through, each with their own concerns: bandits, unsettled mountain clans, or coastal raids from pirates out of the west. Jon pursued his training with redoubled effort. Lyanna heard from Ser Barth that Jon was becoming quite a formidable swordsman for his age. The boy also took a sudden interest in reading about politics. More than once, Lyanna found him in the library tower, poring over a treatise on the great houses of Westeros. She suspected it was partly curiosity about the capital, about the lords and ladies who thronged King's Landing. He asked her astute questions at dinner. Why do the Lannisters loan money to the crown? Or what is the King's Council's role in forging alliances? She answered as best she could, heart quietly aching at how soon he was leaving childhood behind. Yet she was proud of him, proud he wanted to understand the realm he might one day influence. But that fragile calm could not last. A raven arrived late in the evening, 3 weeks after Ned's departure. The bird was exhausted, as though it had flown a great distance in haste. The message bore Ned's handwriting, scrawled with urgency. "Sister, the court is in uproar. News has come that Khal Drogo has died of a wound taken in battle and the Dothraki Khalasar has fractured. Daenerys Targaryen was rumored to have walked into her husband's funeral pyre and emerged unscathed with 3 newly hatched dragons. Most here refuse to believe it, calling it a rumor or sorcery, but King Robert is in a fury. He takes the slightest possibility of living dragons as a dire threat. Talk of war is rampant. I fear the king may soon demand we muster armies for a preemptive strike across the sea. He also speaks of ensuring loyalty at home. I sense a dark mood upon him. Prepare the north. If Robert decides to call the banners, the raven will come within days. Remain vigilant. I am doing all I can to counsel reason, but fear grips the court. Living dragons have not been seen for a century or more, and the notion of them alone is enough to push men to madness. Watch for any sign Robert might question your loyalties. The Queen's faction is also pressing him to act boldly. I will write more as events unfold. Ned. Lyanna read the letter twice, her pulse thrumming. Living dragons. Even if it were half a lie or an exaggerated rumor, it would stoke Robert's worst nightmares. She recalled how, during the rebellion, people had joked that the Targaryens had no real dragons left, only illusions. Now, if Daenerys had truly hatched dragon eggs, the realm might be on the cusp of an upheaval unseen since Aegon's conquest. She felt a sickening swirl of fear. For if Robert was prepared to kill children across the sea, how much more fervently would he hunt anyone with Targaryen blood in Westeros? She summoned Maester Luwin and her most trusted advisors that night, reading the letter aloud in the privacy of her solar. Ser Barth stood with arms folded, brow creased. A few other knights and stewards listened in uneasy silence. Lyanna demanded frank opinions. Was it plausible that dragons lived again? Most shook their heads in disbelief, but the Maester raised a cautionary hand. There are many mysteries in this world, Luwin said quietly. If Daenerys Targaryen truly walked into the flames and lived, perhaps something supernatural transpired. We must not dismiss it out of hand. Lyanna nodded, her mouth a grim line. Robert will not dismiss it. He will take any rumor of dragons as grounds for war. Ser Barth cleared his throat. If the king calls the banners, do we assemble a northern host at Moat Cailin, my lady? Yes, Lyanna decided after a moment. We must follow Ned's instructions. Moat Cailin is the gateway to the north. I want all musters prepared to gather there if the king demands it. But do not mobilize them yet, or it might look like we are acting on our own. We wait for the official call. Ser Barth inclined his head. And what of rumors that the king may question our loyalty? Should we fortify Winterfell beyond the usual garrison? Lyanna's eyes flicked to the men around her. Some wore expressions of alarm, others grim determination. Yes, she said. Quietly, double the watch on the walls, ensure our supplies are ample. If the king should send men north to inspect the keep or demand something beyond reason, we must be ready, but do it discreetly. I will not give Robert cause to brand us traitors. House Stark remains loyal to the crown as far as any must believe. They discussed practical measures for another hour, then departed to carry out their tasks. Lyanna was left alone with Maester Luwin. She sank into a chair by the hearth, crossing her arms. The fire crackled, stirring the old shadows on the walls. Luwin's brow furrowed. My lady, are you truly prepared for a conflict with the crown? He asked gently. I know you do not want open rebellion, but if King Robert's demands grow too extreme, she sighed, rubbing her temples. I pray we never reach that point. But I will not let him harm my son or the north. If Robert demands we march on foreign shores to kill a girl and her infant dragons, that's madness enough. If he looks more closely at Winterfell and sees reason to suspect Jon's parentage, I fear what he might do. So yes, I'll be ready if only for defense. Luwin nodded solemnly. Should I inform Jon of these developments? He has asked about the letters from Lord Stark. He is perceptive. Lyanna hesitated. Jon was 13, old enough to glean the shape of looming war, but not old enough to know the darkest secret. Tell him the gist, that war might come because of rumors of dragons and Targaryen revival. He should understand the realm's unrest, but he need not know the personal danger it poses. Not yet. Yes, my lady, Luwin said quietly. He bowed and left her alone. Lyanna rose, moved to the window. Outside, the moon hung low over the ramparts. a pale glow illuminating the courtyard's thin crust of ice. She thought of Daenerys Targaryen, a girl far away, rumored to command living dragons now. If that was true, the entire balance of power would shift. Robert would react with fury, perhaps terror. Lyanna knew that fear was a potent spark for cruelty, and Ned's letters hinted that Cersei Lannister and her faction might encourage the king's worst impulses. She placed her palm against the cold stone. How had the realm come to this pass again? A swirl of Targaryen threat and Baratheon vengeance. It felt like a shadow of the rebellion a generation past, but with a new and uncharted path. Once more, she stood in danger's orbit. Yet she was not the girl who had run from Winterfell, chasing illusions of love and prophecy. She was a woman grown, a mother, and she had seized Winterfell with her own will. If Robert forced her hand, she would not yield. She would not beg or cower. She would raise the banners of the north if she must. But she prayed the old gods it would not come to that. In the weeks that followed, tension mounted throughout the Seven Kingdoms. Ravens flew in flurries from King's Landing, the Vale, the Reach, the Stormlands. Some arrived at Winterfell bearing scraps of rumor that Daenerys Targaryen was forging alliances in Essos, that she had dragons the size of dogs but growing by the day, that she named herself the Mother of Dragons and planned to cross the sea. Yet no official call to arms arrived from Robert, only vague messages that the North should stand ready if needed. Lyanna sensed a struggle in the capital. Perhaps Ned and other moderate voices were holding Robert back, while hawkish lords urged him to strike. Jon asked her about the Targaryens, about the threat of dragons. She told him what was necessary, that there might be 3 newly hatched beasts, that the lords of Westeros were uncertain whether to believe such an outlandish tale. Jon's eyes widened, half with fear, half with wonder. "Real dragons," he murmured. "No wonder the king is uneasy." Lyanna kept her tone guarded. "Yes, but do not assume all is true. Rumors can be twisted or exaggerated. Even so, we must be cautious. War often grows from the seeds of rumor." Jon nodded, absorbing her words. "If war comes, will the North truly fight for King Robert, to kill the dragons?" Lyanna let out a slow breath. "Our house is sworn to the crown. Your uncle Ned is hand, and we must do our duty. Yet I pray it does not come to that, because no good will come of slaughtering babes and beasts across the sea." She found herself speaking more honestly than usual. "Wars have a way of devouring good men, Jon. It's best if you never see one." But war, she feared, was creeping closer by the day. In mid-spring, a new letter arrived from Ned, this one more explicit and urgent. Lyanna read it behind closed doors, her heart pounding. "Lyanna, Robert has called a council of lords to consider an immediate campaign in Essos. The queen's brother, Jaime, and others counsel him to strike the Targaryen girl before her dragons grow large. Renly urges caution. Stannis demands a show of force. I do what I can to dissuade them from a full war. However, Robert's temper flares daily. He speaks of potential traitors at home as well. He wonders if some northern lords might prefer a Targaryen restoration out of old grudges from the rebellion. The Lannisters especially question the loyalty of House Stark, given your past. I suspect they scheme to sow doubt about us. If Robert does indeed sail for Essos or dispatch assassins, we could see a vile repeat of the violence that ended Rhaegar's line the first time. The realm stands on a knife's edge. Be prepared for swift orders. I fear Robert may at last do what he threatened for years, root out all Targaryen supporters or possible Targaryen heirs. He does not name you or Jon, but my instincts warn me. I remain vigilant. Send no direct mention of the boy in your letters to me. Destroy this letter after reading. Ned." Lyanna sank into a chair, clutching the parchment with trembling hands. Then she held it over the candle flame and watched it burn, her heart pounding. Root out all possible Targaryen heirs. If Robert set that madness in motion, how could she shield Jon indefinitely? If the Lannisters sought to question her loyalty, might they insinuate that she had borne Rhaegar's child? Those rumors had existed in the shadows for years, but never proven. Now, if fear of dragons made Robert more paranoid, he might tear apart the North stone by stone to find a rumored Targaryen bastard. And Ned was hundreds of leagues away, caught in the swirling intrigues of the Red Keep. For the next few days, Lyanna prepared with grim efficiency. She quietly increased the castle guard, ensuring that every gate was monitored day and night. She told the stewards to procure additional supplies in case of siege. She placed watchers on the roads leading to Winterfell, discreetly paying local villagers to alert her if any suspicious group approached. and she summoned her most trusted knights, Ser Barth among them, to lay out the protocol if a royal delegation arrived demanding to inspect Winterfell or seize persons of interest. They would not violently oppose the crown's men unless forced, but they would not hand over Jon. Each night, she lay awake in the hush of her chamber, the howling wind reminding her of the precarious hush before a storm. She remembered the rebellion years, the horrors inflicted by the Mad King, the bitterness that had fueled Robert's wrath. Now a new generation faced the possibility of war, spurred by dragons no one had seen with certainty. She had to wonder if the realm was trapped in a repeating cycle, forever haunted by the Targaryen name. Yet here she stood, mother to one who carried that name in secret. Jon, perhaps, was both the key to the cycle and a potential end to it, if only the world would let him live long enough to choose his destiny. At last, the fateful day arrived when a raven brought the official call to arms. It was early morning, the light still dim, when a guard rapped urgently on Lyanna's door. She rose, threw on a cloak, and opened it. The guard's face was pale. "My lady, a raven from the king. The sigil is sealed in wax. Lord Eddard's castellan begs you come at once." She hurried to the maester's tower, heart pounding. There Maester Luwin stood with the scroll. He opened it in her presence, and they read, "To Lord Eddard Stark, Warden of the North, and his guardians at Winterfell. By order of King Robert Baratheon, first of his name, all loyal lords of the realm are called to muster arms and be prepared to sail within the year for Essos to confront the threat posed by Daenerys Targaryen and her dragons. The crown shall arrange ships and alliances with the free cities that will permit a decisive strike to remove the Targaryen threat before it grows. All houses are commanded to declare their fealty and readiness. Any who refuse shall be deemed traitors. Signed this day by my hand, Robert of the House Baratheon." Lyanna closed her eyes, exhaling shakily. There it was at last. War across the sea. Or at least the threat of it. The letter demanded immediate compliance from the north. She pictured Ned in King's Landing, trying to stop this madness, but evidently failing. The realm would be dragged into a foreign war, and along the way Robert would root out any Targaryen supporters in Westeros. She turned to Luwin. "Send word to Moat Cailin," she said in a low, firm voice. "Tell them to prepare the musters. We'll gather the banners as commanded, but do it methodically. I'll also write to Ned, though I doubt the letter will reach him before events move further." Luwin nodded, his lips pursed. "And Jon, my lady? He will see these preparations and ask questions." Lyanna hesitated. "I'll tell him the king has called for an expedition to Essos to confront Daenerys Targaryen. He knows enough of that. But as for the rest, I'll keep him here. Safe. If Robert demands a Stark presence on the ships, we'll send other men. Not Jon." The old maester touched her arm gently. "Be cautious. If Robert or his queen suspects you are hiding the boy, they may insist on seeing him." Lyanna's pulse raced. "Then we'll face that when it comes. For now, do as I say. Ready the ravens. We'll follow the letter's demands, but keep Jon out of sight if any royal men appear." It began. Over the ensuing days, Lyanna dispatched messages to the major northern houses, Manderly, Umber, Glover, Serwyn, Bolton, Karstark, and others. She informed them that King Robert had called the banners for a campaign in Essos, that each house must raise a certain number of knights, archers, and footmen. She was careful to adopt a tone of unwavering loyalty. Any sign of hesitation might bring the crown's scrutiny. Lords wrote back with varied reactions. Some wary, some eager for glory, some resentful of a war far from home. But none openly refused. The memory of Robert's rebellion loomed, a reminder that the North had once followed House Stark in defiance of the crown, but had placed Robert on that throne. Would they do so again? That question remained unasked, unspoken. As the mustering commenced, men began to arrive in slow trickles at Moat Cailin, the ancient fortress that guarded the neck. Others formed up in their home territories, awaiting a call to move south. Lyanna consulted with the castellan of Moat Cailin by Raven Daily, ensuring the provisions and arrangements were thorough. She was thankful for the leagues of distance between the Neck and Winterfell, which might delay any forced confrontation with a royal host. Meanwhile, an undercurrent of dread wove through the corridors of Winterfell. Jon sensed it keenly. He saw the men drilling in the courtyard, the wagons of supplies heading south, the new smiths forging swords day and night. He asked Lyanna once, "Will you send me to fight, mother? I'm nearly grown." She put a hand on his cheek, the tenderness in her eyes betraying her worry. "No, your place is here, to help me manage Winterfell while your uncle is away. You're needed at home, not in a foreign war." He did not argue, but she saw the flicker of frustration. Many boys his age yearned for martial glory, to prove themselves in the field. But she would not risk him. She had already lost too much. The northern banners slowly gathered, but no direct instructions came from the crown about a departure date. It seemed King Robert was still wrangling with the logistics, vessels, alliances with Pentos or Bravos, negotiations with lords in the Narrow Sea region. Rumors trickled north that Lord Stannis was building a royal fleet, or that mercenaries were being hired to corner Daenerys Targaryen. The lack of clarity only heightened tensions. Lyanna found herself wanting to claw at the walls in frustration. Each day she expected a new letter from Ned, or a demand from King Robert, or a betrayal from some cunning lord who guessed the truth about Jon. A fortnight later, a small group of riders appeared at Winterfell's gates at dusk. The guards hailed them, suspicious. The riders bore no large banners, only the discreet badge of the crown, a stag in gold, and asked entry in the name of the king. Lyanna, alarmed, donned her cloak and rushed to the courtyard, assembling half a dozen loyal knights at her back. When the travelers were admitted, she saw they numbered only 3, 2 stern-faced men in mail and fur cloaks, and a woman wearing the garb of a southern courier. They dismounted stiffly. The woman stepped forward, bowed. "Lady Lyanna Stark," she said in a clear voice. "We come bearing a message from His Grace, King Robert Baratheon. We have been instructed to deliver it into your hands and remain until we have your reply." She extended a parchment sealed with the royal stag. Lyanna's heart hammered. What new edict was this? She forced her features to remain composed, took the parchment. "Very well," she said. "You may follow the steward to the great hall and rest. I will read the king's words and reply as needed." The riders bowed, leading their horses away. Lyanna retreated to her solar, beckoning Maester Luwin and Ser Barth to join her. They watched intently as she broke the wax seal and read, "To Lyanna of House Stark, by the grace of the gods, sister to Lord Eddard Stark and caretaker of Winterfell, we, Robert of the House Baratheon, do command your presence, and that of your son, Jon, at our court in King's Landing with all speed. The boy is come of age to be fostered among peers of noble birth, to learn the ways of the South and become a proper courtly companion for our own wards. This request is made in the spirit of uniting the North and the Crown. In times of war we must stand as one. Present yourselves forthwith, and bring a suitable retinue. Decline at your peril. Done at King's Landing on the 10th day of the 4th moon, in the 14th year of our reign." Lyanna felt her breath catch in her throat. The letter might as well have been a blade held to her heart. She read it twice, her eyes burning over the words. Robert demanded that she bring Jon south, to be fostered at court. A move that would put him directly under the king's watchful eye. Could there be any greater danger? Ser Barth let out a hiss of breath. "He wants the boy in King's Landing? That's ominous." Maester Luwin's face paled. "Your ladyship, this is precisely the scenario we feared. If Jon is forced to dwell among the southern lords, it will only be a matter of time before someone notices resemblances, or whispers. The risk is immense." Lyanna's throat felt tight. She could scarcely think. Robert's request, no command, left little room for refusal. "If we refuse," she said in a hollow voice, "Robert will claim we are disloyal, that we scorn the crown. The letter says, 'Decline at your peril.' That is a threat." Ser Barth's jaw set. "We could attempt to hide the boy, claim he's ill or missing, but that might only deepen Robert's suspicions. He might send men to search the castle." Lyanna pressed a hand to her brow, trying to quell the swirl of panic. She thought of how she had told Robert that Jon's father was a fallen Northman, that the boy had no Targaryen blood. For years, Robert had pretended to believe it. But now, with war looming and the Targaryens stirring across the sea, perhaps Robert had decided he needed the boy under his control, either to use him as leverage or to confirm something. Or maybe it was a ploy by Cersei and her circle, a trap to test the Starks' loyalty. In any case, the outcome was the same. Traveling to King's Landing with Jon would be walking into a viper's nest. Maester Lewin spoke quietly. You might write to Lord Eddard and ask for his intervention, my lady. He is the hand. Perhaps he can persuade the king to withdraw this demand. She nodded numbly. Yes. I'll write to Ned at once. But that could take weeks, and these couriers from King's Landing are here now. They'll await our answer. Robert might grow angry if we delay. Ser Barth scratched at his beard. Could you go alone, my lady? Leave the boy behind, saying he's ill? But the letter specifically demands him. Lyanna shook her head. It does. And we cannot claim illness indefinitely, not without letting a royal maester examine him. No, that would only provoke suspicion. Robert has cornered us. She paced, her mind racing. The memory of Robert's vow to destroy any Targaryen child flashed through her. If he suspected Jon was Rhaegar's son, he would arrange an accident or worse. Perhaps he only wanted the boy as a ward, but the risk was horrifying. She clenched her fists, forcing herself to remain calm. We have to buy time, she murmured at last. We'll respond politely, say we must prepare for the journey, that the roads are still clearing. Then I'll dispatch a raven to Ned, begging him to intervene. If we do not hear back in time, we might have to make a show of traveling south, yet find a way to protect Jon en route. Ser Barth frowned. How, my lady? Lyanna's lips pressed together. Maybe we arrange for him to vanish along the road and claim we were attacked by bandits. Or send him secretly to the Wall or east to White Harbor to board a ship. Anywhere but King's Landing. But that is a last resort, for it would mean open deception. Robert might see it as treason. She sank into a chair, trembling with the weight of the predicament. All these plans, they risk war with the crown. And the North is already compelled to fight for him across the sea. Maester Lewin set a comforting hand on her shoulder. Courage, my lady. Write to Lord Eddard. Perhaps he can calm the king, or persuade him that fostering Jon in King's Landing is unnecessary. The realm stands on the brink of war. King Robert might be dissuaded if Ned points out the boy's value here in the north. She nodded, her mind churning. Yes. I'll write Ned tonight. Standing, she forced resolve into her voice. I'll speak to the couriers at once, assure them we'll comply, but need some weeks to prepare for a lengthy journey south. That might buy us enough time for Ned's reply. They parted to set plans in motion. Lyanna's heart hammered as she left the Solar, half sick with the knowledge that Robert's summons threatened to unravel everything she had fought to protect. So many years spent raising Jon, weaving a web of half-truths and illusions around his parentage. Would all of that be destroyed with a single command from a king who still carried ancient wounds in his heart? She found the king's couriers in the great hall, warming themselves by the main hearth. They rose, bowing as she approached. Lyanna wore her long fur cloak, her posture regal and stern. You have traveled far, she greeted them. Winterfell will extend every hospitality. I have received the king's letter. I will do as commanded, but the roads remain difficult and I cannot depart at once. My son and I will need time to ready ourselves. You may remain here until I have prepared an official response for the king. The lead courier, the woman in southern garb, inclined her head respectfully. We understand, my lady. We shall await your letter. The king wishes you well and hopes for your swift arrival. Lyanna managed a polite smile. Yes, she said, though inside she felt hollow. We shall ride for the capital in due course. She motioned for a steward to escort the couriers to comfortable chambers. Then she stood in the hall alone, her reflection wavering in the polished armor of a statue by the hearth. She wondered if it was possible to avoid this looming trap. That night, she summoned all her courage and explained the situation to Jon. They were alone in her Solar, a single lamp lighting the tension in the air. Jon listened, eyes wide, as she read him the official letter. He looked stunned, then unsettled. King's Landing, he echoed. Why would the king want me there? I'm not even a highborn heir. I'm your son, but Uncle Ned is the Lord of Winterfell, not me. Why me? She forced a gentle tone. He says it's to foster you among other noble wards to learn the ways of the South. That sort of arrangement sometimes happens. Sons of lords or ladies are fostered at the court for alliances. But I suspect there are deeper reasons. Jon's brow furrowed. Deeper reasons? She hesitated. How much could she say? The king wants to ensure loyalty in the north. Perhaps he thinks by having you at court it will bind us closer to him. Or that he can better keep an eye on us. With war looming, well, he wants to be certain none betray him. Jon frowned. That sounds suspicious. Would he truly do that? Force me to be a hostage? Lyanna almost flinched at the word, but she could not deny the possibility. It's not openly called that, but in truth, that is often how the crown secures allegiance, by keeping important children close. I'm sorry, Jon. I know this is a shock. He stared at the letter, a mixture of fear and a spark of defiance in his eyes. I don't want to go. I belong here. Lyanna clenched her jaw, touched his shoulder. I know. I'm doing everything in my power to avoid it. I've written your Uncle Ned asking for his help. If we can persuade the king to withdraw this demand, we will. But if we fail, we may have no choice but to at least pretend to obey. Pretend? Jon repeated, eyes darting. What do you mean? She weighed how much to reveal. It might come to subterfuge, Jon. I might try to hide you away rather than risk your life at court. But such a thing would be dangerous. Robert would see it as treason. I beg you to trust me. If the worst comes, you must follow my guidance without question. He swallowed, the gravity of it all dawning on him. I will, Mother, he said quietly. I trust you. She embraced him fiercely, pressing her cheek to his dark curls. Her son, half Targaryen, half Stark, caught in the jaws of a king who hated dragons more than anything. She whispered, I will never let harm come to you. Never. They clung to each other for a moment, the lamplight dancing on the walls. Then Lyanna stood, smoothing her skirts with forced composure. Do not speak of this to anyone else except Maester Luwin or Ser Barth if needed. We'll keep the illusions until we see how Ned replies. The best way to stay safe is to act normal. Understood. Jon nodded. Understood. The days dragged in a slow agony. Lyanna penned a desperate letter to Ned outlining Robert's command, begging him to intervene. She sent the Raven with all speed, but it would take time, and the courtiers from King's Landing waited, quietly watchful, in Winterfell. Each day they asked if Lady Lyanna was ready to depart. She used every excuse, bad roads, reorganizing household matters, mild illness in Jon. But she could not stall forever. Weeks passed and no Raven arrived from Ned. She grew more anxious by the hour. Meanwhile, the northern lords continued preparing for war across the sea. Some had begun the slow march toward the Neck, swelling the musters. Lyanna worried that once those forces were gone, she would have fewer men to guard Winterfell. But she could not openly refuse to send them, not without condemning herself as a traitor. So, stone by stone, the fortress seemed to slip from her control. Soon, she might stand alone with only a skeleton garrison, forced to lead Jon into the south to face the king's unpredictable wrath. At last, just as the first buds of a cold spring began peeking along the godswood branches, a raven arrived bearing Ned's seal. Lyanna nearly sprinted to the rookery when she heard the cry. She snatched the parchment from the maester's hands, heart hammering, and broke the seal. She read, teeth clenched. Lyanna, I confronted Robert about his summons. He refuses to rescind it. He says your son is old enough to learn courtly ways, that it is a courtesy, not a punishment. But the Queen's Circle, especially Lord Tywin Lannister, insist that bringing northern heirs south is customary in times of war. I see little chance he will relent. He claims you and Jon will be treated with respect, that you shall have fine quarters in the Red Keep. No harm done. But I distrust the Lannisters' role in this. They push for it. Why? I have done all I can. Robert is adamant. If you refuse, he will brand you disloyal and might even dispatch men north to compel you. Better, perhaps, to come south and keep your enemies close. I will strive to protect you and the boy in King's Landing. Perhaps we can keep up appearances until the Targaryen threat is resolved, and then you may return home. Robert is not wholly cruel if placated. But tread carefully. I will do everything in my power to shield you. Ned. Lyanna let the parchment fall to the table. So Ned had tried and failed. Now the choice was stark. Yield to the king's command or be crushed. She pressed her face into her hands, trembling with anger and fear. The Lannisters wanted Jon at court. Why? Had they guessed the rumors about Rhaegar's child? Or was this purely about forging a hostage to keep the North in line for the war? Maester Luwin and Ser Barth stood by, watching her in grim silence. She lifted her head, swallowing the lump in her throat. Ned can't save us from here. We are alone in this. Robert has forced our hand. Ser Barth's voice was low. My lady, if you go, you walk into the lion's den. Are you sure you can protect Jon there? She took a long moment before answering, searching for any alternative. If she refused, Robert's wrath would be immediate. The North would be declared traitors, and an army would come. Could she rely on her banners to resist? She thought of the men already marching to the Neck, sworn to fight the Targaryens abroad. Would they turn against the crown for her sake, when faced with the combined might of the southern armies? Even if they did, it would plunge the realm into a second rebellion, a bloodbath. and she doubted Ned would want that. At length, she exhaled shakily. "We have no choice. We'll go, but we'll be on guard every moment. I will not let them isolate Jon. Ned will be there too. Between the two of us, we can watch him. If Robert sees a loyal mother and son fulfilling his request, maybe he'll relent. Let it be a short fostering for the duration of the war. Then we return home." It felt like a meager hope, but she latched onto it. Ser Barth bowed. "As you say, my lady. I will organize a retinue to accompany you." "Yes," she said. "Pick men we trust, those loyal to House Stark above all. The smaller our party, the less notice we draw. But I want enough swords to protect Jon in case of trouble on the road." He inclined his head. "Understood." Then he hesitated. "My lady, if matters go ill, do we attempt to leave King's Landing by stealth?" She closed her eyes, inhaling. "We might, but that's a last resort. If we flee the capital, Robert will see it as betrayal. Let us hope it does not come to that. But be ready." Ser Barth left to make arrangements. Lyanna stood at the tower window, wind ruffling the parchment in her hand. Maester Luwin gently touched her arm. "I pray the old gods guide you." She nodded, fear twisting in her gut. "Thank you, Maester. I'll do what I must." She found Jon soon after in his chamber, where he was tidying a trunk of his personal effects, old training swords, a few favorite books, a small wooden dire wolf figure she'd given him as a child. He looked up at her anxious face and immediately sensed something was settled. "Mother," he ventured. She drew a breath. "We go to King's Landing. We have no choice. We'll leave within the fortnight." Jon set down a wooden sword, trying to mask his trepidation. "I see," he said quietly. "Then I'll prepare." He fell silent, busying himself with the trunk. Lyanna watched the tension in his posture, the way his shoulders were drawn. She moved closer, resting a hand on his hair. "Jon, I promise I'll protect you. We'll be with Uncle Ned and we'll keep our eyes open. You only need to do as I tell you. Be polite, keep to yourself, avoid letting them provoke you." He nodded, though his face was pale. "What if the king tries to, if he thinks I'm a traitor, or that you are?" She pressed her hand against his cheek. "He will not succeed. I'll stand between you and any threat. Remember, the North is still behind us, and Uncle Ned is the hand of the king. They cannot act openly, or the realm would rise." She had to hope that was true. Jon's eyes glimmered with something like fear, but he gathered himself. "All right," he whispered. "I'll do my best, Mother." She kissed his brow. "We leave soon. Pack lightly." The words caught in her throat, pack lightly, to walk into the jaws of the lion. But she could not waver. She was the she-wolf of Winterfell, and she would face this new trial as she had faced all others, with determination carved from ice and grief. If Robert Baratheon forced her to risk the heart of her life, she would meet him on his own field and show him that she was not some frightened girl to be caged. She would be cunning, cautious, and if the realm's raging storm turned against her son, she would rend it apart before letting Jon come to harm. Over the next 2 weeks, preparations were made. A small group of Stark guards, men who had served the family for years, were chosen to escort Lyanna and Jon. Ser Barth would lead them, having proven his loyalty beyond question. They would ride with a pair of wagons, one for supplies, one for Lyanna and Jon's belongings. She left the day-to-day management of Winterfell in the hands of a trusted steward, with instructions to yield to no one but Ned Stark or herself. Quietly, she told the steward that if they did not return within half a year, he should keep the fortress strong and watch for ravens from the capital. As the departure day loomed, the king's courtiers noted every step, occasionally sending messages south to report. Lyanna let them see an image of docile compliance. Jon did the same, though she could see tension in his every movement. The boy tried to hide his nerves behind a mask of calm. She admired his courage, heartbreak twisting in her chest that he had to show it so soon. Dawn broke on the day they were to leave, painting the sky in pale streaks of pink and gray. The courtyard bustled with final tasks, guards checking horses, stable boys loading the wagons, the king's courtiers standing by their mounts. Lyanna dressed in a warm gray cloak trimmed with wolf fur, the Stark sigil pinned at her shoulder. Jon wore a simpler cloak of black wool, a small silver dire wolf clasp that Ned had once given him. He stood beside his mother, glancing around with solemn eyes. This was his home, the only one he had ever known. And now they were riding to a place that might mean his doom if fate turned cruel. Lyanna turned to gaze up at the looming towers of Winterfell, remembering the day she had returned here with Jon as an infant, swearing to keep him safe. The old stones seemed to whisper with the memories of her ancestors Rickard, Brandon, Eddard. She inhaled the cold northern air one last time, as if storing it for the journey. Then she gently placed a hand on Jon's shoulder and guided him to their horses. They mounted up with Ser Barth and the retinue forming around them. "Open the gates," Lyanna commanded. Her voice did not tremble. The massive wooden doors groaned apart, revealing the snow-dappled road that stretched south. She felt the hush of onlookers, servants, guards, even a few small folk watching from the walls, uncertain, worried for their lady and her son. She lifted her chin, letting them see no fear. "Forward," Ser Barth called, and the horses began to move. Lyanna spurred her mare gently, and Jon's mount followed. The king's courier and her 2 companions fell in line behind them, their faces unreadable. And so the small caravan passed beyond Winterfell's walls, the crisp morning wind tugging at cloaks, hooves crunching over old slush. Lyanna did not look back. She carried Winterfell in her heart, the memory of the place that had sheltered her secrets. Now she journeyed into uncertainty, a wolf among lions. If Robert Baratheon believed he could bend her or threaten Jon's life without consequence, he would soon learn otherwise. But in all her stoic resolve, she could not quell the flicker of dread that whispered through her that she was leading her child into the lair of the king who had once loved her and who might kill her son if the hidden truth ever came to light. She resolved to keep that truth buried, no matter the cost. Her duty was clear: survive the Red Keep, outmaneuver the Lannisters, keep Jon safe by any means. Winter had taught her the art of endurance, and if the southern courts believed her merely a relic of an old war, they would find a she-wolf's fangs hidden beneath the cloak. Let the dragons rise across the sea, let Robert muster armies, she would not yield. She would see Jon live and thrive, whatever storms the realm conjured. And if the day ever came that his Targaryen blood called him to a higher destiny, she would stand by him, unbroken. For that was the unspoken vow she had made when she had first cradled him, that she would shape him into something stronger than war's cruelty, a bridge between lines once riven by hate. So the horses carried them south, step by step, into the uncertain dawn. And Winterfell's gate closed behind, the old stones watching them go as if knowing that the shape of the realm's future rode with that departing pair. Lyanna Stark, the she-wolf who had seized her own fate, and Jon, the hidden dragon wolf who might yet change the course of history even if neither mother nor son could see clearly how. Their journey was only beginning, and the next turn of the wheel would spin in King's Landing, where the Game of Thrones welcomed all with jaws that rarely let go. They left Winterfell under the watery light of a northern dawn, the wind tugging at their cloaks and scattering loose bits of snow over the trodden ground. The small column made its way onto the narrow road, hooves clopping in hushed rhythm, wagons creaking behind. Lyanna rode near the front, her gaze fixed southward, mind churning with the weight of what she was about to face. Jon rode beside her, shoulders held stiff as if bracing for an invisible blow. Behind them came Ser Barth and his chosen guards, grim-faced northerners sworn to House Stark who wore furs and mail. Farther back, the 3 royal courtiers kept a measured distance, presumably content to let Lady Lyanna and her son lead, so long as they moved at a pace that would reach the neck in good time. The first days passed quietly, the harshness of the north slowly yielding to muddy roads and persistent drizzle. Patches of crusted snow clung to the roadside, but the worst of winter's grip had ebbed, leaving the terrain dull gray and brown. It was neither beautiful nor welcoming. Lyanna found herself grateful for that monotony. Perhaps the dreariness would keep prying eyes away, keep them safe from roving bandits or too curious travelers. Jon rarely spoke during these days on the road. He seemed lost in private thoughts, occasionally asking a question about the route or some practical matter. When they would next make camp, whether the horses should rest. Lyanna watched him from the corner of her eye. He was still a boy, but each trial had hardened him. She wished he could have known a gentler youth, filled with laughter and mischief instead of these ever-mounting threats. But the gods seldom gifted ease to Starks, and certainly not to one half Targaryen. On the 5th evening, they made camp near a cluster of twisted pines. The wind cut raw across the open ground, so they set up tents in a shallow hollow for shelter. Lyanna insisted on taking watch in the early hours. Despite the men's protests, this was not a duty befitting a lady. She refused to rest. She paced near the wagons, cloak wrapped tight around her body, gaze scanning the darkness. It had been years since she'd felt the simple hush of a night watch on the open road, and the old restlessness returned. She could almost hear the echo of her younger self, the wild girl who rode too fast and laughed at her father's admonitions. But so much had changed since those days, she scarcely recognized the woman she had become. At one point, she found Jon awake, sitting on a smooth rock near the tents, gazing at the pale glow of stars overhead. She approached quietly, her boots rustling the pine needles. "Couldn't sleep?" she asked softly. Jon shook his head. "I keep thinking about King's Landing." You've told me stories, the Red Keep with its high towers, the city around it with narrow streets and so many people. I've never seen anything like that. Lyanna exhaled, watching her breath turn to mist. You'll find it overwhelming at first. The noise, the heat, the press of bodies, it can feel stifling if you're used to the wide spaces of the north. But it has its wonders too. Markets teeming with goods from all over the world, performances in the squares, glimpses of the sea in the distance. Perhaps you'll find something to admire there. Jon pulled his knees to his chest, bracing himself against the chill. What about the king? What's he really like? She considered how to answer. Robert had once been a friend to her family, a larger-than-life figure, brave and boisterous. Now he was the man who might do unthinkable harm if he suspected the truth of Jon's parentage. He's strong, Lyanna said at last, her tone measured. He can be generous and bold, a man others naturally follow. But he's also wary of betrayal, perhaps more than ever since news of dragons across the sea. His anger runs deep, especially when it comes to House Targaryen. Keep that in mind, Jon. Don't provoke him. Don't mention anything that might recall old wounds. Jon's eyes flickered with understanding and a hint of anxiety. I won't. She touched his shoulder. We'll have Uncle Ned there, too. He's been navigating Robert's moods for years now. Our best chance is to show the king no reason to distrust us. Jon nodded, though Lyanna saw the swirl of fear in his eyes. She understood too well. Even with Ned's help, King's Landing would be a tightrope. One misstep, and Robert's wrath or Lannister cunning could snap around them like a noose. With a final squeeze of Jon's arm, she urged him to try sleeping. Then she resumed her pacing, steeling herself against the cold and the dread that coiled in her gut. They continued south at a measured pace. Each night, they camped with the same routine, setting guards, lighting small fires. The royal courtiers pressed them to hasten, but Lyanna refused to risk exhaustion of horses or men. She offered the polite excuse that traveling with a boy required caution and steady progress, not a forced march. In truth, she wanted to delay as long as possible, giving Ned more time to maneuver in King's Landing. If fortune favored them, some shift in politics might cause Robert to rescind or soften his demands. But no such reprieve came. By the time they reached Moat Cailin, the fortress was swarming with northern soldiers, assembling for the crown's war effort. Lyanna felt a surge of grim pride at the sight of so many men in stark livery, but it was tinged with sorrow. These men were gathering to march across the sea and fight a war not truly of their making. They shouted welcomes when they spotted Lady Lyanna. Some murmured in surprise to see her traveling with so few companions. She met with the castellan of Moat Cailin, verifying that rations and equipment were in order. The place was a maze of tents and half-ruined ramparts, the wind drifting through cracks in ancient stone. When a few of the higher-born northern lords asked after her journey, she maintained the official line. The king had requested Jon's fostering at court, a great honor and sign of the North's loyalty. Most lords accepted that explanation, though some eyed her with veiled sympathy. They remembered the stories. Lyanna Stark's disappearance, the war, the rumored father of her child. None dared speak it aloud, but beneath the politeness, they seemed to sense that this arrangement smelled of quiet menace. They departed Moat Cailin after a brief rest, crossing the swampy neck with the help of local guides. The columns of mustered soldiers remained behind, awaiting final orders from King's Landing to begin the march south. The deeper they went, the muggier the air grew, the wetlands thick with gnats. Jon wrinkled his nose at the smell of boggy water and rotting vegetation. Lyanna remembered passing through here once before, years ago, when she had fled her home chasing a dream. Felt like a lifetime. Now she returned with a very different burden. Past the neck lay the riverlands, where the terrain opened into wide fields and gentler hills. Spring came earlier here, so they rode through meadows dotted with fresh greenery. Travelers became more frequent. Merchants with wagons, farmers driving livestock to market, hedge knights seeking employment in the looming war. A sense of watchful tension clung to the roads. Rumors of dragons and Targaryen forces in Essos had trickled everywhere, and folks muttered that King Robert was gathering a massive host. Some eyed Lyanna's small party with curiosity, but her guards carried Stark banners, so few dared trouble them. She found herself wondering how the war might truly unfold. If Daenerys Targaryen had dragons, small though they might be, would Robert's armies stand a chance? The old histories told of how a single mature dragon could devastate thousands of foot soldiers. On the other hand, these were newborn creatures, presumably easy prey if found and attacked. Would the free cities welcome or oppose Robert's incursion? The politics of Essos were labyrinthine, with each city-state pursuing its own interests. Lyanna took little comfort in the knowledge that it might all be decided far from her immediate sphere, because if Robert triumphed in Essos, he would return with renewed authority, quite possibly turning that same zeal on any Targaryen threat at home, real or imagined. And if Robert were defeated, chaos could sweep Westeros, leaving House Stark in a precarious position. No outcome seemed free of peril. One afternoon, as they crossed a shallow ford in the Riverlands, Jon rode up beside Lyanna. "Mother," he said, "when we reach the capital, will there be some ceremony? Where the king receives us in his throne room?" He sounded uneasy. Lyanna's eyes flicked over the water, listening to the splash of hooves. "Likely, yes. Courtly custom demands a formal greeting. Robert may wish to show everyone how he has the North's goodwill. The queen will be there, too, and the royal children. You must stand tall, speak politely, and show no sign of fear." Jon nodded, swallowing. "If they ask about my father." "We maintain the same story as always," Lyanna said firmly. "He was a Northman who died in the war, no one of great renown. We name no house, no lineage. That is all. Let them gossip. We do not yield the truth." Jon's gaze dropped, but he managed a solemn nod. "Yes, mother." The journey pressed on. Each night brought them closer to King's Landing. They passed small towns with their humble inns and muddy streets, farmland with tiny plumes of smoke rising from village chimneys. Each night brought them closer to King's Landing. They passed small towns with their humble inns and muddy streets, farmland with tiny plumes of smoke rising from village chimneys, the wide waters of the Trident shining under pale sunlight. Lyanna caught herself staring at the river's currents, remembering that it was near these waters Robert had dueled Rhaegar and slain him. She pushed the memory aside, unwilling to dwell on that haunted history. It was enough that the echoes of it shaped their present fate. Eventually, they joined the King's Road proper, a well-traveled route patrolled by the Crown's men. Merchant caravans bustled, armed escorts riding alongside. Here, the presence of the Iron Throne's authority was more tangible. Tolls were collected at certain checkpoints, so Lyanna offered the official seal from King Robert's summons to avoid delay. The local crown officials peered at the parchment, recognized the royal sigil, and waved them through with a mixture of respect and wariness. As they drew closer to the city, the traffic grew heavier. Travelers from across the realm converged on the capital, some seeking coin or favor as the war loomed, others returning from distant errands. Lyanna felt tension coil ever tighter in her chest. In the evenings, she insisted they camp away from the busiest crossroads, preferring a quiet glade or the edge of a farmland grove to reduce prying eyes. The three royal courtiers, who had been polite but distant, seemed relieved that their journey was nearing its end. She suspected they wanted to deliver Lyanna and Jon to the Red Keep and conclude their task, freeing themselves of any suspicion if matters turned sour. At last, on a bright morning with the sun glinting off dew-slick grass, they crested a rise and beheld King's Landing in the distance. The city spread out around the Blackwater Bay like a sprawl of tawny and gray, walls rising around it, ships dotting the water. The Red Keep perched on a rocky promontory overlooking the bay, its towers of red stone shining under the sun. Even from this distance, Lyanna could see smoke drifting from countless chimneys, smell the faint tang of salt and sewage. Jon gazed at it wide-eyed, never having seen anything so large or crowded. "It looks massive," he murmured, "and noisy, even from here." Lyanna forced a small smile. "Yes, it's the largest city in Westeros. You'll find it overwhelming at first." He swallowed, giving a quick nod. Beside them, Ser Barth lifted a hand to shade his eyes. "We should reach the gates by midday, my lady." Lyanna spurred her horse onward, dread twisting in her gut. Each hoofbeat felt like a step deeper into the lion's den. If Robert or the Queen harbored any hidden designs, soon they would reveal themselves. She told herself they must appear calm, subservient to the summons. Any sign of hesitation could be used against them. The main gates of King's Landing stood open but heavily guarded. Gold cloaks patrolled the walls, their eyes scanning the incoming traffic. Lyanna's party approached with Stark banners raised high, prompting a stir of whispers and stares. One of the courtiers stepped forward to speak with the gate guards. After a brief inspection of the seal, they were waved through. The press of the city hit Lyanna at once, the noise of merchants hawking wares, the smells of unwashed bodies, horse manure, fried fish and onions, cheap wine. Jon coughed, wrinkling his nose. He clutched the reins, guiding his horse carefully through the throng. They made their way up the sloping streets, passing cramped buildings whose upper floors nearly touched above the narrow alleys. Citizens of all sorts paused to stare at the northern escort, pointing out the direwolf sigils. Now and then someone murmured, "Stark," and a hush fell, then the bustle resumed. Lyanna recalled the last time she had seen these streets, when she was barely more than a girl, glimpsing the capital through the swirl of war preparations. Such memories felt distant, belonging to a life that could have been another's. Eventually, they reached the gate of the Red Keep, perched on its high vantage. More gold cloaks and some Lannister guards stood about, their crimson cloaks and lion sigils bright in the sunlight. The trio of royal courtiers conferred with these men, who quickly relayed word to someone inside. Moments later, the gate was opened wide and a steward in fine robes hurried out to greet them. "Lady Lyanna Stark," he said, bowing deeply. "The king is informed of your arrival. You and your retinue may stable your horses within the courtyard. Rooms have been prepared. The hand of the king awaits you as well." A wave of relief touched Lyanna at the mention of Ned. At least they had an ally here, however precarious. She nodded curtly and led the group through the gates, past the towering walls of redstone. The courtyard bustled with activity, servants rushing to unload supplies, knights sparring in a corner, a few lesser lords conversing. Lyanna dismounted stiffly, handing the reins to a stable boy. Jon did the same, trying not to stare too openly at the grandeur. Moments later, she saw Ned striding across the courtyard, his gray cloak trailing behind him. He looked older than she remembered, lines of care etched into his face, but his eyes lit with relief at the sight of her. She felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. He was her brother, her ally in all this. She wanted to run to him, but too many onlookers hovered. Ned took her hands when he reached her, voice low. "Sister," he said, pressing them gently. Then his gaze shifted to Jon, who stood uncertainly behind. Ned squeezed Jon's shoulder in greeting. "You've grown, nephew." Jon managed a respectful bow. "Uncle Ned." Ned blinked, seemingly taken aback by how tall and solemn Jon had become. But he had no time to linger. He straightened, gesturing for them to follow. "Come, we've arranged chambers for you in Maegor's Holdfast. The king wishes to see you both soon, but there's no immediate demand. You'll want to wash off the road dust." Lyanna and Jon, along with their guard, were led through the corridors of the Red Keep. The scale of it was dizzying for one unused to southern castles, marble floors, towering columns, ornate tapestries depicting royal victories. Servants bowed at every turn, though Lyanna sensed curiosity in their glances. Ned guided them to a cluster of chambers off a long gallery. He told Ser Barth that quarters for the guards were adjacent, then ushered Lyanna and Jon into a spacious suite. Inside, the floors were polished stone, a carved wooden table sat near the window, and two bedchambers branched off from a small sitting room. Velvet drapes, plush chairs, everything felt distinctly southern, opulent compared to the stark practicality of Winterfell. Lyanna's mouth tightened as she took it in. This was not her domain. The walls themselves seemed to hum with secrets. Ned closed the door behind them, leaving only the three of them, Lyanna, Jon, and himself. He let out a breath. "Welcome," he said quietly, "though I wish it were under kinder circumstances." Lyanna's eyes flicked over him. "What does Robert intend?" she asked in a hush. "Is this truly about fostering Jon, or is there some trap?" Ned ran a hand over his beard, his expression grave. "I've done all I can to gauge his motives. On the surface, he claims it's an honor, a show of trust in the Starks. The Queen's men, particularly Tywin Lannister, voiced the notion that if the North is to stand fully behind the crown in the coming war, a symbolic pledge is needed. Bringing Jon here cements that pledge." Jon stood stiffly, listening with visible unease. "So I'm a hostage," he said. Ned frowned. "Robert insists it's no such thing, that you'll be treated as a ward of the crown, free to learn swordplay from the King's Guard, attend lessons with the princes, and so forth. But in truth, yes, a form of hostage, or at least leverage." Lyanna's anger simmered. "Does he suspect anything about Jon? About Rhaegar? Or is this purely politics?" Ned's gaze dropped. "I can't be certain. He hasn't said so openly, and I see no sign he's convinced Jon is Targaryen blood. But fear of Targaryens is high. If the slightest rumor gains traction, we must tread carefully. Right now, he's preoccupied with the war to come. He plans an expedition to Essos, but the logistics are complicated. The Lannisters push him to act swiftly while others caution waiting. Daenerys Targaryen's dragons are said to be growing, though details remain scarce. Robert's mood darkens daily, and any suspicion or rumor could spark another purge. Lyanna closed her eyes for a moment, steadying herself. Then she asked, "How soon must we present ourselves to him?" "Tonight or tomorrow at the latest," Ned said. "He'll likely hold a small welcoming feast. Then you'll be introduced in the throne room with whatever pomp they muster. After that, your daily life depends on the court's whims. There will be suppers, council sessions you're not privy to, intrigue swirling. I'll be near if you need me, but my duties as hand keep me busy." The Queen's set of courtiers is especially vigilant: Lord Varys, Peter Baelish, Pycelle, and others. They'll watch for any weakness or secret. It's what they do. Lyanna nodded grimly. "Then we must show no cracks. Jon and I will play the part of grateful guests." Ned looked at Jon with a semblance of a smile. "You'll have a chance to train in the yard, meet other squires and wards. Just keep your head down. If Prince Joffrey or his siblings trouble you, do not rise to the bait. The less notice you draw, the better." Jon swallowed. "I'll remember, Uncle." Ned ruffled his nephew's hair, a fleeting warmth in his demeanor. Then he turned to Lyanna. "Rest. I'll send for hot water so you can wash. We have until this evening before Robert expects you in the Great Hall. We'll manage the formalities then." He departed, leaving them in a hush broken only by the faint murmur of palace life through the walls. Lyanna let out a long breath, scanning the suite. Jon set down his travel pack, stepping gingerly onto the thick carpet as if uncertain it was permitted. At the window, the city sprawled below, rooftops and winding streets ablaze with midday sun. A pair of servants soon arrived with steaming buckets of water, filling a copper tub in a small side chamber. Lyanna let Jon wash first, half-chuckling at his wide-eyed reaction to the heated water and scented soap, so different from Winterfell's simpler basins. He emerged somewhat less travel-worn, hair damp and curling at the ends. Then Lyanna bathed in her turn, scrubbing away the layers of dust. She forced herself to remain calm, mentally rehearsing the polite greetings she would offer the king, how she would bow, how she would keep her face impassive if Robert tried to unearth old memories. When they finished, fresh clothes had been laid out, northern-style garments but cut from finer cloth. For Jon, a doublet of deep gray with subtle dye wolf embroidery at the collar. For Lyanna, a gown of dark blue trimmed in silver thread with a wolf fur mantle to drape over her shoulders. She had never been one for elaborate southern fashion, but Ned must have arranged something that would not look too plain in a royal court. Jon tugged at his collar, grimacing. "It's stiff." Lyanna stifled a half-smile. "You'll get used to it. Court life demands appearances." He nodded, smoothing the fabric. There was a tension in the line of his jaw, a flicker of apprehension in his eyes. Lyanna understood. Stepping into that hall meant stepping into danger. She laid a hand on his shoulder. "Stay by my side. Let me speak unless you're spoken to directly. Show courtesy, but keep your words brief. We'll survive this." As evening approached, a steward came to escort them to the Great Hall. The corridors were a labyrinth of torchlit tapestries and polished floors. Jon stayed close, glancing at the ornate suits of armor that lined the walls, some from the Targaryen era, others more recent. Eventually, they reached the hall's massive doors, carved with scenes of battles. Guards stood aside to admit them. Inside, the Great Hall of the Red Keep soared. Rows of tall columns supported a vaulted ceiling, banners of the Baratheon stag and the Lannister lion hanging above. Braziers along the sides cast a warm glow. At the far end, upon the Iron Throne, sat King Robert Baratheon himself, though he seemed more sprawled than regally perched. A handful of courtiers clustered around, while others stood at a distance. Queen Cersei sat in a separate seat near the throne, flanked by her children. Ned Stark was off to one side, along with the King's Council, Varys in his flowing robes, Peter Baelish with his calculating gaze, Grand Maester Pycelle in his chain, and so on. Jaime Lannister lounged near the base of the throne in Kingsguard white, arms folded. A hush spread as Lyanna and Jon entered, guided down the center aisle by a steward. Lyanna's heart thumped. She walked with her head high, posture proud but not defiant. Jon stepped just behind her, gaze scanning the hall in wonder and caution. Whispers drifted through the onlookers. Lyanna Stark returned to the city after so many years, rumored dead once, rumored a captive, now escorting a son with no declared father. Robert stirred, leaning forward. His once powerful frame had thickened over the years, his beard shot with gray, but his presence still filled the space. He wore a fur-trimmed cloak pinned with a golden stag brooch. When Lyanna reached a respectful distance, she bowed her head. Jon followed suit, dipping into the best approximation of a courtly bow. Lyanna Stark, Robert said, his voice echoing through the hall. At last, you've come. We were beginning to wonder if you'd lost your way on the King's Road. She lifted her gaze. Forgive the delay, your grace. The road was long and winter slow to yield, but we have answered your summons. Robert eyed Jon. So this is the boy. He waved a hand. Come closer, lad. Jon shot Lyanna a glance, then stepped forward cautiously. He sank into a proper bow. Your grace, he said, voice steady. Robert studied him for a moment, expression unreadable. Then he gave a short nod. You've your mother's coloring, I see, though a bit of the Stark looks through your eyes. He grunted. We'll make a courtly young man of you yet. Perhaps you'll learn from my own sons or from the King Guard. That's why you're here, after all, to forge bonds in these troubled times. His gaze shifted to Lyanna. You're welcome in the Red Keep. Let it be known that you are guests under my protection. Lyanna inclined her head. We thank you, your grace. A ripple of subdued applause passed among the watchers, though some faces, like Queen Cersei's, remained impassive. The Queen's green eyes flicked from Lyanna to Jon, her painted lips curved in a faint, cold smile. Next to her, Prince Joffrey lounged in his seat, eyes narrowed. The younger children, Myrcella and Tommen, peered with more open curiosity. Jaime Lannister tapped a gloved hand on his sword belt as if bored. Ned approached from the side, addressing the king. If it pleases your grace, Lady Lyanna and her son have traveled far. Perhaps they might retire to the feast in a smaller setting or sup in their chambers. Robert waved a dismissive hand. Yes, yes, let them rest. But first, let all here see that House Stark stands with the crown. His gaze swept over the assembled. We ride to war soon enough. Let no one doubt the loyalty of the North. He rose from the throne with a grunt, stepping down heavily. A hush fell. Standing before Lyanna and Jon, Robert extended a broad hand. Lyanna, uncertain, took it cautiously. He clasped her fingers, and though he made a show of smiling, his eyes carried a flicker of old pain. Welcome to King's Landing, he repeated, louder. Then he dropped her hand and turned to address the hall. We shall hold a feast tomorrow to celebrate this union of houses. For tonight, let them rest. The onlookers began to disperse in a swirl of whispered conversation. Ned guided Lyanna and Jon back out of the great hall, away from the stairs. Lyanna's pulse pounded at her temples. The entire encounter had been mercifully brief, but no less nerve-wracking. Robert had not accused them of anything, had not demanded immediate proof of loyalty. That was something. Yet the tension had been thick in the air, especially around Cersei. As they returned to their suite, Ned murmured, tomorrow's feast will be more formal. Keep your wits about you. The Queen will be present, along with many lords who'll want to meet you both. Some may pepper Jon with questions about his lineage. Don't let them corner him. Lyanna nodded. We'll be ready. They parted ways, Ned returning to his duties, leaving Lyanna and Jon to the relative refuge of their chambers. Jon released a shaky breath once the door closed. That was tense, he said. Does the king always stare so hard? Lyanna stepped to the window, glancing at the reddening sky as dusk fell. He does when it concerns something personal. We must tread carefully, Jon. Tomorrow's feast is only the beginning. Court life can be 1,000 subtle daggers. Varys, Baelish, the Queen, they'll all test us, see if they can glean secrets. We give them nothing. Jon nodded, though she could see his exhaustion. The day had been long, the weeks of travel draining, and now this swirl of uncertainty. I'll be careful, he murmured. Good. She allowed a small, reassuring smile. Rest now. We'll face tomorrow together. He retreated to the adjoining room, leaving Lyanna alone. She sank into a chair, gazing at the lamp's flickering flame. Already, she felt the Red Keep closing in like a labyrinth of eyes. The old fear rose in her, that a single slip of the tongue, a single glance too revealing, might condemn Jon. She recalled how close Robert had stood to her in the hall, how he had once sworn to kill every dragon spawn, how the Queen's eyes gleamed with cunning. Yet tomorrow demanded a public display of warmth and cooperation. She would do as she had always done, hide her truths behind a mask of calm. She had not seized Winterfell only to let her son fall into the lion's jaws now. She'd endure every pleasantry, every cunning question, and deflect them all. Should Robert or Cersei press too far, she would push back softly, carefully, never giving them cause to strike. This was a different battlefield, but a battlefield all the same. If the war with Daenerys Targaryen and her dragons loomed beyond the seas, then here within these walls was another war, one of whispers and secrets. Lyanna meant to prevail in both for Jon's sake. At dawn, she awoke to the muffled clamor of the city below. Through the high windows, she saw pale sunlight wash over rooftops. Servants brought trays of bread, fruit, and weak ale, as well as water for washing. Jon dressed in a fresh tunic and breeches, black with subtle embroidery. Lyanna donned a gown of gray with a wolf fur collar pinned by a silver clasp. She examined her reflection in a small polished mirror, noticing the shadows beneath her eyes. She had not slept well. No matter. She would rely on willpower to carry her through. Before the feast that evening, Ned arranged for a midday audience, just him, Lyanna, and Jon in a smaller council chamber. The room held a long table, a few cushioned chairs, and shelves of dusty ledgers. It was a place for private talk. Lyanna was grateful for a moment of calm. Born little fruit so far. Bravos might lend ships for a high price, Pentos remains aloof, and Myr or Lys might side with the Targaryens if they smell opportunity. Still, Robert is determined to press forward. He's begun mustering soldiers from the Reach, the Westerlands, the Crownlands. He expects the North to march soon, but that's slowed by the snows and the long distance. He sighed, glancing at Jon. The king likely means to keep you here, lad, while your mother oversees the departure of northern forces once the roads are fully open. But for now, you'll both remain in the capital. He says it's for your education, your introduction to southern courts. I say it's for control. But we must not betray any resentment. Lyanna frowned. He's not ordering me to return north to manage the muster? Ned shook his head. Not yet. He wants to see you both settle into court. Perhaps he suspects you'd vanish if he gave you leave. Or perhaps he simply wants you under his eye. He's told me that once the North is fully mobilized, the command might pass to one of your lords, Roose Bolton, maybe, or Wyman Manderley, so that you remain here with Jon. Lyanna's lips tightened. I'll do whatever I must to protect him. Let them think it's goodwill. Ned then warned of the Queen's circle. Cersei holds her own council, but her father, Lord Tywin, is visiting soon. He wields enormous influence. Joffrey may sneer at you, but watch out for Myrcella and Tommen too. They're often overshadowed, yet the Queen is fiercely protective. Any hint of insult could be twisted. Jon made a face. I'll avoid them if I can. It may not be so easy. Ned gave him a rueful smile. The Queen might insist you share lessons with Prince Tommen or train with Joffrey's men. She'll want to see how you fare, perhaps to test your humility or skill. If they bait you, do not respond in anger. A single scuffle could become a scandal. Lyanna touched Jon's arm. He understands. We won't give them reason to brand us troublemakers. At length, Ned rose, saying he had to attend a council session, but that he would meet them before the feast to escort them in. Until then, remain in your chambers or walk the garden if you wish, but be discreet. Varys's little birds are everywhere. After he left, Lyanna felt the pressing weight of the hours to come. She and Jon ventured a short walk in the castle gardens, a walled enclosure lined with trimmed hedges, exotic flowers, and a fish pond. Guards trailed at a polite distance, and Lyanna glimpsed a few courtiers wandering the paths. She exchanged a few stiff nods, aware that every move was watched. Jon seemed subdued. He gazed at a cluster of pale blossoms, then at the broad walkway leading to a covered arbor. Through the arches, they glimpsed the sprawl of the city below the castle walls. They returned to their suite, passing the time in quiet conversation. Jon asked about who might attend the feast. Lyanna explained that many influential lords and ladies, likely the Tyrells, some of the lesser Crownlands houses, perhaps ambassadors from Dorne, might all be present. All of them will be curious about you, about me, she said. We must give them nothing but polite courtesies and empty pleasantries. Evening fell and a steward arrived to guide them to the banquet. Lyanna felt her pulse quicken as they traversed torchlit corridors and arrived at a large dining hall, smaller than the throne room but still lavish. Tables were laid out in a horseshoe with the highest table on a dais for the king and queen, plus honored guests. Candlelight gleamed off gold plates, the aroma of roasted meats and spiced wines hung in the air. Already a throng of courtiers mingled, their jewels and silk doublets reflecting an abundance of wealth. Ned met them near the entrance, garbed in formal attire. Stay with me, he whispered. Robert will want to greet you, then seat you near him so the court can see. They advanced into the hall. Conversations hushed, eyes turned. Lyanna kept her chin high, heart pounding. Robert stood by the dais, a goblet in hand, wearing a tunic embroidered with the stag sigil in gold thread. Cersei was at his side, draped in emerald silk that matched her eyes, hair twisted in an ornate style. Her lips curved in a refined smile, but the coldness in her gaze was unmistakable. Joffrey lingered beside her in princely finery while Myrcella and Tommen stood behind, flanked by a couple of Lannister cousins. Robert spread his arms as if in welcome. "There they are, the honored guests," he boomed. "Lyanna, Jon, come. Drink with us." A servant appeared with cups of wine. Lyanna took one, bowing her head. Jon took a smaller cup, likely watered wine. Robert clinked his goblet against Lyanna's in a gesture that felt oddly intimate or perhaps mocking of their long-ago betrothal. She sipped politely, forcing a controlled smile. The queen's voice purred through the hush. "We are delighted you accepted the king's gracious invitation, Lady Lyanna," she said. "It has been far too long since your presence graced the capital. And young Jon," she added, her gaze sliding over him in appraisal, "you have your mother's bearing. We trust you will find the Red Keep enlightening." Jon bowed stiffly, the flush on his cheeks betraying nerves. "Thank you, your grace," he managed. Cersei's gaze lingered. Then she waved a hand. "Take your seats. Let the feast begin. We toast the unity of the realm in these troubled times." They ascended the dais, Ned guiding Lyanna and Jon to seats near the king. At once, servants swept in with platters of food, roasted duck with honey, spiced sausages, fruit tarts, loaves of fresh bread. Wine flowed freely. A troupe of minstrels struck up a lively tune. The hall buzzed with chatter as courtiers observed the tableau. King Robert cheerfully passing a dish to Lyanna, the queen watching with a tranquil expression, Ned glancing between them. It was a stage, a performance meant to reassure the realm that House Stark was in step with the crown. From her seat, Lyanna caught glimpses of the higher tables, lords from the Westerlands, like the ever-imposing Tywin Lannister, who had arrived that day. He sat at a slight remove, cool and silent, giving occasional nods to those who addressed him. Near him were Kevan Lannister and other kinsmen. On the other side sat Ser Jaime Lannister, incorrigibly handsome in Kingsguard white, speaking with a sly grin to Peter Baelish. Varys floated from group to group, an amiable spectre, while Pycelle dozed between courses. Closer to the royal dais were high-born ladies from various houses, clad in shimmering gowns, whispering behind fans as they cast glances at Lyanna and Jon. Midway through the meal, Robert turned to Jon with a broad, ale-scented grin. "So, boy, do you ride well? We'll have you out hunting soon enough, show you the Kingswoods. The stags grow fat this time of year." Jon carefully swallowed his bite of bread. Lyanna willed him calm. He answered, "I ride passably, your grace. I look forward to seeing the southern forests." Robert bellowed a chuckle. "We'll make a hunter of you yet. Or perhaps you fancy the sword. Plenty of knights around to teach you. Even my firstborn," he trailed off, waving his goblet at Joffrey, who sat with a sullen expression a few chairs away. "He could use a sparring partner near his age, though I warn you, he's got a sharp tongue." Joffrey lifted his chin, regarding Jon. "I prefer to train with men more advanced, father," he drawled. "But if the northern boy can keep up, I won't object." A thin smirk crossed his lips. Lyanna felt a tremor of protective anger. She forced a civil smile. "Jon is always eager to learn, your highness. He's never had the chance to train in such a grand setting." Robert waved the tension away. "There, it's settled. You'll find your feet soon enough, lad." He gulped more wine, then turned to Lyanna, leaning in. "And you, how does Winterfell fare? I trust the snows were not too hard on the small folk this year." Lyanna answered with practiced composure, describing the winter's toll and the slow approach of spring, the mustering of troops. She kept her tone factual, offering no sign of resentment. Robert nodded often, though she could see his attention drifting. His mood was cheerful on the surface, yet there was a restless undercurrent. When she mentioned the mustering at Moat Cailin, he stiffened slightly, as if reminded of the real reason the realm was so tense. Eventually, the feast ended. Courtiers meandered away in groups, some to private gatherings, some to bed. Robert departed with a wave, announcing he wished to drink more in his solar. The queen, her posture regal, offered a parting smile. Lyanna noticed how Cersei's gaze lingered on Jon, assessing him as one might a newly purchased horse. The queen said nothing directly, but that thoughtful look worried Lyanna. She suspected Cersei was appraising the boy's value or threat to her children. Ned escorted Lyanna and Jon back to their chambers through a network of corridors lit by sputtering torches. He exhaled wearily once they reached the door. "You did well," he said. Robert seemed at ease, for the most part. "That's a blessing, given how he's been raging about Targaryens. The queen is another matter." Lyanna nodded. "I saw how she watched Jon. She'll keep him in her sights." Ned's face darkened. "I'll do what I can, but keep him close. Avoid letting him be alone with Joffrey or anyone from the queen's retinue. Meanwhile, I'll try to glean more from the council about Robert's war plans." They said their goodnights and Lyanna retreated to her rooms with Jon. The boy slumped in a chair, looking drained. That was uncomfortable, he admitted. So many stairs, so much talking I could barely follow. Lyanna placed a hand on his shoulder. Feasts in King's Landing often feel that way. You handled yourself admirably. We must endure these occasions until we can return home. She brushed a stray curl from his forehead. But watch Joffrey. He's prideful and cruel if rumors are true. Don't let him bait you. Jon nodded, expression grim. I won't. I promise. She bid him rest, then checked the latch on the door, an old habit from her time in the tower. Though she was in the heart of the Red Keep, the sense of being surrounded by potential enemies never left her. She did not trust the gold cloaks or the servants. Spies might slip through unseen, listening at keyholes. Even the walls might have hidden passageways, as she had heard rumored. Still, they had no choice but to endure. The next days brought a subtle routine. Ned arranged for Jon to train in the courtyard with other young squires and pages under the watchful eye of the master-at-arms, a grizzled knight named Ser Aaron. Lyanna accompanied Jon the first day, quietly observing from the sidelines. She recognized a few other highborn lads, a squire from House Redwine, a tall boy from House Craighall, and Prince Tommen Lannister himself. Tommen, younger than Jon by 2 years, had a round, friendly face and seemed good-natured, lacking Joffrey's arrogance. Joffrey occasionally looked on from a balcony above, but rarely deigned to join them. Now and then he heckled Tommen or the other lads, but kept his distance. Jon maintained a polite composure, ignoring Joffrey's jibes. Ser Aaron praised Jon's existing skill with the sword, though it was clear the lad would need to adapt to new forms of training and southern styles. After these morning sessions, Jon would study reading and writing under a court tutor, along with some lessons in the Seven and introduction to Southern religion, since the Starks followed the old gods. Lyanna allowed it, though she saw the glimmer of confusion in Jon's eyes when confronted with Septons and the faith of the Seven. She consoled him that understanding the South did not mean forsaking his roots. Meanwhile, Lyanna spent much of her time navigating social calls. Ladies from various houses invited her to midday meals or strolls in the gardens, feigning interest in her tales of the North, peppering her with indirect questions about Jon's father. She learned to smile and give vague answers. A loyal bannerman who perished, a private sorrow she preferred not to dwell on. Some seemed disappointed at the lack of scandalous detail. Others pressed her on the war, on whether the North was truly ready to fight across the sea. Lyanna maintained a careful neutrality, praising King Robert's leadership, offering confidence in House Stark's loyalty, never revealing the fear coiled in her heart. She saw Robert only sporadically, at feasts or official gatherings. He was often in council sessions or closeted with lords discussing the Essos campaign. Once, he invited her to take wine in a small garden courtyard. She went reluctantly. He had dismissed all others, wanting a private chat. The moment reminded her of simpler times, but the man who greeted her was older, heavier, and deeply weighed by the burdens of kingship. Still, his booming laugh and thick-limbed presence stirred memories of the roguish young Robert who had once carried her favor in a tourney. "It does me good to see you here, Lyanna," he said, sipping wine under the shade of a lemon tree. "After all these bloody years." She glanced at the carved bench where they sat, exhaling. "A great deal has changed, Robert." He half smiled, eyes clouding. "Aye, war changes everything. But we have a second chance, in a way. You with your boy, me with my throne. Perhaps we can build something lasting out of the ashes." She studied him. "Is that truly your hope? Or is this about ensuring the North's submission to the war in Essos?" He barked a laugh that lacked true mirth. "Ah, you never did mince words. I want unity, yes. The Targaryens threaten us, Lyanna, you must see it. If that girl across the sea has dragons, even small ones, she could rally sellswords and lords who despise me. I cannot allow another war to ravage the realm. Better to snuff out the threat before it spreads." Lyanna's heart twisted. "You've known enough bloodshed for one lifetime. Are you so sure more is the only way?" His jaw set. Rhaegar's line should have died at the sack of King's Landing. They slipped through. Now the realm pays the price. Sometimes the only way to peace is stamping out those who'd threaten it. He took another long drink, eyes distant. "Let's not quarrel. I cherish these moments when we can talk without the court listening. You look well, truly." She forced a tight smile. "I'm grateful for your hospitality, Your Grace." He gazed at her a moment, a flicker of old longing in his eyes. Then he sighed. If only it had been different. But we move on. Abruptly, he drained the cup. "I must see to the council. We meet again soon." Lyanna departed, shaken. His words about stamping out Targaryens echoed in her mind. She pictured how close he'd come to discovering Jon's bloodline. She prayed he never did, for his wrath would be unstoppable. Time wore on, and life in King's Landing continued in a swirl of preparations for war. Rumors flew that Lord Tywin might invest massive funds in the Crown's expedition, that the Tyrells might offer ships in exchange for more privileges, that Renly Baratheon was recruiting knights in the Stormlands. All the while, Daenerys Targaryen's name hovered like a dark omen. Jon adapted quietly. He trained, studied, avoided trouble. Joffrey occasionally made scornful remarks, but Jon learned to bow and walk away. Tommen, shy and well-meaning, sometimes attempted conversation with Jon in the training yard, and they found a cautious camaraderie. Myrcella, gentle and curious, watched the older boys with a mild smile but rarely approached. The Queen, however, kept a close eye. She would appear unannounced in the courtyard or in halls, greeting Jon with sweet politeness that felt more like a cat studying a mouse. Jon answered with quick bows, few words, and polite addresses of Your Grace. Lyanna praised him for his restraint, reminding him that the Queen was cunning. One afternoon, Lyanna joined the ladies of the court for a stroll in the royal garden. The Queen, leading the group in a dress of shimmering gold, steered conversation toward children. She asked each lady about their heirs and wards. Then her emerald gaze settled on Lyanna. "And you, Lady Lyanna," Cersei said with a delicate smile, "Jon is your only child, yes? A pity you never married to produce more. Are you certain you wish to remain unwed forever?" Lyanna met her eyes calmly. "My son is quite enough for me, Your Grace. I see no cause to wed unless it benefits House Stark or the realm." Cersei's lips curved faintly. "You are still of childbearing age, I believe. Many lords would court the sister of the Warden of the North. Perhaps in time you'll consider an alliance." Her gaze flicked around the circle, ensuring the other ladies heard. "We must all do our part to strengthen the Seven Kingdoms, yes?" Lyanna sensed the trap, Cersei subtly implying that as a single mother, her position was unusual, perhaps suspicious. She forced a small smile. "Should the realm's well-being require it, I will consider. For now, I focus on ensuring Jon's future." Cersei nodded, her smile cool. "Of course." She moved on, discussing other topics, but Lyanna recognized the unspoken threat. The Queen saw her as an anomaly. Should Lyanna become a nuisance, Cersei might push for some forced marriage or a political entanglement that separated her from Jon. Lyanna vowed to remain vigilant. Later that same week, a flicker of open hostility arrived. Joffrey decided to test Jon in the yard. Lyanna heard of it afterward from Ser Aaron. The prince had marched in mid-training, demanded Jon spar with him. Jon complied, uncertain how to refuse. Joffrey, older by a little over a year, fought aggressively, his footwork polished but his temper fueling each strike. Jon held his own for a time, but Joffrey scored a strike on Jon's thigh, knocking him to the ground. Then Joffrey pressed the wooden blade to Jon's throat, sneering. "Yield, northern pup," he allegedly hissed. Jon, breathless, had yielded. Joffrey smirked, stepping away, and proclaimed himself the superior swordsman. The onlookers glared or stayed silent, well aware of Joffrey's power as prince. Jon rose, swallowing humiliation, bowing respectfully. The prince strutted off, only half satisfied. When Lyanna heard the story, she was thankful Jon had the sense not to lash back. But she recognized the pattern. Joffrey wanted to show his dominance, to put Jon in his place. That would continue unless carefully managed. When she asked Jon about it, he shrugged, still nursing a bruise. "He's quick and taller. I tried not to lose my temper. I know if I beat him, it would be worse. But it stings." Lyanna pressed a hand to his shoulder. "You did well, not giving him cause to claim insult. We must endure. Remember, we survived to secure the future. One day, you'll be free of this place." Jon nodded, setting his jaw. "Yes, mother." Tom trickled on. Lyanna saw more of Robert's mercurial moods. He would sometimes pass her in a corridor and call her by name, a booming greeting, or he would brood in a corner of the council chambers, ignoring her presence. She heard from Ned that the war plan was accelerating, ships were being gathered, knights hired. Any day, Robert might declare the expedition ready to sail. If that happened, he might leave King's Landing for Essos himself or send half his men while he remained. In either scenario, the Queen and her circle would hold even more sway in the capital. Lyanna dreaded that day, fearing how unstoppable Cersei might become without Robert's presence as a counterweight. 1E. Venaying, Ned summoned her and Jon to a private meeting in his solar. The chamber was lined with maps, Westeros, Essos, the Narrow Sea. Wax-sealed letters littered Ned's desk. He stood behind it, brow furrowed. When they arrived, he beckoned them close, shutting the door. "I have news from across the sea," he said quietly. "Robert is finalizing plans to launch an army to Pentos or near it. Daenerys Targaryen has been spotted with a smaller Khalasar, some remnants of her dead husband's warriors. And the dragons, by all accounts, they live, though still small. She moves frequently, rumored to be seeking alliances with the free cities or with rebellious lords within Westeros. There are scattered reports that men who once served House Targaryen have pledged to her. Robert wants to end it before it grows." Jon listened, eyes widening. Lyanna asked, "Has Robert set a departure date?" Ned nodded grimly. "A fortnight from now or less. He'll lead a portion of the army himself while the Lannisters and Tyrells handle affairs at home. The North's troops are still en route, but Robert won't wait for them all. He expects them to follow as soon as they can. He's convinced a swift strike will catch Daenerys vulnerable." He hesitated, then fixed Lyanna with a somber look. "When Robert departs, I fear he'll leave the Queen as regent. Tywin Lannister may remain here, too, or at least keep a strong presence. That means if Cersei or Tywin suspect anything about Jon, you'll have no quick recourse to Robert's sense of guilt or old affection. In truth, he's the lesser evil in this nest of snakes. The Queen and her father show no mercy to those they deem threats." Lyanna's pulse thundered. "Then we must be doubly cautious. How long might Robert be gone?" Ned rubbed his temples. "No one can say. If they land in Essos and manage a quick victory, perhaps a few moons. But if Daenerys eludes them, or if the free cities get involved, it could drag on. Meanwhile, the realm might simmer with discontent. Balon Greyjoy mutters on the Iron Islands. Dorne remains aloof. The Vale is unsettled. It's a tinderbox." Lyanna closed her eyes, feeling the walls close in. If Robert sailed, leaving them at the mercy of the Lannisters, how would she protect Jon should rumors swirl? "Is there no way for me to leave with Jon?" she asked. "To slip back to Winterfell while the king is away?" Ned's expression darkened. "The Queen will never allow it. Robert might have let you go, but she will see your departure as a betrayal and attempt to free a potential hostage. She might lock the gates or claim you violated the king's trust." Jon stared at the floor, fists clenched. "So we're trapped here?" Lyanna forced calm into her voice. "We must survive, that's all. Wait until the war is resolved. Perhaps if Robert returns victorious, he'll lose interest in holding us. Or, if his campaign fails, the realm might see new changes in power. Either way, we keep our secrets." Ned gave them both a sober look. "I'll remain in the city, but if Robert commands me to join the campaign, I may have to sail with him. In that case, I'll do what I can to ensure you're not left defenseless. But beware, sister. If I'm gone, the Queen and her father could isolate you even more." Lyanna touched Ned's hand. "Pray that doesn't happen." Over the next days, the capital buzzed with frenetic energy. Soldiers from across Westeros congregated in camps outside the city, ships docked in the harbor bearing the royal sigil, supply wagons trundled through the gates. Robert oversaw it all with a sense of grim purpose. Banquets turned more raucous as he bid farewell to various lords and knights about to sail. Lyanna observed from the fringes, uneasy. Each feast or ceremony might hold some hidden dagger pointed at her or Jon. The Queen remained cordial in public, but behind those green eyes lay watchfulness. One afternoon, Joffrey confronted Jon in the presence of many onlookers in the courtyard. Lyanna, arriving in time to see the confrontation, froze at the edge of the crowd. The prince had approached Jon after training, demanding a rematch. Jon, sweaty and tired, was reluctant. Joffrey sneered, "Afraid I'll humiliate you again, Snow?" The use of that surname, Snow, stabbed like a barb. Some in the crowd tittered. Jon's cheeks colored, but he remembered Lyanna's instructions. "As you will, your highness," he said quietly, taking a wooden practice sword from the rack. They squared off. Joffrey lunged with surprising speed, pressing Jon onto the defensive. Blow after blow hammered Jon's guard. Lyanna saw the tension in Jon's stance. He was bigger now than he had been, but Joffrey moved with cunning, targeting Jon's weaker side. Twice, Jon blocked a strike that might have knocked him down. The onlookers muttered, some cheering for the prince, others quietly rooting for the northern boy. The Queen, gliding onto a nearby balcony, watched with an amused smile. Suddenly, Jon found an opening. He twisted aside from one of Joffrey's swings, pivoting behind him. The prince stumbled, off balance, and Jon could have struck him between the shoulder blades. Lyanna's heart seized. If Jon landed a blow that humiliated Joffrey in front of this crowd, the repercussions could be dire. She saw the flicker of hesitation in Jon's eyes. He pulled the strike, tapping Joffrey's back lightly instead of whacking him down. But even that stung Joffrey's pride. He spun, snarling, and cracked Jon's wrist with a fierce blow. Jon gasped, the wooden sword tumbling from his fingers. Joffrey lunged in and thrust the tip of his practice blade at Jon's throat. "Yield," he shouted, face red, chest heaving. Jon's eyes flashed with pain and frustration, but he managed, "I yield." A ripple of uneasy hush went through the spectators. Joffrey yanked the sword away, tossing it to the ground. "Pathetic," he spat, turning away. The queen from above merely nodded in satisfaction. Lyanna's fists clenched at her sides, but she forced herself not to intervene. Jon bent to retrieve his sword, nursing his wrist. The crowd dispersed, some murmuring sympathy, others muttering about the prince's temper. Lyanna later found Jon alone in a corner, flexing his bruised wrist. She checked it gently for fractures. "You did well not to provoke him," she said quietly. "I know it hurts." He grimaced, tears barely held back by pride. "I could have beaten him if I hadn't pulled that blow. But you've warned me not to shame him. This is so unfair." She kissed his temple. "We must endure. Survive. One day you'll be free to choose your own fights. For now, we can't risk it." Her heart ached for him, forced to swallow every spark of pride for the sake of safety. In that moment, she loathed King's Landing with every fiber of her being. That evening, Ned told Lyanna that Robert had at last announced a firm departure date. In less than a week, the king would sail, leading a fleet bound for Pentos or the surrounding area, searching for Daenerys Targaryen and her rumored allies. Ned was not explicitly commanded to join, so he would remain the hand in Robert's absence, effectively overseeing the city with the queen. That was a small mercy, though Ned confided he was uncertain if it might change, as Robert was known for last-minute decisions. "I'll do my utmost to keep you both safe," Ned promised, "even if it means defying the queen. But we can't afford open confrontation unless forced." Lyanna gripped his hand. "Thank the gods you're not sailing. We have more chance with you here." Soon enough, the day of departure arrived. Lyanna and Jon stood on the high walls of King's Landing, looking down at the harbor. A massive flotilla of ships, sails emblazoned with stags and lions, prepared to leave. Trumpets blared, small folk crowded the quays to cheer or watch anxiously. Robert, wearing plate armor and a heavy fur cloak despite the mild southern weather, boarded the flagship with a retinue of knights and lords. Cannon-like booms of signal horns echoed across the water. Gradually, the ships pulled away, rowers churning, sails catching the breeze. On the walls, Cersei stood with her children, flanked by guards. She waved graciously, projecting an image of the dutiful queen sending off her king. Lyanna looked at Robert's ship, feeling a storm of conflicting emotions. She remembered him once as a suitor, gallant if rough around the edges, then as a vengeful rebel, then as a victorious king. Now he was off to wage another war fueled by old grudges against the Targaryens. She feared that if he won, his hatred might only deepen. If he lost, the chaos might be worse. In all outcomes, she and Jon were in the thick of it. When the ships vanished on the horizon, the queen turned away, her posture suddenly more rigid, as though she had just donned a new mantle of power. She caught Lyanna's eye across the battlements and offered a thin-lipped smile. That fleeting expression said what words need not: "Robert's gone, and we remain. The city is under our dominion. Beware." In the days that followed, the queen held court more frequently, presiding from the Iron Throne while Ned sat at her side as hand. Petitions came from merchants, minor lords, knights asking for charters or judgments. Lyanna attended a few sessions to observe, but found them stifling. She noticed how Cersei often flattered Ned in public, but behind closed doors she insisted on her will. A subtle power struggle lurked, which Ned mostly yielded to for peace's sake. He was not the type to relish conflict over minor matters. Meanwhile, Tywin Lannister arrived in splendor, occupying a grand suite and striding about the Red Keep with leonine confidence. The Great Lord was a commanding presence, silver-blonde hair receding but still thick, his pale green eyes cold as ice. He paid polite courtesies to Lyanna at a formal reception, inquiring about the North's readiness, showing no warmth. She suspected he disliked the fact that House Stark had any influence here, but he would abide by it if it served his family's interests. Jon's routine continued, training and lessons under watchful gazes. He avoided confrontation with Joffrey, although the prince found small ways to taunt him, snide remarks in hallways, mocking references to bastards from the snowdrifts, and so on. Tommen, a gentler soul, sometimes apologized for his brother's behavior, which Jon accepted with quiet gratitude. Myrcella smiled kindly if they crossed paths, but seldom spoke. The queen supervised them rarely, but her handmaids or guards often lingered nearby, observing. Lyanna sensed the tension in Jon growing day by day. The The city grated on him the forced politeness with those who disdained him. She tried to give him as much comfort as possible, reminding him that each day passed meant one day closer to an eventual resolution. Whether that resolution involved Robert returning triumphant or Daenerys Targaryen somehow altering the balance of power, she couldn't say. Summer's heat pressed upon the capital. The red keep stones radiated warmth, and the stench of the lower city grew rank as the sun baked the refuse. Sometimes, from a high balcony, Lyanna would watch the shimmering haze over Blackwater Bay and wonder if across those waters Robert was clashing with Targaryen loyalists. The realm teetered on an unseen edge. She spent her nights in restless half-sleep, checking on Jon in his chamber, ensuring the door was barred. At last, word arrived that Robert had landed near Pentos and was marching inland, searching for Daenerys Targaryen's whereabouts. Reports were scarce, conflicting. Some said the Dothraki remained scattered, others claimed they'd united behind the Dragon Queen. The small council in King's Landing argued over whether to send more ships, whether to raise additional taxes. Ned kept Lyanna informed with what little clarity he had. Meanwhile, the Queen gloated that soon Daenerys would be found and destroyed, her dragons extinguished. Lyanna forced a neutral expression whenever she heard it, but inwardly recoiled. As the capital's occupant for many weeks now, Lyanna found she had lost track of time in a haze of caution and guarded politeness. She managed to avoid any direct threat so far. Varys occasionally approached her, all soft smiles and cryptic remarks, inquiring if she needed anything, how she found the city's hospitality. She returned polite trivialities. Littlefinger offered sly half-bows and compliments, dropping hints that he could be a friend if she wished. She politely declined, suspecting he was the sort who always had an angle. Pycelle dozed through half of every feast, and the lords of lesser houses seemed content to watch from the sidelines. But in that stagnant calm, Lyanna began to wonder if she might eventually slip away. If Robert's war dragged on, if Ned's influence could keep the Queen from clamping down, maybe they could request leave to visit the north. But every time she entertained the thought, some new sign of the Queen's vigilance emerged. Once, a pair of gold cloaks attempted to question Jon in a corridor, politely inquiring about his mother's schedule and his father's name. He brushed them off and told Lyanna. Another time, a lady from House Rosby cornered Lyanna at a supper, pressing for gossip about Jon's father. The interest in that old question had not diminished. Late one night, Lyanna was awakened by a faint scratching noise. She rose from bed, heart pounding, and stepped to the chamber door, where her guard stood. He reported that someone had been lurking in the corridor, a shadowy figure who vanished when confronted. She spent the rest of the night sleepless, the candle by her bedside burning low. They were being watched. Then, as the oppressive heat deepened, a new letter arrived from beyond the sea, one that brought dread roiling back. It bore Robert's seal, but the script was rushed, spattered with what might have been drops of sweat or blood. Ned received it in the council chamber, read it with a stony face, then hurried to Lyanna's chambers. Jon was with her, quietly reading. Ned dismissed him to the adjoining room, then showed Lyanna the letter. Wife of Khal Drogo marches with dragons in the Red Waste. Impossible terrain, but rumor says her beasts thrive in the heat. Our forces cannot find her. She moves like a ghost. Viserys Targaryen confirmed dead. Some lords of Lys and mere whisper they might support her. We have faced no open battle yet. Morale wanes. If the Targaryen whelp calls upon old loyalties in Westeros, we must be ready to snuff them out. Watch the north. Show no mercy if Targaryen sympathizers stir. All must stand with the crown. Robert. Lyanna lowered the parchment, her hands trembling. She saw Ned's grim look. The letter's final lines were a directive to intensify the purge of any Targaryen sympathizers. It did not name her, but the subtext was chilling. If a rumor arose that Jon was Rhaegar's son, the Queen might seize that order as justification to act immediately. What do we do? Lyanna whispered. He's telling us to show no mercy. The Queen might interpret that however she likes. Ned's face was drawn. I'll try to limit her. But the Queen has grown bolder with Robert away so long. If she or Tywin suspect anything, they won't hesitate. Lyanna felt her throat tighten. If it comes to a direct threat, we must flee. I won't let Jon be cornered. We could try to slip out by night, find a ship. Ned grasped her arms gently. That's madness. The harbor is guarded, the roads watched. Even if you made it out, traveling all the way north would be perilous. The Queen would brand you traitors. I'd have no choice but to, he swallowed hard. We can't do that unless all else fails. She nodded, tears burning her eyes, frustration and fear warping her voice. We're caged, Ned. Robert's letter only tightens the bars. He rested his forehead against hers for a moment, a rare show of vulnerability. I know, sister. I'm sorry. We do what we've always done, endure, watch for a safer moment. Perhaps Daenerys's threat will fade, or Robert will relent if he sees no open rebellion. That's all we can cling to. After Ned left, Lyanna sat at the window, staring at the flicker of torches in the courtyard below. The Queen's watchers prowled, and somewhere across the sea, a Targaryen girl roamed deserts with baby dragons, eluding Robert's armies. The realm's conflict felt so vast, yet so personal. She recalled Rhaegar's haunting harp, the day she had chosen to run with him, the promise she had extracted from Ned in the Tower of Joy. All those memories crystallized into one simple, unwavering vow: Jon must live, no matter the storms that raged. Time wore on. The capital roasted under the sun. Jon continued his routine, more subdued than before, though Ser Aaron praised his progress with the sword. At times, Lyanna accompanied him to watch from the sidelines. She rarely saw Joffrey fight Jon again, though the prince sometimes sparred with older knights, flaunting his skill. The court sizzled with talk of the war. Letters from Robert arrived sporadically, each describing fruitless hunts for Daenerys Targaryen. Occasionally, a rumor circulated that one of the dragons was dead or that the Khalasar had split. None were confirmed. Tension soared and a sense of dread spread that the king might be floundering abroad. Meanwhile, the Queen tightened her hold on governance. Under the guise of protecting the realm, she pushed for new edicts, levied more taxes, and stationed gold cloaks throughout the city. Ned tried to curb her excesses, but at times he was overruled by the small council, which had many Lannister-inclined members. Lyanna realized they were consolidating power. If Robert returned triumphant, the Queen would share in that glory. If he failed, the Lannisters would stand strong in King's Landing, well-financed and well-armed. Then came a day that shattered the uneasy balance. A messenger galloped into the city from Rosby, announcing a host of bandits wearing Targaryen colors, red and black, were raiding outlying lands. The Queen seized on the news as evidence of Targaryen sympathizers in the Crownlands. She convened a swift hearing in the throne room, summoning Ned, Lyanna, and other lords. There, she demanded an immediate crackdown on all suspicious houses. Ned cautioned restraint, suspecting these bandits might simply be brigands adopting Targaryen symbols for intimidation. But the Queen was adamant. That night, Lyanna's unease soared. She feared the Queen might soon turn her gaze to anyone rumored to hold Targaryen ties. The next morning, her fears were realized in horrifying fashion. A squad of gold cloaks arrived at the door to her chambers, politely insisting on searching the rooms. They claimed they had orders to check for contraband or hidden messages. Lyanna had no time to summon Ned. She allowed them in, heart pounding. Jon stood by, face white, as they rifled through trunks, rummaged under mattresses. They found nothing incriminating, of course, but the mere fact they had come signaled the Queen's readiness to harass them. The officer offered a curt apology, just following orders, my lady, and departed. Lyanna's relief was overshadowed by rising panic. The Queen was testing them, pushing to see if they would resist. She pressed Ned for answers, but he confessed that the Queen had authorized widespread searches in the castle to root out Targaryen sympathizers. She claims it's for security, Ned said bitterly. I can't stop her unless I muster men or challenge her authority directly, which would trigger open conflict. We're balanced on a knife's edge. In the days that followed, the searches continued. Whispers spread of arrests, cooks, scullions, even a traveling minstrel accused of having ties to Targaryens. Most were likely innocent scapegoats. Lyanna told Jon to keep his wits about him, to let her handle any confrontation. If the Queen pressed further, their only recourse might be flight or a desperate appeal to the lords who disliked the Lannisters. But who would risk defying the crown for them? Late one afternoon, as the sun burned the western sky a deep orange, Lyanna and Jon found themselves called to the Queen's presence. A steward delivered the summons, saying the Queen wished to speak with them privately in her solar. Lyanna felt cold dread coil in her belly. She instructed Jon to say little. They followed the steward through winding corridors into an ornate chamber with tall windows overlooking the sea. Cersei stood by a carved table, a goblet of wine in hand, her golden hair shining. Jaime Lannister leaned against a column, arms folded, wearing his Kingsguard whites. That alone was ominous, a clear sign the Queen wanted intimidation at her side. The steward bowed out, leaving them alone with the Lannisters. Lyanna inclined her head. "Your Grace, you summoned us." Cersei's smile was sharp. "Indeed. I wish to discuss your stay here, Lady Lyanna, and your son's progress at court." She sipped her wine. "We find it curious that after all these months you have not expressed any interest in betrothing him or forging alliances. Most mothers in your position would be eager to secure southern ties. Are you not pleased with our hospitality?" Lyanna forced calm. "We are grateful, Your Grace. But Jon is still young. I see no need to rush betrothals or alliances." Jaime's blue-green eyes flicked over Jon. "He's old enough to hold a sword well enough," he said lightly. "Perhaps old enough for a betrothal if you want a fine match." Cersei's gaze slid to Jon, measuring him. "The boy is strong. Perhaps in a few years he could be of interest to a suitable lady. I wonder, have you considered any southern house? Or do you fear we might not accept his father's unknown lineage?" Jon stood stiff as a post, lips pressed tight. Lyanna sensed the Queen's trap, the question of Jon's father. One misstep and they might spin it into a scandal. "We have not begun such negotiations," Lyanna said, voice composed. "Jon's father died in the war, no noble name, as I've said before. But he was brave and loyal to House Stark. We do not aim beyond our place, Your Grace." Cersei's false sympathy dripped from her tone. "Of course, my lady. I did not mean to pry, only to understand. You see, in times of war, every house must ensure its lineage is secure and free of undesirable ties." She took another languid sip of wine. "I trust you have no secrets that might complicate your son's future." Lyanna held her gaze, heart pounding. "We have none," she said steadily. A silence hung in the air, throbbing with tension. Jaime ran a finger along the hilt of his sword, an almost casual gesture that still exuded menace. Cersei's gaze bore into Lyanna's, as though searching for a flinch or a tremor. Lyanna refused to give her one. Jon remained silent, though she sensed the rapid beat of his pulse in the stillness. At last, Cersei inclined her head. "Very well. I'm pleased to hear it. Let us hope House Stark remains as loyal as your brother claims. The realm can ill afford disloyalty when so many threats gather. You may go, my lady. I trust you will remember our conversation." Jaime smirked. "Well said, sister." Lyanna bowed stiffly, ushered Jon out before either could respond. Only when they were safely down the corridor did she exhale, tension leaving her shoulders in a rush. Jon's face was pale. "They suspect," he whispered. Lyanna nodded grimly. "They do. Or they suspect something. We must remain vigilant." In that moment, she realized the time for half measures might be ending. If the Queen kept pressing, if Robert's war continued with no quick victory, the Lannisters might decide to rid themselves of any uncertain elements. Lyanna's vow to protect Jon burned brighter than ever. If pressed too far, she would do anything. Flee the city, defy the crown, risk open conflict. Yet she prayed it would not come to that. She took Jon's hand, leading him away. Their footsteps echoed in the empty hall, an omen of how alone they were in the Red Keep's labyrinth. The fate of the realm still hinged on distant dragons, exiled queens, and a king waging war across the sea. But in this moment, Lyanna felt that the real battle had already reached them, quietly raging behind every polite smile, every guarded conversation. She would keep her shield raised for Jon. And if the day came that the Queen or her lion brother took a step too far, Lyanna would bear her fangs, no matter the cost. Lyanna found herself pacing the length of her chamber long after the meeting with Cersei, while the warm hush of twilight settled over the Red Keep. The walls felt claustrophobic that night, as though the corridors themselves had grown narrower in response to the Queen's scrutiny. She sat at last in a high-backed chair by the hearth, running her fingertips over the worn arms, trying to steady her nerves. Jon had retired early, sensing his mother's agitation and politely excusing himself to his adjoining room. She wanted him to rest. He was a boy of 13, forced into a nest of political vipers. He needed every spare moment of solace. But she could not sleep. Cersei's insinuations had only sharpened the danger Lyanna had long known was circling. A single slip, a single rumor, and the Queen would have grounds to accuse them of treason. Thinking of Rhaegar, of Robert, of everything that had led her to this point, she marveled at how fate had closed its net around her. Once, she had believed that love or hope might conquer all. How naive that seemed now. Yet she would not surrender. She would do whatever it took to keep Jon alive. She pressed a hand to her chest, feeling the rhythmic pound of her heart, reminding herself that she was still breathing, still free, and that so was her son. At length, she found enough calm to seek her bed, though the restlessness in her mind echoed into uneasy dreams. She woke countless times, half expecting to hear boots in the corridor, gold cloaks come to arrest her. But dawn arrived in stillness, with no knock on her door. She forced herself upright, swallowing the bitter tang of fear, and prepared to face another day in King's Landing. In the weeks that followed, tension ebbed and flowed with the rhythms of the castle. Some days were blessedly dull. Jon continued his training sessions, now careful to avoid sparring with Joffrey. Instead, he practiced with Tommen, who, though younger, proved eager to learn. Jon instructed him gently, showing him how to brace his stance. Lyanna would watch from the gallery, her heart aching at the sight of her boy in the midst of these Lannisters. Yet she reminded herself that forging small connections might help stave off deeper suspicion. If Tommen respected Jon, that might soften the Queen's hostility, at least marginally. Other days brought glimpses of open malice. Occasionally, a new purge took place. Gold Cloaks apprehended someone rumored to have once served under Targaryen loyalists. The Queen or her henchmen held swift trials that ended in confinement or, more rarely, an execution. Lyanna heard murmurs that the jails under the Red Keep were filling with men who might or might not have any real ties to Daenerys. No matter the truth, the Queen used fear as her ally. Lord Tywin, from behind the scenes, orchestrated financial and logistical maneuvers to strengthen Lannister power. Ned Stark treaded carefully in the small council. He confided to Lyanna that on more than one occasion, he attempted to rein in the arrests, citing the king's interest in uniting the realm rather than fracturing it. But the Queen would coldly remind him that Robert's own letters had authorized stamping out any Targaryen threat. Tywin would add a few barbed remarks about how House Lannister contributed the bulk of the crown's gold and would not see it wasted if traitors flourished. Varys smiled politely and claimed to share Ned's concern, but then offered no real opposition. Peter Baelish suggested that the realm's stability relied on snuffing out rebellion swiftly. Pycelle dozed through most of it, but always woke just long enough to agree with the prevailing force. Days turned to a moon's turn, then two. The oppressive southern heat wore on everyone, fraying tempers. Rumors trickled in from Essos. Robert's host had pushed into regions near the Red Waste, searching for Daenerys, but she was elusive. Some said her dragons were still half-grown, but swift enough to elude capture. Others claimed she was forging alliances with the city of Karth, or perhaps Volantis. The entire effort looked to be dragging on far longer than Robert had hoped. The cost mounted with each passing day, and the Queen continued raising taxes. Whispers of discontent echoed in King's Landing, as small folk groaned under higher levies on food and trade. Amid all of it, Lyanna tried to maintain a low profile. She rarely attended large gatherings unless forced. She spent time with Jon, ensuring his lessons progressed and that he did not roam alone. Now and then, Ned arranged for them to share a quiet meal in his solar, where the conversation could be honest. But the minutes of relief were overshadowed by an ever-looming dread. One late afternoon, as the sky dimmed to a bruise-colored dusk, Lyanna walked the perimeter of the Red Keep's walls, accompanied by only one guard. From that high vantage, she could see the sprawl of King's Landing below. Cramped rooftops, a warren of streets, the far-off glimmer of the Blackwater. The harbor was full of ships, though not nearly as many as had departed with Robert's expedition. She inhaled the salt air, trying to find a moment of calm, telling herself that even in this snake pit, she had agency. She was a Stark, and the blood of the first men was not easily cowed. But as she turned a corner along the battlements, she found herself face to face with Prince Joffrey. He leaned casually against a section of parapet. A single Lannister guard stood behind him, wearing crimson livery. Joffrey, noticing Lyanna's approach, straightened. He was 14 now, tall, with the beginnings of a wiry build that might pass for elegance in a few years. His blonde hair and the cut of his royal tunic gave him a princely air, Yet his face wore that familiar sneer that always reminded Lyanna of a cat about to pounce on a mouse. She tensed, unsure what he wanted. He bowed in a mocking flourish. "Lady Lyanna," he said, voice dripping with scornful politeness. "What a pleasant surprise." She forced an even tone. "Your Highness, are you enjoying the view?" He cast a glance at the city below. "The smell ruins it, but yes, it's something. Better than being cooped up in the throne room, listening to my mother and your brother argue about criminals." He turned his eyes on her. "And what brings you here?" She shrugged. "Fresh air, a desire for quiet. Court life can be stifling." He smirked. "You and your son have been quite stifled for a while, haven't you? Always lurking in corners, trying not to be seen." Her heartbeat ticked faster. "We are guests, Your Highness. We follow the king's will. Our presence here is to demonstrate the North's loyalty, as you well know." Joffrey took a step closer, the guard behind him shifting to keep an eye on Lyanna's own man. "I find it curious that your boy is so reluctant to show his real skill with the sword. He avoids me now. You told him to do that, didn't you?" Her mouth dried. "I advised him to respect the royal family." "It seems you have no shortage of sparring partners more suited to your station." Joffrey laughed, a sharp sound. "Indeed, but I enjoy testing him. He's not as bad as I first thought. He learns quickly." "That's suspicious if you ask me. A mere bastard who can adapt so fast? You must have taught him yourself, or that father you keep secret might have been more than a no-name foot soldier." He let the insinuation hang in the air. Lyanna forced her expression to remain neutral. "His father fought under House Stark and died bravely. That is all." Joffrey cocked his head. "So you claim?" "My mother suspects otherwise. She says there are rumors you were the Prince Rhaegar's. Well, I suppose you know what they say." His grin widened. "If that rumor were true, your son would be half Targaryen. And we'd have a serious problem, wouldn't we?" Fury and fear burned in Lyanna's chest, but she only arched a brow. "Rumors are wind, Your Highness. Surely you know better than to believe every whisper. Especially whispers that slight your father's triumph over the Targaryens." Joffrey's eyes glittered. "You're bold, Lady Stark. My father hates Targaryens more than anything. If he heard a rumor like that, well, he gave a mock sigh. Thankfully, he's too busy across the sea to pay attention. But my mother is here, and my grandfather. They watch closely." Her hand itched for a dagger, but she kept it still. "And what would you do, Your Highness, if you believed these rumors?" He shrugged. "That depends. If I believed them, I'd expect you to beg for mercy, to tell us everything, to surrender the boy for questioning. But that might cause a scandal. My mother might handle it discreetly. She's good at that, you see." He peered at her face, drinking in her tension. "But for now, I remain unconvinced. Jon doesn't look anything like a Targaryen. No silver hair, no purple eyes. Perhaps it's only an amusing story. Or perhaps not." She suppressed her trembling. "So you amuse yourself with baseless talk? That's hardly princely." He laughed again. "Princely? I will be king one day. I do as I please. But you must do as you must to protect your bastard. I suppose that's motherly love or something close to it." He turned his back to the parapet, crossing his arms. "In truth, I enjoy seeing you squirm. My mother taught me that knowledge is power. And if I hold a rumor over your head, you'll remember who rules here." Lyanna inhaled slowly, forcing calm. "Thank you for enlightening me, Your Highness. I'll remember this conversation." He smirked. "Do that. And greet Jon for me. Tell him I look forward to our next bout in the yard." With that, he jerked his head, and his Lannister guard fell in behind him as he sauntered away. Lyanna stood rigid until they disappeared around the rampart corner. Then she exhaled shakily, letting the wave of fury roll over her. Her guard, an older Stark retainer named Arnell, cleared his throat softly. "My lady?" he asked in concern. She turned. "We're done here. Let us return." She descended the stairs into the keep, blood hammering at her temples. Joffrey was a child, cruel, cunning in a boyish way, but still a child. If he was bold enough to confront her, it meant the queen was emboldened too. The net was tightening. She needed to speak with Ned to see if there was any move left that might free them from this trap before it snapped shut. That night, she waited for Ned in the corridor outside his rooms. The hour was late, but she knew he often worked well past sundown. At last, he arrived, pinching the bridge of his nose as though warding off a headache. Lyanna ushered him inside, her voice pitched low. "Joffrey cornered me today," she said without preamble. He spoke openly of the rumor that Jon might be Rhaegar's son. He implied the Queen and Tywin are investigating us. I fear the time is near when they'll strike. Ned cursed under his breath. The boy is a poison. Robert was blind to it. I've tried to keep the queen occupied, but she's relentless. She sees threats everywhere, and Joffrey only magnifies that viciousness. He glanced around to ensure no servants were listening, then beckoned Lyanna closer. Do you think we can endure longer? Or do you want me to help you flee? She pressed a hand to her mouth, torn. If we run, they'll label us traitors, chase us. There's no guarantee we'd ever make it north. And if we attempt an official request to leave, the queen would deny it. He nodded grimly. Yes. And war with the crown might follow. The north isn't ready for that, especially with Robert overseas. Half our men are scattered at sea or in camps near the neck. She sank into a chair. So we're pinned. We must find a way to hold on until Robert returns or until Daenerys triumphs. The notion sounded insane. If Daenerys Targaryen somehow bested Robert, chaos would engulf the Seven Kingdoms. But in that chaos, might House Stark break free? She hated that she even considered it. Ned's jaw tensed. We're not quite at that point. But we may need a plan if the queen moves against you. I can't imagine Tywin Lannister letting you slip away if he suspects your boy is a Targaryen claimant. The realm might rally to him if they see him as a union of Stark and Targaryen blood. Some madmen might prefer that to the Lannisters. He shook his head. They won't risk it. They'll kill Jon if they believe it. Lyanna closed her eyes, fighting a wave of panic. Then we must do everything to reassure them. Show them that rumor is false. Robert's away, but perhaps we can invoke his name, remind them that he himself would kill us only if he had proof. Ned pursed his lips. If they find any proof, it's over. But maybe there's another angle. The queen thrives on advantage. If we can offer her something she wants, some alliance or concession, she might cease her pursuit. But what could we offer? A betrothal of Jon to Mosella or a Lannister cousin? That might be an option, though the queen might balk at tying her daughter to a bastard of uncertain blood. The idea turned Lyanna's stomach. Jon is only 13. I can't betroth him to that viper's line. Besides, if they suspect he's half Targaryen, they won't want him as a son-in-law. Ned sighed. True. After a moment, he paced the room. Let me speak with certain lords who dislike the queen's tyranny. Perhaps we can form a quiet faction to protect you. But we must proceed carefully. If we appear to conspire against her, she'll strike first. She nodded, her heart pounding. Anything that buys us time. I can keep Jon's head down a bit longer, but he's near his breaking point. Joffrey's constant harassment only worsens. Ned grimaced, resting a hand on her shoulder. We'll endure. We always do. Days slipped into a cycle of vigilance. Lyanna lingered near Jon whenever possible, limiting his exposure to Joffrey. She noticed that Tommen came more often to train with Jon and that Mosella sometimes sat on a bench nearby, shyly watching. The queen's watchers hovered, but no immediate confrontation came. She could only guess that Cersei was testing, waiting, perhaps hoping to catch them in some suspicious act. Meanwhile, Ned quietly sounded out a few lords like the stout Lord Rosby, the Blackwood's representative, and a certain Lord Giles from the Crownlands, finding them vaguely discontented with Lannister dominance. But none dared move openly. One sweltering afternoon, as the bells of the city told the hour, Lyanna decided a change of scene might soothe Jon's spirits. She arranged for them to ride out with a small escort to the Kingswood, not for a hunt but for a short outing to pick fresh air. She obtained permission from Ned, who vouched for them in the queen's presence. Cersei gave a languid nod as though their little excursion was beneath her notice. Lyanna, Jon, Serbarth, and half a dozen Stark guards set forth from the Red Keep stables, winding down through the city's main gate. The sunlight was fierce on the dusty streets, the smell of sweat and crowd press singing on them. But once they passed the city walls and reached the outskirts of the Kingswood, the air grew marginally cooler under tall oaks and elms. The horses tromped through patches of dappled light, leaves whispering overhead. Jon exhaled as if finally able to breathe. Lyanna glimpsed a hint of relief in his posture. She recalled how he once roamed the forests around Winterfell, carefree. Though this southern wood felt different, denser, with vines and thick underbrush, it at least offered some illusion of freedom. She led him deeper along a narrow path, flanked by the guards. They came upon a small clearing beside a lazy stream. Serbarth signaled the men to hold while Lyanna dismounted. Jon followed, tethering his horse to a branch. They approached the stream, letting the animals drink. The sun filtered through the canopy, speckling the bank with gold. Lyanna crouched and dipped a hand in the water, found it surprisingly cool. She waved Jon over. "Wash your face," she said gently. "You look tired." He complied, splashing water across his cheeks. When he straightened, drops glistening on his skin, she could see how thin and weary he had become. Yet a certain resilience shone in his eyes. He was determined to endure. She clasped his arm, offering a small smile. "Mother," he said softly, "I miss the north. Even the cold." She sighed. "I do too." They lingered a few moments, listening to birdsong. Ser Barth and the guards maintained a perimeter, scanning for threats. But it was quiet here, a world away from King's Landing's tension. Lyanna closed her eyes briefly, imagining she was home, that none of this shadowy danger loomed. Then one of the guards cleared his throat, recalling them to reality. They remounted and continued along a gentle trail. It wove deeper into the Kingswood, the undergrowth thickening. Lyanna wasn't sure how far was safe to go. Bandits sometimes roamed the outskirts, and she didn't trust the city watch to patrol effectively. Ser Barth recommended they turn back soon, so they found another path that curved in the direction of the city. As they rode, a rustle in the bushes off to one side made Lyanna's heart jolt. Ser Barth raised a hand, signaling a halt. The guards tensed. For a moment, they listened. Another rustle, then the snap of a twig. Lyanna's mind spun with possibilities: a boar, a deer, or a lurking robber. She reached for the hilt of a dagger at her belt. Jon did the same, swallowing. Suddenly, a figure darted out from the foliage, a young man, unkempt hair and ragged clothes, eyes wild. He stumbled onto the path, hands raised in surrender. "Don't shoot," he croaked. "I mean no harm." Ser Barth urged his horse forward. "Who are you?" he demanded, leveling a spear. The youth shook, glancing around at the armed guards. My name's Lyanna. Please, I'm just a Sellsword squire, left behind. I've been living off berries for days. Don't kill me." Lyanna studied him. He wore the remnants of a cheap leather jerkin, a rusted belt knife at his hip. He looked half-starved, cheeks sunken. Something in his eyes glinted with desperation. "Where did you come from?" she asked. He blinked, focusing on her. "Was with a band. Some men said they had coin from the Queen to hunt Targaryen supporters. But they turned on me when I questioned hurting small folk. I fled. I've been lost since." Lyanna exchanged a glance with Ser Barth. "The Queen's men out here, harassing small folk or searching for Targaryen sympathizers. The boy might be telling the truth or might be a lure for a trap." She nodded to Ser Barth, who dismounted and patted the youth down for hidden weapons. Finding nothing but the belt knife, he relieved the boy of it. Jon, watching from horseback, leaned forward. "He looks starved, Mother." Lyanna dismounted. She opened a saddlebag, retrieving a bit of dried meat and a small flask of water. She handed them to the youth. "Drink. Eat." He gorged on the water, coughed, then devoured the dried meat, shivering with relief. "Thank you, my lady," he whispered. I beg you, let me come with you, or at least to the city gates. I've nowhere else." Lyanna studied him again. If the Queen's men were indeed roving the Kingswood, they might want him for questioning, or they might kill him if he knew something incriminating. The last thing she needed was to bring a potential liar into the Red Keep. But a flicker of compassion stirred in her. The boy was near Jon's age, obviously battered by misfortune. Perhaps letting him perish in the woods would be a cruelty unworthy of House Stark. "We'll escort you as far as the city gate," she said at last. "But once we enter, I cannot guarantee your safety. The gold cloaks might question you." He nodded, eyes darting anxiously. "That's better than dying out here. I'll serve you if I must, polish armor. Anything. Just don't leave me." Lyanna hesitated. "You can walk behind us. One misstep, and my guards won't hesitate to cut you down." "Understood." "Yes, my lady," he breathed, voice trembling with relief. They formed up again, this time with the boy shuffling along on foot at the rear. Ser Barth kept a keen eye on him. Lyanna and Jon rode near the front, uneasy. She had no desire to attract attention by bringing a stray into the Red Keep. But she couldn't turn him away to die. This Kingswood was rife with suspicion, and with Robert gone, the Queen's men might do anything. When they reached the city gates near sunset, crowds still moved in and out. Lyanna decided to ask the guards to let the boy pass, claiming him as a minor retainer. The guards recognized the Stark sigil and gave only a cursory inspection. Once inside, she pulled Lyanna aside, handing him a few copper coins. "You'll find an inn near the mud gate," she instructed, voice low. "Get some rest. Keep your head down. If the Queen's men corner you, Say nothing of me or my son. If you tell them we helped you." He shook his head vigorously. "Never, my lady. I won't speak a word." He dipped into a clumsy bow. "You've saved me. I owe you my life." She fixed him with a hard look. "Be careful how you repay that debt. If you spread rumors, you'll be the first to feel the consequences." He swallowed. "I swear it, my lady. May the gods curse me if I break my vow." With that, he melted into the throng. Lyanna watched him vanish among peddlers and fishmongers. Ser Barth stepped up behind her, murmuring that they should return to the Red Keep quickly, before any trouble found them. They made their way up the city's winding streets. Lyanna's heart still raced from the encounter. A battered youth, claiming the Queen's men hunted Targaryen sympathizers in the forest. It sounded plausible. She wondered how many roving bands were out there, how many innocents might be caught in the net. The Queen would not relent while Robert's war dragged on. And if Cersei's huntsmen discovered even a shred of real evidence that Jon was Targaryen, it would all be over. By the time they passed through the keep's gates, dusk had settled, and torches flickered along the walls. Lyanna parted ways with Ser Barth, heading to her chambers. She bid Jon to wash and rest, noticing the lingering shadows in his eyes. He nodded obediently and retreated. She paced her rooms for a time, trying to decide if this new incident merited telling Ned immediately. She was about to go seek him when a discreet knock sounded on the door. She opened it to find Maester Pycelle's assistant, a solemn young lad in grey robes. He bowed, announcing that the hand of the king wished to see her in his solar at once. Her pulse sped. It was unusual for Ned to send a summons at this hour without coming himself. She quickly told Jon to remain inside, keep the door bolted, and left with only one guard, following the robed boy through the torchlit corridors. Ned's solar was a modest chamber for one of such rank, but it suited his preference for simplicity. When Lyanna arrived, the lad left, shutting the door behind her. Ned stood by a table, brow furrowed in obvious agitation. By the window stood Peter Baelish, leaning casually on the sill, arms folded. That alone unsettled Lyanna. She had never trusted Baelish's sly manner. Why was he here in a private meeting with Ned? She inclined her head in greeting, scanning Ned's face for a clue. He gestured for her to come closer, then addressed Baelish. "You can repeat what you told me if you wish." Baelish half smiled, though his gray-green eyes flicked warily to Lyanna. "I told Lord Stark that certain rumors swirl about the Queen's next move. She's grown more ambitious in her search for Targaryen sympathizers. Some believe she plans a show trial, someone of higher status than random hedge knights or small folk. She wants to impress on the realm that she's safeguarding the throne in the king's absence." Lyanna's blood ran cold. "And you're telling us this because?" Baelish shrugged. "Because I have no interest in seeing the realm convulse in needless conflict. And because Lord Stark has appealed to my sense of pragmatism. Our dear queen might find a convenient scapegoat if she thinks it will strengthen her grip. The name Lyanna Stark has been whispered, among others." Lyanna looked at Ned, who gave a curt nod. "I believe him. I've heard echoes of the same from Varys, though not so plainly. The Queen might decide to accuse you publicly of harboring Targaryen loyalties. Maybe not that Jon is Rhaegar's son, but that you conspired with Targaryen loyalists in the north." He exhaled. "A formal charge of treason, a spectacle in the throne room, to quell any who doubt her." Her mind whirled. "If that happens, they'd arrest me. Then what? Jon would be at their mercy." Baelish raised a finger. "Precisely why this would serve as a warning to any who might question Lannister authority. She might not name the boy as a Targaryen, but she doesn't need to. Simply condemning you for secret letters or old alliances might suffice. After all, your father and brother died at the Mad King's hands. Some might twist that into a motive for wanting to see a Targaryen restoration, to dethrone Robert's line." Lyanna felt her stomach lurch with outrage. "That's absurd." "Absurd, but effective," Baelish said. "Rumors in King's Landing need not be logical. They only need to be loud." Ned rubbed his forehead. "We have to prepare. If the Queen truly aims to stage a show trial, she'll want evidence. manufactured or otherwise. She might plant forged letters in your rooms, bribe a servant to testify that you met with Targaryen agents. She only needs enough to look convincing. Lyanna's voice shook with barely contained rage. We must forestall this. If she arrests me, Jon will be left unguarded. Baelish cleared his throat. There is a possibility, my dear Lady Lyanna. You could flee the city now, discreetly, while you have the chance. She shot him a glare. I'd never make it to the north. The Queen's watchers are everywhere, and the gold cloaks would hunt us. Ned interjected. He means we might attempt to smuggle you onto a ship at night, perhaps with a false identity. But as we've said, if the Queen notices you gone, she'll brand you traitors. She might hold Jon here as a hostage if you try to bring him along and get caught. The risk is enormous. Lyanna bit her lip, trembling with frustration. Then what is your plan, Baelish? Why come forward with this warning if there's no solution? His expression was a mask of mild regret. I do so enjoy solutions. Ned has asked me to keep an ear to the ground. I can try to delay the Queen's plot, feed her half-truths, misdirect her men. But that only buys time. If you cannot find a route to safety, or if the Queen's mind is set, it might be unstoppable. Unless, he paused, glancing from Ned to Lyanna, unless you'd consider a more drastic approach. Rousing your bannermen or forging an alliance with other lords who resent the Lannisters. But that might be open rebellion. Lyanna's gaze flicked to Ned. She could see the flicker of internal conflict in him. He wore the emblem of the hand, sworn to uphold the crown's peace, yet he was torn by loyalty to his sister. If the Queen indicted Lyanna, it could spark a crisis that might tear the realm apart, especially with Robert gone. No, Ned said at last, his tone heavy. We can't spark a rebellion blindly. The North isn't prepared for a second war while half our forces are in Essos. Lyanna clenched her fists. Is there word from Robert? If he's had any success? If he might soon return? Ned shook his head. Letters come sporadically. They're chasing rumors of Daenerys, but no pitched battles. If anything, they're bogged down. He could be gone many more moons. A silence fell. Lyanna's breathing hitched. She realized that if the Queen truly decided to act soon, they had no immediate rescue from Robert and no open path to the north. They were trapped. Then we do as we must, she said quietly. We hide any traces that could be turned into evidence. We watch for forged letters. We ensure no servants can be bribed. We remain alert. Baelish nodded. Wise. I'll do my part. But be careful, any misstep might be your undoing. He gave one of his thin smiles, then took his leave, bowing with exaggerated politeness. When the door closed behind him, Ned muttered, I hate that I must rely on him. But for now, his cunning may help us. We have few allies among the small council. Varys is elusive, Pycelle is useless, and the others side with the Queen. Lyanna sank onto a nearby chair, exhaustion claiming her. What about if we simply confronted the Queen? Offered a vow of loyalty and maybe a betrothal for Jon to quell her fears. The words tasted bitter, but desperation gnawed at her. Ned considered. She might view that as a sign of weakness or guilt. She'd question why you capitulated so quickly, suspecting you have something to hide. And if we tried to betroth Jon to a minor Lannister cousin, Tywin might not accept, given the rumors. Lyanna scoffed. So no. He knelt beside her, voice low. We'll stand firm. We rely on subtlety and vigilance. If a show trial is imminent, maybe we can sabotage the Queen's evidence. If we must, we'll attempt an escape at the final hour. But we'll do so only if there's no other choice. She met his eyes. Very well. I'll ensure Jon never leaves my sight, keep everything in my chambers under lock and key. But we can't keep living like this, Ned. He squeezed her hand. I know. She rose, pressing a kiss to his cheek in a rare display of affection. Thank you for standing by me, she whispered. Then she slipped from the solar and returned to Jon, her mind racing with plans for each dire scenario. Over the ensuing days, the Queen's search for traitors intensified. More gold cloaks prowled the corridors. More petty arrests were made. Lyanna realized that more than half the Red Keep staff now answered in some way to House Lannister. She saw them eyeing her possessions, questioning her guards. She told her men to speak little and watch for infiltration. She burned any old letters or diaries that might be twisted into evidence. She even destroyed the few personal tokens that might link her to Rhaegar. An old silver jewelry piece she had once kept. A scrap of cloth from the Tower of Joy that was embroidered with the Targaryen sigil. She felt a pang letting those memories go. But she had no choice. Survival mattered more than sentiment. All the while, Jon trained in the yard, studied in the library, tried to remain polite to the princes, even endured a brief conversation with the queen once. She cornered him in a corridor, asked how he found the castle. He answered with carefully measured courtesy, refusing to betray any discomfort. Lyanna praised him for that, though she saw the toll it took on him. Days passed, and no direct move from the queen materialized. It was as though she was savoring the slow suffocation of House Stark's sister. Lyanna's hope began to flicker that perhaps Baelish's misdirections had worked, or that Cersei was biding her time for the perfect moment. Then, late one evening, a panicked knock came at Lyanna's door. She opened it to find Ser Barth breathing hard, eyes grim. "My lady, there's been an incident in the yard," he said. Jon was training with some squires. Apparently Joffrey demanded a duel again. It escalated. "The prince is bleeding. The gold cloaks have taken Jon." Lyanna's heart seemed to stop. "Taken him where?" "To the dungeons, I believe," Ser Barth said, voice shaking with rage. "They say he cut the prince deliberately, that it's an assault on the royal family." She felt her knees buckle. "No, this can't be." She grabbed her cloak. "We must go to Ned. Now." She left Ser Barth to gather the guards. Racing through corridors at a half-run, she pushed past startled servants, ignoring their stares. Her mind spun with horror. If Joffrey was wounded, the queen would have a perfect excuse to brand Jon a danger. This was precisely the scenario she had dreaded, violence that gave them cause to accuse him. She reached the Hand's chambers, bursting in without ceremony. Ned stood in conference with two lesser lords. He dismissed them instantly, alarmed at Lyanna's frantic expression. When she explained, he swore, grabbing his sword belt. "This is it," he muttered. "The queen has her excuse. We must hurry." They rushed through the keep, gathering a few loyal guards. On the way, they encountered a steward who told them that Jon had indeed been hauled before the commander of the Gold Cloaks, accused of intentionally harming Prince Joffrey. The queen had demanded the boy be confined until she decided his fate. They were holding him in a lower level of the dungeon for the night, at least. A formal hearing would follow in the morning, likely a public spectacle in the throne room. Lyanna's heart hammered. "She'll kill him, Ned. She'll claim treason." Ned set his jaw. "I won't allow it. Let me speak with the queen or Tywin directly." They arrived outside the queen's solar only to find it barred by Lannister guards who refused them entry. "Her grace is indisposed," they said coldly. "No visitors." Ned pounded on the door, demanded an audience. No response. He turned to Lyanna, face bleak. "She's shutting us out. They're likely planning their story." Lyanna's mind raced. "We have to get Jon out of the dungeons before morning. If he faces a show trial, it's over." Ned nodded, pulling her aside. "I'll try to use my authority as Hand to command the Gold Cloaks to release him into my custody. Or at least to hold him in a less secure place. Wait here. Let me see what the City Watch commander says." He strode away with half their guards. Lyanna paced the corridor, ignoring the scowls of the Lannister men. Each passing minute felt like a blade twisting in her gut. Jon was alone in a dungeon cell, possibly terrified, possibly injured himself. She felt helpless fury boil up in her. If the queen had staged this entire event, if Joffrey had baited Jon into a fight. Eventually, Ned returned, his face ashen. "They won't budge. The Watch commander claims he answers to the queen first, the Hand second. Tywin's men are stationed there. They say the boy stays locked up until dawn. There will be a formal hearing in the throne room." Lyanna clenched her fists. "Then we must break him out now. We have loyal men. We can storm the dungeons." Ned gripped her shoulders. "Calm yourself. The queen's men outnumber ours. If we draw steel in the Red Keep, it's open rebellion. They'll label us traitors for sure and kill Jon the moment we try." Tears pricked Lyanna's eyes, but she blinked them back, stoking her anger in tea. D of her despair. "So we do nothing? Wait for them to condemn my son." "Not nothing," Ned said, swallowing hard. "I'll gather every ally we have, confront the queen in the morning. We can demand trial by combat or a hearing before the entire court. Perhaps we can spin it as an accident. If Joffrey's wound isn't severe, we might salvage this." Lyanna nodded numbly. "Let me see Joffrey myself. If I can gauge his injury, speak with the maesters." Ned's voice softened. You'll never get near him. The queen won't allow it. She's waiting for dawn to stage her triumph. They parted ways in a swirl of torches and anxious guards. Lyanna staggered back to her rooms, tears burning her throat. How had it come to this so fast? She had known it might happen but still felt blindsided. Jon must have lost control, or maybe Joffrey forced his hand. Could it be a deeper plan by the queen, ordering Joffrey to feign injury so they could lock Jon away? She spent a sleepless night pacing, hurling silent curses at the gods for making her watch helplessly. At intervals, she considered slipping out alone to the dungeon, trying to bribe guards or sweet-talk them into letting her see Jon. But with so many Lannister men, it was impossible. She had no illusions about her ability to fight them. At dawn, a steward came with a summons to the throne room. The hearing was set to take place immediately. Lyanna dressed in a flurry, pulling on a dark gray gown embroidered with the Stark dire wolf. She pinned a wolf fur cloak at her shoulders, thinking it might give her more presence. She braided her hair severely, letting no wisp fall free. Today she would face them like the Lady of Winterfell she was, unbowed. She joined Ned and their handful of loyal guards in the corridor. He looked hollow-eyed but determined, wearing the Hands badge pinned to his doublet. Together, they made their way to the throne room. The space was already filling with courtiers who lined the walls in hushed expectation. The queen sat upon the iron throne, draped in emeralds that flashed under the streaming light. Beside her stood Tywin Lannister, tall and cold, arms behind his back. Jaime Lannister hovered in Kingsguard white, and at the front of the dais was Joffrey wearing a bandage on his left arm, a scowl etched into his features. Lyanna spotted Jon near the base of the throne, flanked by gold cloaks. Her breath caught. He was pale, hair disheveled, a bruise darkening one cheek, but he stood upright. That alone was enough to keep her from screaming in anguish. She forced her face into a calm mask, stepping forward with Ned. The crowd parted, letting them approach. Cersei's voice rang out clear and chilly. Lord Eddard Stark, Lady Lyanna Stark, you come to answer the charges of assault upon the Crown Prince by the boy Jon Snow. Ned spoke in a resonant tone. I come to ensure justice is done, not a show of vengeance. A faint ripple of reaction passed through the onlookers. Lyanna could see Peter Baelish standing off to one side, arms folded, face unreadable. Varys was nowhere to be seen. Pycelle dozed in a chair near the dais. A few lords she recognized from the Crownlands watched with uneasy expressions. Cersei gestured to Joffrey, who stepped forward. His bandaged arm looked dramatic in the morning light, though not soaked in blood. My son claims that while sparring, Jon Snow refused to yield and struck him maliciously, cutting him with live steel, against the rules of a friendly bout. For this, the boy is charged with harming the heir to the throne, a crime tantamount to treason. Lyanna's eyes darted to Jon. Live steel? The Yard normally used blunted training blades. Joffrey must have switched or demanded real swords. She forced her voice to remain steady. Your Grace, if they were sparring, how is that treason? Accidents happen. Accidents, the Queen said in a silken tone. Yes, that was our first thought. But we have witnesses saying Jon Snow refused to stop when the prince ordered him to. Witnesses who claim your boy aimed for the prince's arm deliberately. We suspect your son resents Prince Joffrey and in that resentment found reason to attack him. Jon trembled, but he raised his voice in protest. Your Highness, he insisted on real swords. I tried to refuse, but he said I was a coward. I tried only to defend myself. Cersei's lips curled. Defend yourself by drawing blood from the prince? Even after he demanded you stand down? She looked to Joffrey, who nodded solemnly, playing the wounded victim. Ned stepped in front of Lyanna. The boy is a squire in training, not a murderer. This was a Yard dispute at most. You cannot call it treason without evidence of intent. Tywin spoke at last, voice cutting through the hall like cold steel. When the heir to the throne is harmed by one who might harbor ill will, we must investigate thoroughly. The possibility of deeper conspiracy exists. Does the boy not come from the north, which has not always been fully loyal? A murmur rippled across the throne room. Lyanna's chest constricted with fury. House Stark is loyal. My son was merely sparring. Is the crown so fragile that a single cut from a sparring match is deemed conspiracy? Joffrey bristled, turning his scowl on Lyanna. He nearly took my arm off. Jon ground out, you used real steel? You taunted me. Cersei raised a hand, silencing them. We could order summary punishment for such an assault, but in the interest of transparency we have decided a formal trial is warranted. She turned to Ned, voice dripping with feigned magnanimity. As Hand of the King, you may speak for the boy, or he may request a trial by combat if he chooses. But let it be known that if found guilty of harming the Crown Prince, the penalty is severe. Ned shot Lyanna a quick, desperate glance. Trial by combat was an option, but who would Jon face? Likely the King's Guard or a champion chosen by the Queen. Could Jon best any of them at 13? No. And if they lost, that was a death sentence. Ned cleared his throat. We request a standard trial, witnesses from the yard, unbiased men who saw the event, not Lannister cronies. Cersei's smile was thin. Of course. We shall reconvene tomorrow after summoning these witnesses. She nodded to the gold cloaks around Jon. Take him back to a cell until then. See that he's fed, but keep him guarded. No visitors except for Lord Stark if he so desires. That is all. Lyanna stepped forward, trembling. Your Grace, I beg you let me see him. Jaime Lannister interposed himself smoothly, stepping from the dais. The Queen has spoken. The hand may visit, but we see no reason for the mother's presence. The boy is under suspicion of a crime. Anger flared in her. He's 13. Tywin's cold gaze met hers. All the more reason to rectify per discipline swiftly. This hearing is adjourned. The gold cloak seized Jon's arms and led him away. He looked back at Lyanna, eyes filled with fear. She wanted to rush forward, but Ned caught her arm. A hush blanketed the hall as courtiers watched with morbid curiosity. Then the Queen rose from the throne, leading Joffrey out. Tywin followed, and the mass of onlookers began to disperse. When they were gone, Lyanna spun on Ned, voice choking with outrage. This is exactly the show trial we feared. They'll summon false witnesses. They'll manipulate the outcome. We must rescue him now or we lose him tomorrow. Ned's face was pale. I can visit him, see what the cell is like, maybe bribe the guards to allow a stealth release. But it's risky. The dungeons are locked down. If they suspect a breakout attempt, they could execute him instantly. Ser Barth and a few loyal Stark guards approached, eyes grim. My lady, what are your commands? We stand ready to fight if needed. She pressed a trembling hand to her temple. Fighting might mean open bloodshed in the Red Keep. The Lannisters had too many men. We can't outfight the entire guard, she murmured. We need cunning or we need to force them to free him. Ned, can you brand this hearing illegitimate as hand? He shook his head slowly. The Queen is regent in Robert's absence. The small council supports her. My authority as hand is overshadowed if the council agrees with her. She has the gold cloaks, the Lannisters, and half the courtiers on her side. He looked at Lyanna with deep sorrow. We must rely on the trial. Perhaps we can bring honest watchers from the yard who can testify that Joffrey demanded real steel, that it was an accident. If the Queen sees the court's mood turning sympathetic to Jon, she might relent. Lyanna wanted to scream that the Queen would never relent, but she forced herself to calm. Find them. We must gather any squire or guard who saw the truth. I'll not let them rig this without a fight. So began a frantic day of searching. Ned sent men to question every stable hand, every yard squire, hoping to find those who had witnessed the duel and would speak honestly. They discovered 4 or 5 who might stand by Jon's story, that Joffrey pushed real steel upon him and taunted him. But each was terrified of testifying against the prince. Ned promised them protection, though he could offer little guarantee. Meanwhile, Lyanna paced in her chambers, waiting for news. She jumped at every knock, half expecting the gold cloaks to arrest her. At last, Ned returned from a brief visit to Jon in the cells. He reported that the boy was shaken, bruised, but physically intact. The cell was dank and rat-infested. The Queen's men refused to let him out except for the trial. Morning arrived like the tolling of a funeral bell. Lyanna braided her hair again, wearing the same gray gown, as though it were armor. She joined Ned, Ser Barth, and a handful of Stark guards at the throne room entrance. The corridor was thronged with courtiers eager to witness the spectacle. Whispers buzzed, assault on the prince, the northern bastard, a mother's folly. Some speculated that Jon might lose a hand or face exile if found guilty. Others predicted a beheading. Inside, the dais was arranged much the same, with the Queen on the Iron Throne, Tywin at her side, Joffrey standing self-righteously with a fresh bandage. The difference was a ring of gold cloaks around the dais, a silent threat. Jaime Lannister lounged near Joffrey, flicking his gaze over the crowd. Jon stood before the throne, this time manacled at the wrists, flanked by guards. Lyanna's stomach lurched at the sight. He looked exhausted and hollow-eyed, but he lifted his chin slightly when he saw her enter. Cersei called the trial to order. She summoned a handful of witnesses, who parroted the story that Jon had aggressively attacked Joffrey after refusing to stop. Their testimony was obviously coached. describing how Jon's face was twisted with rage. Then Ned called forth the squires he had found. They spoke haltingly, glancing fearfully at the dais, recounting that Joffrey insisted on real swords, that Jon asked to use blunted weapons. One mentioned hearing Joffrey call Jon a coward and daring him to fight. The queen listened with narrowed eyes, Tywin's face impassive. When the testimonies ended, Cersei stood, addressing the hall. We have heard conflicting accounts, but one fact remains. Prince Joffrey was injured by a boy who should never have used real steel on royalty. Perhaps it was an accident or perhaps not. In times of war, can we afford to take chances? How do we know Jon Snow does not harbor deeper resentments or conspiracies? Murmurs spread. Lyanna's pulse thundered. She stepped forward, ignoring Ned's cautionary gesture. Your Grace, the witness accounts clearly show the prince demanded real steel. My son only did as commanded, or be labeled a coward. He is not at fault for defending himself when pressed. Cersei fixed Lyanna with a glittering stare. And yet, the result was harm to the crown prince. The court must decide if accident or intent guided his blade. She paused dramatically, letting the tension hum. Prince Joffrey, what say you? Do you believe it was accident, or do you believe the boy sought to harm you? Joffrey stared at Jon, and in that moment, Lyanna felt her breath stop. The prince's eyes glowed with malice. He aimed for me, that's certain, Joffrey said loudly. He refused to yield and swung with no mercy. I see no accident in that. A hush fell. Then Tywin spoke. On that basis, I find it prudent we punish the boy, both as reparation to the prince and as a warning that no one, however protected by name, may harm the royal family. Lyanna's throat constricted. The queen's lips curved in a triumphant tilt. Yes, she said softly. The question is the nature of that punishment. A wise king might show lenience if it was not premeditated, but the boy must suffer consequences. Perhaps he should lose a hand, as is often the penalty for striking royalty. Or he could be sent to the wall. The realm might find that suitable. Shock rippled through the hall. Lyanna's vision blurred with fury and terror. Lose a hand? Or sent to the wall, forced into the Night's Watch? She shouted, no. This is unjust. Ned stepped in. I, as Hand of the King, demand a lesser penalty if penalty is needed at all. We have enough credible witnesses to show it was an accident spurred by the prince's own demands. Exiling a boy to the wall or maiming him is a travesty of justice. Cersei's eyes gleamed. Truly? That is your final stance. He nodded firmly. Yes. Tywin's tone was as icy as winter. You stand alone, Lord Stark. The Queen and I agree that an example must be made. We will not tolerate even the possibility that ill intent lingers in the Red Keep. The court will see justice done. He paused, scanning the crowd. Let us put it to a show of hands from the highborn here, those who believe the boy should be punished severely. A wave of Lannister allies raised hands. Some were neutral, uncertain. Lyanna realized it was all orchestrated. No matter how the lesser lords wavered, the Lannister faction far outnumbered them. She watched in horror as the majority indicated support for a harsh sentence. Tywin nodded, satisfied. Joffrey, emboldened, stepped forward. He nearly maimed me. I demand the same for him. Take his sword hand. Lyanna's despair burst free. You monster, she spat, lunging forward a step only for Jaime Lannister to block her. She could barely breathe. Her boy's hand gone forever? Or worse, if they decided on an even bloodier punishment? Ned's voice rang out in protest. This is madness. The king would never allow it. Cersei gave a slow smile. The king is far across the sea, dealing with matters that threaten the entire realm. We as regents must keep the peace here. The boy's punishment will reflect mercy in that we spare his life. Let him live with one hand, a reminder that the crown is not to be challenged. Anguished tears welled in Lyanna's eyes. She saw Jon trembling, lips parted in shock. He cast a wild glance at her, silently pleading. She wanted to shout that she would not let them. She wanted to tear down the dais with her bare hands. But she stood powerless, outnumbered. Cersei looked triumphant. It is settled then. The sentence, Jon Snow's sword hand shall be removed at dawn tomorrow. Let the realm witness that House Lannister does not abide attacks on the crown prince, yet we show mercy by sparing his life. Lyanna found her voice in a ragged cry. No. Please take me instead. Punish me. He's just a boy. Tywin stared at her with cold disdain. This is the sentence. Unless your boy prefers the wall? But even that might not appease the prince. Joffrey sneered. No, I want his hand. A hush blanketed the hall as the gold cloaks seized Jon. Lyanna lunged, but Jaime blocked her again, and Ned grabbed her arm, trying to steady her. The queen rose, looking pleased. Confine the boy in the meantime. If he attempts escape, the penalty escalates to death. Guards hustle Jon away. He looked back at Lyanna, tears brimming, and mouthed a single word, "Mother," before they shoved him through a side door. The court began dispersing in a swirl of whispered excitement. Lyanna stood shaking, Ned's grip the only thing keeping her upright. Cersei and Joffrey departed, ignoring her pleas. When the hall emptied, Ned turned to her, eyes anguished. "Lyanna, we can't let them do this." She let out a strangled sob. "We'll break him out tonight or tomorrow. Anything. He can't lose his hand." Ned nodded. "We have no choice. We'll gather what men we can. But it will be dangerous." She raked trembling fingers through her braided hair. "Better to risk everything than let them mutilate him." If we fail, she couldn't finish. The cost of failure might be both their lives. But she saw no other path. They hurried from the throne room, minds racing with half-formed plans. Perhaps they could slip down to the dungeons under cover of darkness, bribe the guard, free Jon, and flee the city. Even if they had only a handful of allies, they might get to a ship. The alternative was to watch the next dawn see her boy maimed or worse. She would not stand for it. No mother could. Gathering in Ned's solar with Ser Barth and a small circle of loyalists, they charted a desperate scheme. Near midnight, Ned would distract certain watch commanders with a false alarm in the stables. Meanwhile, Lyanna, Ser Barth, and half a dozen well-armed men would descend to the dungeons, subdue or bribe the guards, free Jon, and escape through a postern gate. They'd ride hard for Rosby or Duskendale, then try for a ship. If they were pursued, they'd fight or hide. It was a slim chance, only about 15 men total. But Ned could not personally accompany them, for if the plan was discovered too early, the queen might kill Jon on the spot. Ned would remain in the castle, feigning ignorance, stalling any alarm as long as possible. They had mere hours to prepare. Lyanna wrote a hasty letter to be sent by Raven to the north, instructing them to meet her halfway if they could. She doubted it would arrive in time, but she had to try. She strapped on her old sword belt, feeling the weight of steel that she had seldom worn in King's Landing. She gave quiet orders to the guards who would come with her, men she had known for years in Winterfell whose loyalty she trusted with her life. Night fell, the Red Keep settling into uneasy quiet. Torches flickered in the corridors, patrolled by gold cloaks and Lannister guards. Ned left to set his diversion in motion, his face pale but resolute. They embraced one last time, each knowing this might be the last they saw of each other. "May the old gods protect you," Ned whispered hoarsely. Lyanna nodded, tears in her eyes, then slipped away with Ser Barth. Shortly before midnight, news spread that a stable fire had broken out near the eastern courtyard. Bells clanged, summoning many guards to the site. It was small, contained, but the confusion was enough. Lyanna and her party hurried down spiral stairs to the dungeon level. 2 gold cloaks stood watch at the door. One recognized Lyanna and demanded an explanation. Ser Barth tossed him a pouch of coins, doubtless containing a fortune, and the guard hesitated. But the other guard drew steel, suspicion in his glare. Lyanna lunged forward with her sword, disarming him before he could shout. A brief struggle ensued. One guard took a blow to the head with the hilt of a dagger, falling unconscious. The other parted with the bribe, stepping aside warily, fear in his eyes. Lyanna's men quickly moved inside. The corridor beyond branched. They hurried along, searching each cell for Jon. The stench of mold and filth assaulted them. Prisoners wailed or shouted curses as they passed. Then Lyanna spotted him, a small form in a corner cell, curled on filthy straw. "Jon," she hissed, pressing her face to the iron bars. He stirred, blinking in terror, then realized it was her. "Mother." He scrambled up. "They said, in the morning," his voice trembled with dread. She nodded grimly. "We're getting you out. Stand back." Ser Barth and another guard jammed a short sword into the lock, trying to pry it open. One of their men produced a set of lockpicks. He was no stranger to subterfuge and knelt to work. Tom seemed to stretch painfully. Every moment risked discovery. At last, the lock yielded with a loud click. Lyanna yanked the door open, rushing in to embrace Jon, clinging to him in a surge of relief. But they had to move swiftly. She noticed bruises on his arms, saw the exhaustion in his eyes. "Can you walk?" she asked. He nodded. "Yes." They hurried back down the corridor. But the commotion had alerted some of the other guards. A pair of gold cloaks emerged from a corner, shouting alarm. One of Lyanna's men clashed swords with them, steel ringing in the confined space. Ser Barth barked commands to keep going. Another scuffle erupted at the dungeon entrance, but Lyanna and Jon squeezed past, protected by the circle of Stark guards. They emerged into a corridor reeking of smoke from the distant stable fire. Alarms were ringing in the upper levels, footsteps pounding. The small group dashed through shadowed halls, heading for a lesser-used postern gate that Ned had said would be left unguarded if the diversion worked. Yet when they arrived, 2 Lannister soldiers were there, drawn by the alarm. Ser Barth cut one down with a swift stroke, another lunged for Lyanna. She parried awkwardly, heart-hammering, but her men intervened. Blood spattered the floor. The gate was unbarred and they burst into the night air, Jon clinging to Lyanna's hand. Outside, a narrow path led down the rocky slope behind the Red Keep, half obscured by shrubbery. The city spread beyond, flickering with torchlight. The stable fire's glow illuminated the main gate area where confusion reigned. Shouts echoed. Lyanna and her men scrambled downhill, helping Jon along. They had stashed horses in a hidden alcove near the city wall. Reaching them, they mounted in haste. Jon clutched the reins with trembling hands. Before them lay the labyrinth of King's Landing's back streets or the open fields. Whichever route, the Queen's men would soon flood every exit. Ser Barth hissed, "We should go through the city's lesser gate at the river gate, then find a boat, perhaps. The roads might be blocked." Lyanna's heart pounded. "Yes, a boat? If we can slip onto the Blackwater, we might outpace them." Hoofs thundered as they galloped down a winding lane, hugging the shadow of the city wall. Alarm bells tolled from watchtowers. They passed startled peasants and nighttime revelers who dove out of the way. Now and then they spotted clusters of gold cloaks, but the confusion from the stable fire and the darkness gave them an advantage. Twice, they veered into side streets to evade a patrol. Jon's breathing was ragged. Lyanna urged him on, eyes scanning for any sign of an ambush. She prayed Ned's efforts were still keeping the Queen's main guard from cornering them. Once they reached the river gate, they found it shut, guards visible along the parapets. They could not risk a frontal approach. Ser Barth cursed. "We'll not open it without a fight." Lyanna bit her lip. "Then we skirt to the wharves. Look for a small boat." She led them deeper into the city, winding among ramshackle buildings. The smell of fish and stale ale grew thick as they neared the docks. Dim lanterns revealed a scattering of boats moored along the piers. Most were small fishing vessels, likely unguarded at night. The risk was if watchmen patrolled here. They dismounted in a narrow alley, guiding the horses behind a rickety stable. The group advanced on foot, swords drawn, stepping onto a creaking wooden quay. They spotted a modest-sized fishing skiff tied off, bobbing gently in the dark water. If they could row to a larger vessel or down the Blackwater, they might be free. "Quiet," Ser Barth whispered. He and 2 men jumped aboard, checking for any occupant. It was empty save for nets and a few barrels. Lyanna ushered Jon onto the deck carefully. The rest of the men followed, untying ropes with frantic haste. But a shout rang out from further down the pier. "Stop! In the name of the Queen!" A squad of gold cloaks emerged, torches casting flickering light on the water. Lyanna's heart lurched. There were at least 8 or 9 of them. Ser Barth cursed, "Row! Now!" He and a guard seized oars, pushing off from the dock. The gold cloaks rushed forward, one throwing a grappling hook that clanged off the skiff's prow. 2 others fired crossbow bolts. One bolt thudded into the side of the boat, another splashed in the water. Jon and Lyanna huddled low, arms around each other. Stark men cut the grappling hook's rope. Another volley of bolts hissed overhead. Then the boat lurched free, drifting out into the channel. The gold cloaks shouted from the pier, one preparing to jump. Lyanna's men brandished swords, warning them off. In the confusion, the boat drifted beyond reach, currents pulling it deeper into the dark river. For a moment, relief flooded Lyanna. They had escaped immediate capture. But they were hardly safe. King's Landing had warships, watch boats patrolling the bay. She told Jon to keep his head down. Ser Barth and the others rowed with desperate vigor, aiming to slip away before pursuit arrived. The labyrinth of anchored ships offered some cover. They navigated among them, hearts pounding, searching for the open water. Torches flared on the nearby quay. Distant cries echoed. A larger patrol boat might be launched any moment. Lyanna prayed they could vanish into darkness. She clutched Jon close, feeling his trembling subside into a single question. "Mother, where do we go now?" She swallowed hard, tears threatening. "Anywhere but here. We'll try to reach open sea, or at least a place outside the Queen's immediate grip. Then we'll figure out how to return north." The men rowed in tense silence, weaving among silent merchant ships. Overhead, the sky was moonless. The swirl of the black water lapped at the skiff's hull. Now and then they heard voices from passing vessels, but no immediate chase. The watch might not realize which boat they'd taken or might be scouring the roads instead. At length, they cleared the forest of masts. The wide estuary of the Blackwater Bay spread before them, dotted with faint lights. The fortress of Dragonstone lay far to the east, Storm's End further along the coast. If they angled north, they could skirt around the Crownlands, but they risked encountering war galleys. They had no sails, only oars, and minimal supplies. In the faint starlight, Lyanna looked at Serbarth. "We can't row to Winterfell, obviously. Is there a neutral port we can reach before the Queen's men intercept us?" He considered. Maidenpool is a day or two away by boat if the weather holds. But they might have Lannister sympathizers. We could attempt to land on some lonely shore and travel on foot, though we have no mounts. She grimaced. "We'll decide once we're out of immediate danger." They rowed throughout the night, each man taking turns. Jon tried to help, though he was exhausted from captivity. By the time dawn glimmered, they had put several leagues between themselves and King's Landing. The city's silhouette was a distant smudge. Lyanna slumped at the prow, arms wrapped around Jon as he slept fitfully. Her mind whirled with the enormity of what they'd done, defying the Queen openly, becoming fugitives. The Lannisters would brand them traitors. Ned might face repercussions. But Jon was free, intact. That alone fueled her will. No matter what came next, she would not regret sparing him a mutilation or worse. She stared at the pink flush of sunrise on the horizon, recalling the day she'd once fled Winterfell as a young girl, chasing illusions of destiny. Now she fled King's Landing to save her son from tyranny. The years had taught her harsh lessons about war and sacrifice. Come what may, she would not let Jon fall into Lannister hands again. Whether it meant forging a new alliance, rallying the North, or seeking sanctuary in some other land, she would do it. In her chest, the fierce protective instinct of a mother wolf burned. If Robert Baratheon returned and sided with his queen, so be it, she would stand against him. And if Daenerys Targaryen's rumored dragons rose to change the tides of war, that might bring 1,000 new perils or perhaps an unlikely chance at survival. Gazing at Jon's sleeping face, she murmured a silent promise. She would lead him to safety, even if it meant crossing the entire realm in secrecy, even if it meant calling upon the old gods to shield them. The path was unknown, but her duty was clear. They were free of the Red Keep's walls, but not free of the realm's entanglements. The war in Essos, the Lannisters' wrath, and the precarious balance of power still pressed down. Yet in that fragile dawn, afloat on dark waters, Lyanna felt a grim hope stirring. She lifted her head, eyes scanning the horizon. "Row on," she murmured to Serbarth. "We find the next harbor, keep moving, and never surrender Jon to them again." Serbarth nodded solemnly. The rowers dipped their oars with renewed vigor, splashing droplets that glowed in the rising sun. Jon slept, safe for now, and Lyanna allowed herself a single tear of relief. She would fight 1,000 battles if needed, as long as her son lived. She had seized Winterfell to protect him once. She would seize whatever chance remained in this vast and uncertain kingdom, forging her own path in defiance of a king's wrath and a queen's cunning. So the small skiff pulled away from King's Landing, leaving behind the twisted spires of the Red Keep and with it the Queen's carefully laid trap. Ahead lay unknown shores, new dangers, and the flicker of possibility that they might carve out a future free of the Lannisters' shadow. The oars stroked the water in steady rhythm, carrying them onward under the watchful sky. And though Lyanna's heart still pounded with fear for what lay ahead, she clung to the unbreakable vow that had guided her since the Tower of Joy: Jon would live, no matter what storms the realm unleashed. Lyanna did not realize she had fallen asleep until she woke with a start, stiff on the skiff's wooden bench. The sky had shifted from the faint gray of dawn into a clearer mid-morning light, though haze still clung where the river met the bay. Around her, the small boat rocked in a gentle, steady rhythm, carried by a mild current. A dull ache ran through her back and shoulders. Across the narrow hull, Serbarth manned the oars with another guard, their motions slow but steady. 2 more of her loyal men dozed fitfully near the bow, swords in easy reach. And Jon dozed against her side, head lolling in an exhausted stupor. She pressed a hand to his cheek to check that he was still warm, still breathing, then exhaled in relief. They had fled King's Landing in the dead of night, rowing with all the desperation and fury of people who knew they had no place left in the royal city. The Queen's men might still be searching the banks or scouring the roads leading south or west, unsure exactly how the fugitives had slipped away. But Lyanna knew that if the Lannisters discovered the direction she had taken, if they found out she was on the water, they would spare no effort to catch her. She had defied them openly, snatching Jon from the dungeons on the eve of his brutal sentence. There could be no absolution for that in the Queen's eyes. Cersei would want retribution. To recapture Jon, or to place Lyanna's severed head on a spike as a lesson. The prospect made Lyanna's stomach twist, but they were free for now. She pushed aside the ragged cloth draped around her shoulders and struggled to her feet, mindful of the boat's gentle sway. Drawing in a deeper breath, she scanned her surroundings. Out here, the waters were wide, the surface glinting under the sunlight. No large ships loomed in immediate sight. Their modest skiff glided in relative isolation, though occasionally a shape on the horizon looked like a mast or a distant sail. The day smelled of brine and seaweed. Overhead, gulls wheeled, crying out with a plaintive insistence. Ser Barth glanced over his shoulder at her. He seemed bone-tired, dark circles under his eyes. "My lady," he murmured, keeping his voice low so as not to wake Jon. "We're well past the harbor. The wind's in our favor for now, but we have little in the way of sails or rigging. We can row, but not for many leagues. We'll need to find somewhere to land." "Have we decided on a direction?" Lyanna asked, keeping her tone quiet. The other men might be half asleep, but she did not wish to alarm them. Ser Barth grimaced. "We followed the coastline northeast for a time, staying well away from visible patrol craft. I steered us outward, though now we drift. I'd guess we're heading roughly southeast along the coast." He paused to wipe his brow. "If we continue, we might reach the coast near Maidenpool or Crackclaw Point. But the Crown controls those lands. Lord Celtigar's seat on Claw Isle might not be friendly to us. We could try to slip up the coast deeper into the narrow sea, hoping to find a friendlier harbor. But House Lannister has many allies. The moment word spreads that you and Jon are outlaws, nearly every port might be closed to us." Lyanna pressed her lips together. This part of Westeros was unfamiliar territory. She was no sailor, and the men with her were not either. If they tried to cross open water, they risked storms and drifting off course. Sticking to the coast meant a risk of discovery. "I'd hoped to sail north," she said softly, "but that would require a sturdier vessel or far more resources. White Harbor is so far away. We'd never make it unseen in this small boat." Ser Barth nodded grimly. To sail north around Crackclaw Point and up the coast would be a long journey. We'd have to come ashore now and again for fresh water and supplies, each time risking capture. His gaze flicked to the boy. "Still, we can't remain adrift. We'll have to decide soon." She looked down at Jon, who stirred, blinking in the sunlight. He sat up, eyes bleary. "Mother?" he croaked. "Where?" She brushed hair from his forehead. "We're safe at sea for now," she said quietly. "But we need to find land. How do you feel?" He rubbed his bruised cheek, wincing. "Tired. Thirsty." One of the guards rummaged in the small stash of supplies, a few skins of fresh water, a bit of hard bread, and salted fish. Jon took a few swigs and forced down some of the bread. Lyanna had to steel herself not to devour more than her share. Their provisions were pitifully scant. They had fled in haste with no time to gather proper rations. She guessed that with careful rationing they could survive perhaps 5 or 6 days on the water. After that, desperation would set in. Across the boat, the other 2 men who had dozed off now stirred, blinking at the morning sun. One was Mern, a taciturn spearman from the north. The other was Ronald, a scout with wiry limbs and keen eyes. Both had served House Stark for years, and both appeared grimly resolved to the precarious situation. They nodded in greeting. No one offered false comfort. The reality was too raw. Lyanna turned back to Ser Barth. "We can't simply row aimlessly. We need an actual plan. Is there any place along this coast, any cove or hidden beach where we might hide, gather ourselves, perhaps find or steal horses to continue north by land?" Ser Barth grimaced. "I can't claim special knowledge of the Crownland's shores, but there may be inlets or small fishing hamlets along the coast near Crackclaw Point. The folk there are said to be wary of outsiders and not too fond of Lannisters. If we land in a remote spot, we might pass unnoticed." She sighed. Better to risk that than starve adrift. She glanced at Jon. "We'll set course for Crackclaw Point or as near it as we dare. We'll come ashore in a secluded spot, avoid any major holdfast. Then we push north on foot or see if we can secure a larger boat in secret. Are we agreed?" The men nodded. Jon said nothing, but a spark of quiet determination lit his eyes. He was done being frightened, it seemed. She felt both pride and sorrow. A boy of 13 should not have to endure these perils. Yet here they were. She squeezed his shoulder, then settled near the bow to watch the water. The day stretched on in slow, sweaty increments of rowing, occasionally letting the meager sail, more a scrap of canvas rigged by Ronald, catch a breeze. They skirted well out from the coastline to avoid any watchers on shore. Yet with the midday sun rising higher, they were in plain sight if a patrolling warship came into view. Time crept, punctuated by the occasional gulp of water or bite of stale bread. Jon tried to help on the oars for a while, though his arms and shoulders ached. Lyanna took a turn as well, ignoring her own fatigue. Every stroke reminded her of how precarious this was. They were fugitives from the Iron Throne, with no illusions that mercy might await them if caught. Finally, late in the afternoon, the coastline became more distinct, a series of low, forested hills sloping down to the sea with rocky outcroppings. As they neared, Ser Barth and Ronald scanned for a suitable landing, some cove or inlet out of sight from any roads. The sun sank red in the sky, coloring the water with a bruised reflection. At last, Ronald pointed. There. Those rocks might shield a small bay. Let's see if we can slip in under darkness. They rowed closer, mindful to keep silence. Twilight fell, cloaking them in dim gray. Soon, they found a narrow strip of beach between jagged rocks, fronted by a patch of tangled vegetation. The tide was low, leaving a swath of sand. Ser Barth gave soft commands, and the skiff ground ashore with a scrape. Lyanna jumped into knee-deep water to help guide it up the beach. Jon followed, wincing at the chill. The men began hauling the boat higher to keep it from drifting with the tide. The smell of salt gave way to a more earthen scent, the tang of wet seaweed, pungent mud, and the faint musk of the forest beyond. Lyanna pressed a hand to her chest, breathing relief that they had reached solid ground. The men took stock of what few supplies remained, a handful of bread chunks, a couple skins of water, and a bit of salted fish. Not enough for more than a day. Ronald volunteered to scout inland as darkness thickened to see if there was any sign of settlement or perhaps fresh water. Mern joined him. The rest stayed by the boat, forging a small driftwood fire. Lyanna was loath to risk a fire's glow, but their soaked clothing and exhausted bodies needed warmth. They kept the flames minimal and shielded by rocks, hoping no one on any distant bluff would see it. Jon slumped against her. She wrapped him in a spare cloak. We'll rest a few hours, she told him softly. Then we decide how to move come dawn. He nodded, too weary to speak. Ser Barth and the other guard, Talon, kept watch, swords on their knees. At some point, Lyanna dozed again, lulled by the crackle of the tiny fire. She dreamed disjointed images, Ned's face streaked with sorrow, a dragon roaring over a battlefield, Joffrey sneering as he pressed a blade to Jon's throat. She jerked awake in panic, heart pounding. The stars glittered overhead, half veiled by drifted cloud. Barth dozed upright, Talon was out cold, and Jon breathed softly at her side. She heard no immediate sign of danger. The waves lapped in a steady hush, reminding her of the precious hours that had carried them here. Then she sensed movement, a rustle in the brush behind the beach. She silently reached for her sword, heart leaping into her throat. A moment later, Ronald and Mern emerged from the darkness, panting slightly. Lyanna relaxed her grip. She beckoned them over, rousing the others. Ronald crouched by the embers of the fire, face illuminated by the faint glow. We found a small stream a half-mile inland, he whispered. Plenty of fresh water. No large settlement that we could see, but there's a path that might lead somewhere bigger if we follow it another mile or two. We glimpsed a wisp of smoke in the distance, so there might be a village or a homestead. Ser Barth nodded. Any sign of trouble? Mern shook his head. Too dark to be sure. No patrols or men-at-arms that we saw. It's all thick forest out there, tangled undergrowth. If we want to move inland, we could find cover easily. Lyanna chewed her lip in thought. We can't remain on the beach. If the Queen's men patrol the shoreline, they'll eventually spot the boat. We'll have to scuttle or hide it, then move inland. Jon stirred, hearing the conversation, and pushed to sit up. Will we try to find a bigger town, or keep to the wilds? He asked, voice still groggy. We can't risk towns where the local lord might side with the crown, Lyanna replied, though uncertainty gnawed at her. But we need supplies. We can't survive on what we have. Ser Barth crossed his arms. We might find a small fishing hamlet or a crofter's hut. We could buy or barter quietly. If the locals aren't too loyal to the queen, we might pass as travelers. Yet rumors might still spread of a woman with a boy and northern guards. Ronald cleared his throat. In Cracklaw Point, I've heard the people are famously stubborn and not quick to kneel to outsiders. They once resisted Aegon the Conqueror for a time until they bent the knee of their own accord. They might not love the Lannisters. If we keep our heads down, we could pass ourselves off as refugees from the war or from bandits. Lyanna nodded grimly. Then let's hide the skiff in the morning. We can drag it deeper into the brush or scuttle it if we must. Then we'll move inland, find that stream, and see if we can follow it. If we come across local folk, we'll claim we're travelers from the Stormlands, anything to avoid mention of House Stark. Maybe we can buy food or horses. Our ultimate goal is to reach the north. She paused, eyes flicking from face to face. If any of you would rather stay behind or attempt a different path, I won't force you. This is my burden, Jon's safety. But I value your loyalty more than I can say. Mern shook his head fiercely. We swore our blades to you, my lady, and to the memory of Lord Ricard and Brandon. We won't abandon your son now. The other men murmured agreement. Ser Barth inclined his head with a faint smile. We're with you until the end, wherever that leads. Lyanna felt her chest tighten with gratitude, though she worried for their lives. This was no mere skirmish. Still, she whispered her thanks. Then they banked the fire entirely, letting darkness envelop them. The hours until dawn stretched in quiet unease, broken only by the hiss of waves and the occasional hoot of a distant night bird. Lyanna lay awake, sword close at hand, thinking of Ned and what might befall him in King's Landing. With her and Jon gone, the Queen might punish Ned, strip him of his title as Hand, or worse. The realm was teetering on the edge of madness, and she was a fugitive pinned between the Crown's wrath and the uncertain future. Morning came as a wash of pale light. The tide had crept up, licking at the skiff's hull. They shared a spare meal of salted fish and water, then set to work dragging the boat into a thick patch of brush and piling driftwood around it to camouflage the shape. It might not fool a determined search, but with luck it would buy time. Then, with their few meager belongings gathered, they trudged inland, forging through tall grass and brambles until they reached the stream Ronald had mentioned. The forest canopy arched overhead, blocking some of the sun's glare. The stream bubbled over rocks, flanked by muddy banks. They refilled water skins and drank until their bellies felt bloated. Jon splashed water on his face, gazing around at the thick greenery. It was a far cry from the Wolfswood near Winterfell or the pine forests he'd known in the north. The air was muggy and full of buzzing insects, so different than the crisp breezes of home. Yet for all its unfamiliarity, it felt safer than the red keep stones. They followed the stream upstream, moving slowly. Now and then they caught glimpses of a path trodden by deer or local hunters. The going was not easy, vines tangled their ankles and fallen logs blocked the way. Still, the men pressed on in determined silence, scanning for signs of human habitation. By midday, the sun's heat had grown oppressive, making Lyanna's cloak cling to her skin. She paused to wipe sweat from her brow, inwardly cursing that the south never seemed to know a cool day. Then Ronald, scouting ahead, held up a hand. He crouched behind a clump of ferns, beckoning Lyanna and the rest to join him. When she reached his side, he pointed. Through the foliage, a short distance away, a small clearing opened around what looked like a rough wooden cottage or hut. Thin smoke curled from a stone chimney. A few chickens pecked at the soil near a fenced garden. No sign of other dwellings. Possibly a crofter or forester's home. Lyanna studied the scene. If they're not loyal to the Queen, we might barter for food. But we have little coin left. Only what was in our purses plus some ornaments. She felt the small, invaluable jewels she had managed to bring in a pouch at her hip. Part of her balked at giving them up, but survival mattered more than heirlooms. Ser Barth murmured, "Let me approach carefully. If they seem friendly, we might all come forward. If not," he trailed off. "We have to be cautious." They agreed. Ser Barth circled the clearing. Lyanna and the others waited tensely, well hidden by brush. She peered at Jon, noticing how nervous he looked. She tried to muster a reassuring smile, though her own heart hammered. This was a roll of the dice. If the crofter recognized them or had any love for the Lannisters, he might raise an alarm. But they had few alternatives. After a short while, Ser Barth reappeared, waving them forward. They emerged from the undergrowth cautiously. At first, Lyanna expected the occupant to run or cower, but a stooped older man stood by the hut's door, arms crossed, squinting at them. He wore ragged breeches, a stained tunic, and heavy boots. A half-grown boy of about 10 lurked behind him, eyes wide. A woman, presumably the crofter's wife, peered from inside the doorway, holding a wooden ladle as if it might serve as a weapon. Lyanna stepped ahead, raising her hands to show she meant no harm. "Greetings. We're travelers who lost our way. We've come from the south, fleeing bandits." The partial lie rolled off her tongue. "We mean no harm and are willing to pay for any provisions we can gather, food, or perhaps directions to the nearest village." The old man's gaze flicked over Lyanna, Jon, and the guards with their swords. He grunted. "You lot look well armed for mere travelers." "Bandits, you say?" Lyanna forced a nod. "Aye. That's why we're cautious. Our group was attacked on the road, so we took a boat to escape. We had to land near here. We've no desire to trouble you. He eyed them for another moment. Finally, with a gruff sigh, he beckoned them closer. Name's Bren. This here's my wife, Hella, and my grandson Pup. We're no big farm, just eke out enough from the land. We have a few eggs, some grain, root vegetables. Not much more. Lyanna let out a quiet breath of relief. We'll pay a fair price. We only need enough to travel onward. And perhaps any knowledge you have of the roads leading north. Bren scratched his whiskered chin. North, huh? People around here stay put. But the roads are poor once you go deeper into Cracklaw. You'll find bogs and thickwoods. Hard riding. You sure you want that? We have no choice, Lyanna said simply. He shrugged. Coin's coin. So long as you mean no trouble. Bandits have been skulking about. Some claim to serve the crown, hunting traitors or the like. Right fools, they are scaring the local folk more than any Targaryen would. He spat on the ground. Lyanna's heartbeat quickened at the mention of traitors and the crown. Perhaps these folk were indeed no friends of the Lannisters. Good. She forced a neutral expression. That's why we fled. The king's war with the Targaryens brings trouble for commoners. Bren barked a short laugh. King? Ah, as if that lot in their fancy castle care about us. We do better left alone, I say. Enough talk. If you've coin, we have some salted pork, vegetables, a bit of flour. Might be a donkey, too, if you need help carrying loads. They spent the next hour in tense bartering. Bren led them inside the hut, which smelled of old straw and cooking odors. The wife, Hella, was wary but softened once she realized these northern travelers would pay for anything they took. Lyanna parted with a silver pin from her hair, once a keepsake from her mother, but she steeled herself and gave it up. The crofter's eyes lit at its fine workmanship. In exchange, they received a sack of root vegetables, a pouch of flour, a few strips of salted pork, and a donkey that looked half-starved but might manage to carry extra weight. Pup, the grandson, helped gather the supplies, glancing curiously at Jon, who attempted a small smile but said little. Before they left, Lyanna worked up the courage to ask about a safe route. Bren scratched the donkey's ear, thinking, if you want truly north, the main road is west of here, near the Rush. But the Queen's men might watch that. More to the east is deep forest, hard going, but you might slip through. At the northern edge of Cracklaw, there's salt marshes. Cross them, you get into the eastern Crownlands or the Bay of Crabs. Some folks say you can slip around into the Vale by the mountains. Not easy, but possible. Lyanna nodded, heart sinking at how uncertain each path sounded. Thank you. We'll do our best. The crofter cleared his throat. You look a lady by your bearing. I won't ask your business, but be careful. If the Queen's men catch you, I doubt they'll be kind. They say they're hunting Targ lovers, but they harass us all the same. He paused, eyeing her. If you're who I think you might be. His voice trailed meaningfully. Lyanna froze, but he only gave a faint shrug. Well, I'm no friend to gold lions, so I'll keep my mouth shut if they come asking. Now go on quickly. She thanked him in a hushed voice, then beckoned her men. They loaded the donkey with their new provisions, gave Pup a copper for his help, and slipped back into the woods. Once they were far enough, Lyanna exhaled with relief. At least that's a start. We have food to last a while, and a donkey to lighten the load. Ser Barth nodded. Still, we must choose a direction. Cracklaw's a maze. The old man's right that the main roads are risky. Ronald frowned. If we press east through the deep forest and eventually curve north, we might slip toward the Vale's mountains. The area is beyond, but that's high terrain. Or we keep to the west, near the roads, hoping to cut up to Harrenhal or the Riverlands. But we risk running into more crown patrols. Harrenhal is held by House Went, which might not be safe. The Lannisters roam the Riverlands often these days. Lyanna turned to Jon, voice soft. Any thoughts, child? He looked startled, she asked, then straightened. We can't trust the main roads. We should go east, like Ronald says, where it's harder for them to find us. The donkey can help carry supplies in the forest. Maybe we can reach the mountains near the Vale. From there, maybe we find a path north. She gave a faint smile, proud of his reasoning. So be it. We'll vanish into the forest. They pressed on, stepping around gnarled roots and dense undergrowth. The donkey brayed in complaint at times, but eventually settled into a plodding rhythm. Branches snagged at their clothes, insects buzzed around their ears. A true welter of brambles forced them to find roundabout paths, guided by Ronald's scouting. At times, they stumbled into boggy patches, ankles sinking in muck. John struggled valiantly, refusing to complain. For days, they continued this slow, grueling trek, forging deeper into Crackclaw Point's wilderness. They rarely saw other humans. Once, they glimpsed smoke from a distant hamlet, but they skirted wide. Another time, they saw the remnants of a small camp, possibly hunters or traveling merchants, but they avoided it. Each evening, they found a spot near fresh water to make a discreet camp. They cooked meager stews with the salted pork and roots, rationing carefully. John learned to help gather tinder, to tie the donkey to a safe tree. Lyanna found herself grateful for her earlier hunts in the wolfswood. She had some sense of surviving rough conditions. The men, seasoned soldiers or trackers, coped better. Still, the donkey began to look more and more haggard, and the group's spirits flagged under the constant hardships. One morning, as they broke camp amid a clearing of tall pines, Ser Barth pulled Lyanna aside. "We must ensure we're not going in circles. Ronald tries to keep the rising sun on our right, meaning we head northish, but this land has many twists. We might wander for weeks." His tone was hushed, mindful that John and the others listened. Lyanna's shoulders slumped. "If we can't find a proper path soon, we risk starving. We're running low on flour. The donkey's near its limit. We might need to risk contact with local folk again." Ser Barth nodded reluctantly. Or find some vantage. A hilltop to see what's ahead. I'll speak with Ronald. If there's a vantage, we might climb, get our bearings." They proceeded that day with extra caution, hoping to find higher ground. The forest's terrain rose gradually in hills, though thick pines blocked the view. In the late afternoon, Ronald spotted a rocky outcrop perched on a slope beyond the trees. They tethered the donkey and most of the men in a sheltered glen. Then Ronald, Lyanna, and John climbed carefully, using twisted roots for handholds. At the top, they found a ragged outcrop that jutted above the treetops. The wind whipped their cloaks, carrying the scent of pine resin. From here, the forest spread in all directions, an endless sea of green and brown. But to the north, the horizon had an uneven shape that might be the foothills leading toward the vale. It was hard to gauge distances. The setting sun painted the sky with gold and violet streaks, revealing no sign of cities or roads, only the remote wild. Lyanna stood there, chest tight, remembering times when she had looked out from Winterfell's battlements or from the walls of King's Landing. How she longed for the familiarity of her home. Yet that seemed so distant now. Ronald pointed. "Hard to tell, but we might see a break in the canopy about half a day's march north. Could be a valley or a narrow clearing. That might be our best route." John shaded his eyes. "I think I see a shimmering line, maybe a bigger river? Or a wide creek." Lyanna squinted. "If there's a larger waterway, it might lead us either to the coast or deeper inland. Let's aim for it." They climbed back down, rejoined the men, and explained what they'd seen. All agreed to push north with renewed purpose, hoping that the suspected river or valley might offer a clearer path. That night, they kindled a small fire, ate a thin soup, and tried to sleep despite the persistent whine of mosquitoes. Lyanna found herself curled beside John, listening to his breathing. She thought about how close she'd come to losing him, how the queen had nearly cut off his sword hand. She hated that fear still gnawed at her. But each day of freedom was a small victory. Over the next 2 days, they followed the general bearing gleaned from the outcrop. The forest thickened, the ground rising and falling. The donkey stumbled often, and they had to unload it at times to help it over rocky patches. The men grew increasingly weary. Lyanna felt her own stamina fraying, her limbs aching from the constant trudge. Food dwindled. They scavenged edible roots, mushrooms, and the occasional berry bush. John tried to remain stoic, but she saw how the hunger etched lines of fatigue on his face. At last, near midday of the second day, the sound of rushing water greeted them. They emerged onto the banks of a broad river flowing east to west. Its current swirled around rocky shoals. On the opposite bank, the forest continued, though the land rose toward mist-shrouded hills. They stared at the water for a while, uncertain which direction to follow. Ser Barth dipped a hand in, tasting fresh water. This might be the upper branch of the Trident or a lesser tributary that flows eventually into the Bay of Crabs. Hard to say. If we follow it west, we might circle back near the riverlands. East leads deeper into the hills. The Vale might lie that way, but the mountains are formidable. Lyanna's heart sank. The riverlands might bring them closer to Harrenhal, also closer to the main crown roads. Possibly an easier path to the north, but heavier risk of Lannister patrols. Heading east meant wilder country, fewer roads, but maybe fewer pursuers. We vowed to avoid the main roads, she reminded them. Let's go east. No one challenged her. Perhaps they were too tired for debate, or perhaps they trusted her instincts. So they forded the river where the current was shallow, leading the donkey carefully. The water came up to their knees, cold enough to make them gasp. Jon clutched Lyanna's hand, stepping carefully over slippery stones. Eventually, they all gained the far bank, soaked and shivering. They pressed on in search of higher ground, hoping to see if the terrain offered a better route. That evening, they made camp near a rocky hillside. While most men dozed, Ronald took watch. Lyanna found Jon perched on a boulder, gazing at the star-flecked sky. She climbed up beside him. He glanced at her, a ghost of a smile on his lips. Still no sign we're close to the Vale or the north. It all feels endless. She slipped an arm around him, pulling him close. This forest is huge, but we'll keep pushing. If we can just slip past the Crown's watchers, eventually we'll find friendlier lands. Or meet up with a northern scouting party. In truth, she had no guarantee. The realm was in chaos, with half the northern soldiers presumably heading south to muster for King Robert's war. Even if some small detachments remained behind, how would they find each other in this vast wilderness? Jon pressed his face into her cloak, voice muffled. I still dream of them dragging me to that block, taking my hand, or of Robert returning and ordering us all killed. Will we ever be safe? She swallowed hard. We will. Someday. I promise. Her words rang hollow even to her own ears, but she forced conviction into them. I won't let them touch you again. He nodded, silent tears glinting in his eyes. She remembered that he was just a boy, thrust into mortal peril for reasons he barely understood. She kissed his forehead and drew him down from the boulder, guiding him to the small bedroll. She had laid out. He curled up and she settled beside him, sword within arm's reach. If the Lannisters or any other threat appeared, she would fight to the last breath. Morning brought them deeper into the hills, the forest giving way to more rocky terrain. Trees still towered, but the undergrowth eased somewhat, replaced by scattered boulders and ridges of stone. The donkey trudged on valiantly, though it was near exhaustion. The men took turns guiding it. Eventually, they crested a rise that offered a partial vista. Farther east, the mountains loomed, towering silhouettes behind shifting clouds, their slopes blanketed in dark green. Some faint glimmer among the ridges might be snow or mist. The Vale of Arryn lay beyond, but crossing those mountains was no simple feat. Lyanna recalled hearing that the paths to the Eyrie were treacherous, full of narrow passes and precipitous drops. Still, perhaps it was safer than risking the Lannisters in the riverlands. They navigated the rough slopes for another 2 days. Once they saw the distant shape of a winged creature circling overhead, an eagle, maybe, or a hawk. Jon thought it might be a falcon. Either way, it reminded Lyanna of the rumored falcon sigil of House Arryn. Could they find refuge with Lady Lysa Tully, who ruled the Vale now that Lord Jon Arryn was dead? But Lysa was known to be suspicious and reclusive. She might not welcome fugitives. And no guarantee she would defy the Queen. Yet what else was there? On the evening of the second day, they set up a small camp near a cliff face that sheltered them from the wind. The donkey collapsed onto its side, too exhausted to stand. Mern gave it water, but it barely drank. Ser Barth frowned, kneeling beside it. The poor beast might not last. We can't push it further up the mountains. Lyanna sighed. They'd used the donkey to carry their meager supplies, which were now nearly gone. Then we'll leave it here in the morning or set it free. It might graze or find a place to rest, but it can't climb those trails. Jon looked stricken. We can't just let it starve. She touched his shoulder. We'll leave it what we can. We have no choice. We can't risk our lives to keep it. The mountains are too steep. His face fell, but he nodded, understanding the harshness of their predicament. She turned to Ser Barth. Tomorrow we attempt the mountain pass. If we find no path, we may have to backtrack west. But we'll try the Vale first. If we cross successfully, we might slip around to the east coast, then sail north. Or maybe we can find an Arryn banner who owes House Stark a favor. Ser Barth shrugged tiredly. As you say, my lady. Better to keep going than wander these hills forever. That night, they built a small fire, trying to keep the donkey warm. In the morning, it managed to stand wobbling. Lyanna felt a pang of guilt, but she had no illusions. Without strong feed or stable rest, the animal would not survive the climb. She let Jon stroke its muzzle, then they unburdened it completely, giving it a final mouthful of stale oats. After a moment of silent farewell, they trudged onward, leaving the donkey behind. Jon looked back once, tears shining in his eyes, but said nothing. They began ascending a narrow ravine that looked passable. The climb was brutal, loose stones slid underfoot and the slope grew steep. Talon slipped once, scraping his arm on a jagged rock. They had to help each other up small ledges, searching for handholds. More than once, Lyanna cursed in frustration. She was not built for such climbing, and Jon, though nimble, was still young. The men were stoic but clearly struggling. Yet no one suggested turning back. The alternative was Lannister territory. Around midday, they reached a precarious shelf where the wind buffeted them, threatening to toss them off the edge. The path was barely wide enough for a single file. One misstep and they would plunge into a gorge. Jon's face was pale with terror, but Lyanna held his hand, guiding him step by step. When they finally cleared the hazard, they found a stony plateau where they could catch their breath. The mountains rose higher still, but from this vantage they saw a possible pass curving between two peaks. Ser Barth squinted. "We might follow that pass. I see no clear road, but it's a natural gap." The men exchanged determined looks. They pressed on, hearts pounding. Late afternoon found them cresting a ridge that overlooked a deep valley. Pines and firs dotted the slopes. Down below, the valley floor stretched in a patchwork of rock and forest with no obvious sign of settlement. As they picked their way along the pass, they discovered traces of an old trail, crumbled stones, maybe the remains of some ancient mountain road. It was not maintained, and in many places it had collapsed. Still, it gave them hope that someone once traveled here. Nightfall forced them to stop at a sheltered nook in the rocks. The temperature was noticeably cooler, and they had to huddle close around a small fire. For the first time in a while, Lyanna felt an echo of northern chill in the air. She found it oddly comforting. Jon too seemed to breathe easier in the crisp dryness. But their food was dangerously low now, just scraps of flour and the last of the salted pork. They boiled water with the meager bits, creating a thin broth that did little to fill their bellies. "We can't go on like this for many days," Ser Barth said softly after they finished their meager meal. "We'll starve." Lyanna rubbed her temples. "We'll keep an eye out for game. Perhaps a goat or deer roams these mountains. We have a bow, maybe we can fashion arrows. Talon is a fair shot." Talon shrugged. "Aye, if I see something to shoot." Jon listened, trying not to show his despair. Lyanna decided they would keep the watch short so that all could rest. She volunteered to take the second watch, letting Ser Barth and Mern handle the others. Jon dozed, leaning against her. She stroked his hair, gazing at the stony horizon. Above, the sky glimmered with countless stars, bright and sharp in the mountain air. She wished she could find comfort in their beauty, but fear loomed too heavily. In the hours before dawn, she found herself alone on watch, perched near the embers of their little fire. A gust of wind rattled loose gravel down the slope. She tensed, wondering if it was just nature or if someone approached. She thought of roving mountain clans, rumored to dwell in the Vale's heights. Fierce, lawless folk who sometimes raided passing travelers. But the sound faded, leaving only the sigh of the breeze. She tried to imagine Winterfell's halls, recalling the feel of its ancient stones beneath her hand. A pang of longing rose in her chest. She missed her brother, missed the sense of security that the Stark seat provided. Yet she knew the keep was no safer now. Cersei had men enough to besiege it if they wanted. The entire realm roiled in conflict, spurred on by dragons across the sea. She clenched her fists, vowing again that she would do everything to keep Jon alive, that they would find a path home or carve out a new refuge. Morning brought them deeper into the pass. The trail narrowed and twisted among jagged spurs of rock. They nearly missed the faint footprints in the dirt, boot prints that suggested recent passage. Alert, they pressed on quietly, scanning for signs of other travelers. By midday, they stumbled upon something resembling a campsite near a sheltered overhang. Smoldering embers indicated someone had camped there the previous night or two. Fearful this might be a Lannister scouting party, Lyanna signaled everyone to silence. They searched the vicinity but found no occupant. Whoever used this spot had moved on. Ronald examined the footprints and guessed at least 3 or 4 individuals, not heavily armored, traveling lightly. Possibly mountain folk or a band of outlaws. The men exchanged wary glances. They had no wish to meet suspicious travelers who might kill them for coin or hand them over to the queen. They advanced more carefully. That evening, with dusk gathering, the pass opened into a broader valley. A small river meandered along the floor, and scattered pines dotted the slopes. In the distance, Lyanna spotted a flicker of light, perhaps a fire. Too far to be sure. Should they risk investigating? Ser Barth and Mern volunteered to scout. Lyanna, Jon, and the rest took refuge among large boulders that formed a natural alcove. They built no fire. Hunger gnawed at them. Jon's face was drawn, and Talon's lips were cracked from thirst. The small streams they found in the rocks provided enough water to survive, but food was scarce. She spotted no game, no goats or deer, and they lacked the energy to hunt thoroughly. Hours passed. Darkness settled. At last, Ser Barth and Mern returned, faces grim. "We found a small group of men, 4 or 5, camped near that river," Ser Barth reported in a whisper. "Didn't get too close. They carry bows, wear rough leathers. Could be brigands or clanfolk. Not sure if they'd welcome strangers. They have horses though, small mountain ponies. That might be our chance. If we could parley or outmaneuver them, we might gain mounts. But it's a gamble." Lyanna considered the risk. In normal times, perhaps she could rely on her rank or on House Stark's name. But here, cut off from any support, heavily outnumbered by unscrupulous men, they might be robbed or worse. Still, the prospect of obtaining horses was tantalizing. With mounts, they could cross these mountains far faster. On foot, starvation loomed. "Could we approach them with an offer to buy or barter?" she asked softly. Ser Barth frowned. "We have almost nothing left to trade. Our best valuables are that small handful of jewels you carry, which we were saving for real emergencies. But brigands might prefer to simply kill us and take them all." Mern scratched his beard. "A nighttime raid on them might be possible. If we catch them unawares, we could seize the horses. But it's risky. We're not sure how many men are out there. We might lose some of us, or they might kill the horses in the fight." Jon listened, pale. "We can't just kill them in their sleep," he murmured. "They might only be travelers themselves." Lyanna touched his shoulder. "But we're running out of options." Her voice quavered, pained by the thought. It was a savage notion, raiding fellow travelers at night. She forced a breath. "Let's compromise. We approach carefully, see who they are. If they're open to trade, we'll trade. If they threaten us, we do what we must. But no slaughter of innocents." They agreed on a plan. Before dawn, Ronald and Ser Barth would sneak close. If the men seemed approachable, they'd hail them. If the men readied weapons or seemed hostile, they would signal Lyanna's group to either flee or fight. Ideally, they might manage to part with some of their final jewels or valuables in exchange for a horse or two. Even 1 or 2 mounts would help carry the weakest among them. The night stretched in anxious tension. Jon curled against Lyanna's side, drifting into fitful slumber. She stared at the faint stars overhead, mind racing. She prayed to the old gods for a stroke of fortune. Dawn came in a flush of red across the jagged peaks. Ronald and Ser Barth crept off, bows in hand, while Lyanna and the others waited behind the boulders, hearts pounding. The minutes crawled. The sky brightened. She thought she heard muffled voices echo in the valley. Then a sharp cry. Talon tensed, hand on his sword. Mern exchanged a glance with Lyanna. Was that a sign of conflict, or just raised voices? At last, shapes emerged from the morning mist, Ser Barth and Ronald leading a pair of men in battered leather jerkins, each carrying a bow. Lyanna's group rose warily, hands on weapons. But it seemed no one was attacking outright. The strangers looked tense, not openly hostile. One was tall, scarred across the jaw, the other shorter, wiry, with a scraggly beard. Behind them, 2 more men hovered at a distance with horses. Ser Barth gestured for Lyanna to step forward. She did, keeping a hand near her sword. Jon stood behind her, eyes watchful. The tall man with a scar eyed them suspiciously. "So you're the ones, eh? Lost travelers looking for horses." Lyanna inclined her head. "We are, indeed. We have valuables to trade. We have no quarrel with you." He grunted. "That's so? My name's Ander. My mates and I hail from the mountains near the Bloody Gate. Times are tough, so we move around, hunting, sometimes selling furs. And you?" His eyes flicked over Lyanna's cloak. "The men's gear. You look a mite well-armed for simple merchants." Lyanna had prepared a partial lie. "We fled bandits in the Crownlands. We had a donkey, but it died. Now we're lost in these mountains. We have jewels to trade for a horse or two, if you can spare them. Anders' companions snorted. Might be you are the bandits, coming to rob us. Ser Barth shook his head. If we meant to rob you, we'd have ambushed you in the night. We only want safe passage. We'll pay fairly. Anders squinted at them, perhaps weighing the risk. Let's see these jewels, then. If they're worth enough, we might part with a horse. Maybe. But we've only 4. We need them ourselves. Lyanna reached into her pouch, extracting 2 small rubies that had once belonged to her mother's ring. She'd removed them from the setting long ago in King's Landing. The sight of them pained her, but she forced herself to present them on her open palm. The men's eyes glinted with greed. Rubies were rare enough that they might fetch a decent sum anywhere. That's fine work, the bearded man mumbled. Where'd you get such wealth? Lyanna shrugged, playing at vagueness. An heirloom. I'd rather not speak further of it. Decide if it's worth a horse. Anders glanced back at the 2 men and the horses. They conferred in low voices. At last, Anders turned, grimacing. We'll give you 1 horse for those 2 rubies, plus half your steel weapons. We can't part with a second horse unless you pay more. Times are harsh. Lyanna's men bristled at the mention of steel weapons. They had few swords and daggers, and giving them up meant vulnerability. But they had no great store of additional gems to trade. She weighed the cost. 1 horse alone might not carry them all, but it could carry Jon or serve as a pack horse, speeding their progress. She met Ser Barth's gaze. He frowned but gave a tiny nod, acknowledging it was the best they might do. All right, Lyanna said at last, voice tight. 1 horse in decent shape. We keep our swords, but we'll surrender 3 daggers and 2 of the shortbows we have. Agreed. Anders stroked his scarred jaw. A tough bargain. All right, 1 horse in decent shape. And you get the rubies and keep your big swords. Fine. The shortbows and the daggers to us. Agreed. Lyanna exhaled. Agreed. She placed the rubies in his outstretched hand. Ronald and Talon set aside their shortbows and daggers. The men rummaged through the small kit, picking out the best arrows. Ser Barth watched them like a hawk, ready to strike if they tried cheating. But Anders seemed content with the trade, muttering to his mates that the rubies alone were a fortune. They brought forward a chestnut mare, not young but sturdy. She stomped at the ground, tossing her head. Lyanna patted her flank. Good enough. The men parted with some old tack, a bit worn, but workable. Lyanna felt the weight of how precarious this was. They had parted with precious resources, leaving them less armed. But at least they had a horse. She prayed it was worth the sacrifice. Anders and his band gathered their new spoils, stepping back. Pleasure doing business, if that's what we call it, Anders said drily. We'll be off west soon. If you plan east, watch out for clan folk or worse. He paused, eyeing Jon. That boy's scrawny. This land might eat him alive. Jon's cheeks reddened, but he held his tongue. Lyanna set a protective hand on his shoulder. We'll manage. With that, Anders and his men departed, leading their other 3 horses away. Lyanna's group was left with the chestnut mare. The men let out shaky breaths. Talon rubbed his stubbled jaw. We lost 2 bows and 3 daggers. We have 1 or 2 bows left, right? Myr nodded. Mine and Ser Barth's. We'll have to manage. That horse had better prove its worth. They resumed travel, leading the mare carefully along the valley floor. At times, Jon rode astride, giving his tired legs a rest. Other times, they loaded supplies onto the saddle, what little they had left, and walked in turns. The going was still rough, but the presence of a horse lifted their spirits. Perhaps they could cross these mountains in a few more days. Then, with luck, the Vale might offer safer passage. If Lysa Arryn was not a Lannister ally, perhaps they could beg some hidden assistance. Days rolled into nights in a blur of trudging, cold camps, meager meals. Once, Talon managed to shoot a hare, providing a welcome addition to their stew. Another time, Ronald spied a small herd of goats clambering on a ridge, but the shot missed and the animals scattered. Each day, Jon grew more adept at riding the chestnut mare over uneven ground, guided by Ser Barth's instructions. Lyanna watched with anxious pride. He was truly a Stark, learning resilience in adversity. After about a week of laborious travel, they began descending from the higher passes into what seemed like a narrower labyrinth of cliffs and ravines. The air warmed slightly, the terrain shifting. Perhaps they were nearing the Vale's outer edges. But the land was still lonely, no sign of a major settlement. One evening, as they rested in a hollow at the foot of a rocky slope, Mern pointed out what looked like a half-ruined tower perched on a distant crag. It might have been an old watchtower or a small holdfast. Lyanna debated investigating, but decided caution was safer. If it was inhabited by hostile clanfolk, they were in no shape for a fight. So they pressed on. Eventually, near midday of another weary march, they noticed something strange, the faint echo of metal on metal. The wind carried the sound of clashing steel and distant shouts. Alarmed, they halted behind a ledge. Lyanna and Ser Barth crept forward to peer down into a winding ravine. There, to their shock, they glimpsed a skirmish, perhaps 8 or 9 men in battered armor, locked in combat with a group of half a dozen or so mountain clan warriors wielding axes and shortbows. The clan warriors wore furs, their hair tied in braids, while the armored men sported some sort of sigil Lyanna couldn't make out from the distance. Steel rang on steel, echoing. Arrows whistled. One of the clan warriors toppled with a cry. Another man in partial plate stumbled, bleeding from a spear wound. The fight seemed chaotic, both sides exhausted. Lyanna's group crouched, hearts pounding. Normally, they might have avoided such a melee entirely. But as they watched, it became evident the clan warriors were slowly encircling the armored men who were pinned against a rock face. The armored men yelled curses, possibly calling for reinforcements that were nowhere in sight. Jon whispered, "Should we help them?" Lyanna hesitated. If these men were Lannister soldiers or some other foe, charging in might be madness. But the clan folk were clearly the aggressors now, about to butcher them. Ser Barth squinted. "I see no lion sigil. Looks more like a falcon, or is that a moon and falcon emblem? Wait, that might be the Vale's sigil, House Aaron. Or one of their sworn bannermen." Lyanna's breath caught. If these were Vale knights or men-at-arms, they might prove allies, or at least not immediate enemies. If the mountain clan slaughtered them, the path forward might be lost. She tightened her grip on her sword. "We can't stand by if they are House Aaron's men. They might help us if we save them. Or at least not kill us on sight. If we do nothing, we lose a potential ally." Ser Barth nodded. "They're outnumbered, though. The clan folk seem vicious. Let's be swift." He turned to the group. "We'll strike from above. Aim to scatter the clansmen. Then we can see if these Vale men are friend or foe." Talon readied his bow. Mern hoisted his spear. Lyanna drew her sword, face set with determination. Jon clutched a short blade, though she pressed him to stay slightly back, letting the older men lead. They crept down a slope that offered some cover, emerging onto a shelf above the melee. The clan warriors had pinned the Vale men against a rock, raining arrows and brandishing axes. 2 Vale men lay unmoving. Another clutched a bleeding arm, trying to fend off an axe blow. With a shout, Lyanna's group launched themselves into the fray from the flank. Talon loosed an arrow that struck a fur-clad warrior in the back. Ser Barth rushed forward, cutting down another who spun too late. Mern's spear impaled a third. The sudden attack startled the clan folk, forcing them to whirl around. One of them, a woman with a shaved head and a wicked axe, charged at Lyanna. She met the swing with her sword, the impact jolting her arms. She twisted aside, slashing across the woman's side. The clanswoman collapsed with a snarl. Jon hung behind a boulder, but when a clansman tried to flank Lyanna, the boy leapt in, stabbing at the attacker's calf. The man roared, turning to swat Jon aside, but that gave Lyanna an opening to thrust her sword into his back. He dropped heavily. She glanced at Jon, heart hammering in fear, but he seemed unhurt, just wide-eyed. Within moments, the ambush had broken the clan's momentum. They scrambled, some fleeing with curses, into the rocks. A few tried to rally, but Talon's arrows and Ser Barth's sword pressed them back. One last warrior lingered, trying to drag a wounded comrade away, then spat and disappeared into a crevice. The skirmish ended as swiftly as it had begun. The ravine fell silent, apart from the groans of the injured. The Vale men stared, clearly stunned by the sudden rescue. One, presumably their leader, a stocky knight wearing a battered breastplate, stepped forward, sword still raised. "Who in the 7 hells are you lot?" he panted. Lyanna lowered her blade, chest heaving. "Travelers searching for a route through the mountains. We saw you beset and chose to help." He eyed her suspiciously, then noticed the dead clansman behind her. "You fight well. Thank the mother for that. We were about to be overwhelmed." He gestured for the 3 survivors among his men to lower their weapons. They looked battered, one man's leg bleeding heavily. Another had lost his helmet, face bruised. The corpse of a younger squire lay behind them. 2 more men lay motionless, definitely dead. Ser Barth approached, cautious. "You bear House Aaron's sigil, do you not?" He pointed to the faint falcon and moon on the knight's shield. The knight nodded. "Ser Damar of House Melcalm, sworn to the Eyrie." We were escorting a message to the Bloody Gate when these clansmen ambushed us. My men, they fought bravely. He trailed off, looking at the bodies, face twisted in grief. Then he shook himself, turning to Lyanna. You have my thanks. Without you, we'd all be carrion. May I know your names? Lyanna hesitated. If she declared herself fully Lyanna Stark, sister to Lord Eddard, word might reach the queen. But these were Vale men presumably loyal to House Arryn, not the Lannisters. House Arryn had once been allied to House Stark when Jon Arryn was hand. Then again, that was overshadowed by the queen's influence. Yet lying outright might prevent them from garnering the help they desperately needed. She recalled that Robert Arryn, a sickly boy, now ruled under his mother Lysa's regency. Lysa was Catelyn Tully's sister. There was a chance of sympathy. She took a breath. I am Lyanna. Snow, she said carefully. A half-lie using the name that might deflect direct identification. From the north. My group was forced from our home by the Queen's men. We seek safe passage. Ser Demar studied her face, frowning. You claim you're from the north, but you fight with the skill of a highborn lady, or at least a well-trained woman. His gaze shifted to Jon, who stood with sword in hand, cheeks flushed. And the boy? Lyanna forced a thin smile. My son. Call him Jon. We want no trouble, only to cross into the Vale. We heard the Arryns do not kneel easily to the Lannisters' demands. Ser Demar gave a weary chuckle. The Vale stands somewhat apart from the realm's madness. Lady Lysa rules and we have mostly kept out of the war in Essos. But the Queen's influence is felt at court. You might find the Vale guarded, suspicious of strangers. Still, if you saved our lives, I owe you a debt. Are you certain you aren't someone else? She could sense his curiosity. Perhaps he recognized the name Jon Snow, or maybe he suspected more. But she could not risk revealing the truth. We're only travelers, she repeated softly. We prefer not to brandish noble titles. The Queen hunts many who do not deserve it. He nodded slowly. So be it. In truth, we cannot linger here. My men are wounded and we must bury our dead. Then we continue to the Bloody Gate. If you wish to come, we can at least grant you safer passage that far. I cannot promise the same from Lady Lysa, but it's more than you'd have alone. Lyanna let out a shaky breath. We'd be grateful. We have no desire to roam these mountains alone. And if Lady Lysa is as cautious as they say, we'll take our chances. Ser Demar gave a curt nod. We'll do what we can. My men are spent, but with your help, we might reach the gate in a day or two. The clans won't attack us again so soon, not if we move quickly. Help us gather the fallen, then we march. The remains of the fight were grim. 2 Vale men were dead, plus the squire. They dug shallow cairns on a rocky slope, performing what meager rites they could. Lyanna and her group helped in silence. Jon, pale-faced, offered to help carry stones for the cairns, though he trembled at the sight of the corpses. A hush of respect settled as Ser Demar said a final prayer to the 7. Then they splinted the wounded man's leg and rebandaged another's arm. Lyanna offered some rags from her pack for dressings. At last, the combined party of about 9 living souls set off, forging through the valley. Ser Demar and his men had 2 surviving horses, one of which was injured. Lyanna's chestnut mare joined them. The animals bore the wounded man, who sagged in the saddle. The rest walked exhausted. Yet with the Vale Knight's guidance, they navigated the correct path. By nightfall, they reached a small cave where Ser Demar claimed travelers often sheltered. A crude ring of stones for a fire marked it as a known spot. They built a large blaze, trusting that the clans might keep their distance now that the group had doubled in size. As they settled around the fire, the Vale men still cast suspicious looks at Lyanna and her company, but gratitude tempered their wariness. Over a supper of dried rations, Ser Demar relayed that they had come from the gates of the moon at the foot of the Eyrie, carrying a message for the commander at the Bloody Gate. The message concerned mountain clan raids. Indeed, the clans had grown bolder. Lyanna gleaned from him that the Vale was trying to remain neutral in King Robert's war across the sea, focusing on internal security. Lady Lysa had no love for the Lannisters but also avoided open confrontation. She was, according to rumor, paranoid about conspiracies. When Ser Demar asked about Lyanna's group in return, she kept her answers vague, saying they had served a northern house destroyed by the war. She refused to name the house. That was partly true, they had indeed served House Stark, which might well be destroyed if the Queen had her way. Ser Demar frowned but did not press. He was wise enough to sense a deeper story, but perhaps also wise enough not to pry. In the morning, they resumed the climb. The Vale men knew a mountain path that would bypass the worst ravines. Lyanna and her companions joined them gratefully, helping to keep watch for more clans. The tension was thick, but no second ambush came. By midday, they spotted a daunting sight, a narrow defile between towering peaks, fortified by stone walls and gatehouses. That Ser Damar explained was the Bloody Gate, an ancient stronghold that guarded the main entrance into the Vale of Arryn. A few banners flew at the gate's ramparts, faded falcons on white fields. Archers surely watched from behind the walls. Approaching, Lyanna felt a mixture of relief and dread. Entering the Vale might offer them respite from the harsh wilderness, but also more scrutiny. If the garrison recognized her or learned she was a fugitive wanted by the crown, they might detain her. Yet turning back was no option. Ser Damar hailed the gate. After a tense exchange with guards atop the battlements, the portcullis rose, allowing them into a small courtyard nestled in the defile. Men in Arryn livery hurried forward to aid the wounded. The commander, a gray-haired knight with sharp eyes, greeted Ser Damar with relief, then eyed Lyanna's group warily. Ser Damar vouched for them, explaining how they had saved his life. The commander, Ser Ober, nodded curtly, then invited them into the gatehouse's modest hall to rest while he decided what must be done. It was a dreary chamber of stone, chilly even in the relative warmth of early summer. A single hearth blazed. The men from both parties shed their packs, grateful for a dry seat. Jon sank onto a bench, eyes drooping. Lyanna rubbed his back, heart clenching at how drained he looked. She steeled herself as Ser Ober approached, flanked by 2 guards. Ser Ober's tone was civil but firm. "You have our thanks for aiding Ser Damar. The clans have grown troublesome. However, the Vale does not welcome outsiders lightly. Lady Lisa has made that known. I must know your true purpose here." Lyanna chose her words with care. "We are refugees from the Crownlands, forced out by the Queen's hunts for Targaryen sympathizers. We have no ties to the Targaryens. We only sought to escape injustice. We hope to find safe passage through the Vale, then perhaps sail from Gulltown or another port, traveling north to our kin." She met his gaze, trying to project earnestness. "We mean no harm to the Vale." Ser Ober studied her in silence for a tense moment. Then he glanced at Ser Damar, who nodded subtly, confirming the tale of their rescue. Ser Ober exhaled. "This is a matter above my station. Lady Lisa alone can decide if she'll grant you passage or turn you away. If you wish to continue, you must proceed to the Eyrie. But be warned, she is not quick to trust outsiders." Lyanna bowed her head, hiding a swirl of anxiety. "We understand. We'll abide by her judgment." And so it was settled. The men of the Bloody Gate provided some respite, offering bread, salted fish, and a chance to sleep in a dry bunk for a night. Lyanna felt almost delirious with gratitude to have a real roof overhead, if only for a moment. She forced Jon to eat his fill and rest properly. The Vale Knights saw to their own wounded, while the gate's small staff eyed Lyanna's group with curiosity but no outright hostility. Privately, Lyanna marveled that they had reached a place of relative civilization at last, after all the harrowing miles. But the next challenge loomed. The Eyrie, seat of Lady Lisa Arryn, a fortress perched high among the clouds. She had heard tales of how visitors had to climb narrow paths and endure an audience with the paranoid Lady Regent. In the morning, they set forth. Ser Damar, now somewhat recovered, accompanied them along with a small escort of gate soldiers. The mountainous path to the Eyrie was famously treacherous, though less so in warmer months. Jon rode the chestnut mare for part of the journey while the rest trudged on foot. The path zigzagged up steep slopes, crossing narrow stone bridges that spanned terrifying drops. Lyanna's stomach lurched whenever she looked down, so she tried to keep her eyes on the path. The air grew colder, crisp enough that she shivered in her cloak. Once again, they found themselves climbing high into the clouds. At last, near dusk, they reached the Gates of the Moon, a lower castle at the base of the Eyrie's pinnacle. There, a steward greeted Ser Damar, alarmed at his battered condition. Ser Damar requested an immediate audience with Lady Lisa to deliver his messages, plus to present Lyanna's group. The steward conveyed them to a courtyard where they might wash and rest briefly. Jon practically collapsed from exhaustion, though the presence of stable hands and quiet footmen gave the place an air of calm. Lyanna helped him out of the saddle, murmuring words of encouragement. As night fell, they began the final ascent to the Eyrie proper, traveling by torchlight. Usually, visitors spent a night or more at the Gates of the Moon, waiting for daylight to climb. But Ser Damar insisted Lady Lisa would want to hear the message about clan raids immediately. So up they went, step by step, along narrow mountain trails and up carved steps in the rock. The swirl of cloud and torch smoke gave the journey a surreal feel. Lyanna clutched Jon's hand, half certain they might slip into the void. Shortly before midnight, they passed the third waypoint. Stone, snow, and sky were the three-way castles, if Lyanna remembered correctly. Each provided a small respite, but they barely paused. The wind whipped at their cloaks, and the thin air made them pant. Jon was flagging, so a Vale soldier let him ride in a makeshift chair strapped to the chestnut mare. Lyanna felt her own legs tremble. She forced each step, praying to the old gods not to let her tumble. Finally, after hours that felt eternal, they arrived at the Ares gates, pale stone walls perched precariously on the mountain's crown. Guards in Arryn livery stood watch, and the portcullis opened with a rattling groan. They stumbled inside, greeted by the high, chilly courtyard. At this hour, few lights burned in the Ares windows. Ser Damar commanded a page to announce his arrival to Lady Lysa, then told Lyanna and her group to await further instructions in a side hall. So they found themselves in a modest antechamber, warmed by a single brazier. A page offered them cups of mulled wine, a gesture that felt luxuriously kind after so much hardship. Lyanna sipped the spiced liquid, feeling it spread warmth through her body. Jon drank too, color returning to his cheeks. The others collapsed onto benches, removing boots to rub sore feet. A hush reigned, broken only by the occasional footstep echoing in the corridor. After some time, another page returned, breathless. Lady Lysa will see Ser Damar now to hear of the raids. She is retiring soon, but she agrees to meet these travelers in the morning. The page glanced at Lyanna and her men with mild curiosity. In the meantime, the steward says they may sleep in the West Tower's guest quarters. It's small, but better than the yard. He warns not to wander the corridors. Lyanna bowed her head in relief. Thank you. We'll keep to ourselves. Soon they were led through winding corridors, up a narrow spiral stair, to a cramped set of chambers with a single fireplace and a few pallets. Still, it was far more comfort than the rocky ground of the wilderness. Jon practically fell onto one of the pallets, asleep before Lyanna could even remove his boots. She tugged them off gently and covered him with a spare blanket. Then she sat by the fireplace, letting her exhausted mind spin. Tomorrow morning, she would stand before Lysa Arryn. Would Lysa turn them away, or have them imprisoned on suspicion of Targaryen ties? Would she guess their true identities? Lyanna dreaded the possibility that Lysa might recognize her. Catelyn Tully was Lysa's sister after all, and Catelyn was wed to Ned. Even if Lysa hadn't seen Lyanna in years, indeed might never have met her properly, rumors or old descriptions could surface. The Eyrie was known for cunning eyes and sharper whispers. But there was no turning back now. They had come too far. She said a quiet prayer to the old gods and the new, then settled beside Jon, letting exhaustion finally claim her. In her dreams, she saw the Queen's cold smile again, saw Robert storming at the head of an army, saw Ned somewhere behind locked doors. She fought against it all, gripping Jon's hand as if to anchor herself in the swirling darkness. Dawn arrived in a blaze of golden light, pouring through a narrow window slit. Lyanna stirred, blinking at the high, vaulted ceiling. Ser Barth, Talon, Ronal, and Myrn also roused, bleary-eyed. They discovered a pitcher of water and simple bread left by a servant, so they broke their fast. Jon devoured the bread hungrily, though he remained subdued. The tension of meeting Lady Lysa weighed on them all. Mid-morning found them summoned by an attendant in Arryn colors. He guided them through the labyrinth of corridors, upward again, until they emerged into a grand hall with pale stone walls and tall windows that revealed a dizzying drop to the clouds below. This was the high hall where Lady Lysa held court. Tapestries of House Arryn's falcon-moon draped the walls. Guards stood at intervals. A dais at the far end featured a small seat, not quite a traditional throne but elevated. There sat Lysa Arryn, clad in robes of pale blue, her auburn hair arranged in careful curls that framed a face more lined than Lyanna remembered from fleeting glimpses in the past. She held her young son, Robert Arryn, on her lap, the boy's face pink and yawning. The child must have been 6 or 7, rumored to be frail of health. As they approached, Ser Damar and Ser Ober from the gate stood to one side, along with a few other Vale Knights. Lysa fixed them with a penetrating stare. So, she said, voice carrying a note of tension. You are the travelers who aided Ser Damar. He speaks well of your bravery. Yet you come from nowhere, claiming no house. The Vale is no refuge for brigands or enemies of the crown. What do you seek here? Lyanna bowed low, feeling Jon do the same beside her. My lady, we ask only safe passage, perhaps the chance to hire a ship at Gulltown if you would permit. We fled the Crownlands, where the Queen's men persecuted innocent folk in their hunt for Targaryen loyalists. We do not serve the Targaryens. We mean no harm to the Vale. Lysa's thin lips pursed. She gently stroked her son's hair, as if to soothe him. Robert Arryn yawned again, eyes half-lidded with disinterest. Lysa's gaze flicked over Lyanna's men, then settled on Jon. She studied him for a disconcerting moment. And who is this boy? He looks too old to be your page. Lyanna forced calm. He is my son, Jon. My only child. Her heart pounded at the risk of that name sparking recognition. But Lisa's expression remained guarded, no immediate flash of recognition. Serdimer chimed in. They saved us from a clan ambush, my lady. If not for them, we'd all lie dead in the mountains. I can vouch they are skilled warriors. Lisa nodded curtly. Indeed. Yet skill with arms can serve dark ends. How am I to know you are not some agent of the Queen or a roving cell's word band? She eyed Lyanna's attire, the battered cloak, and the sword at her hip. You carry yourself with a certain poise. Are you truly no one of note? This moment was crucial. Lyanna fought the urge to reveal herself fully. Lisa had once been kin by marriage sister to Catelyn Tully, who was wed to Ned. But Lady Lisa was known for her paranoia and unpredictability. If Lyanna confessed her identity, Lisa might react with shock or fear, possibly turning her over to the Queen to secure her own position. Or perhaps Lisa would show mercy, remembering old ties. It was a gamble. She swallowed. My lady, I prefer to remain nameless in these times. The crown hunts many who speak ill of them. But if you demand the truth, I will tell you in private on your word that no harm will come to my son. A flicker of suspicion crossed Lisa's face. She shifted Robert on her lap, the boy stirring restlessly. You presume to request a private audience with me? Perhaps you think you have some hold. Very well. She snapped her fingers at a serving woman. Take the boy aside, give him a pastry or something. I would speak with this woman alone. Lyanna tensed, reluctance warring with her urgent need. Could she let Jon out of her sight? But Lisa would not speak freely otherwise. She crouched beside Jon, whispering, stay calm. She only wants to talk to me. I'll be near. He nodded, glancing at the serving woman warily. Yes, mother. With one last look, he let himself be led to the side of the hall where a table of refreshments stood. Ser Barth and the others remained as well, watched by Vale Knights. Lisa rose, handing Robert errand to a nursemaid who hovered at the dais steps. Come, she said to Lyanna, beckoning her through a side door. They entered a smaller solar with tall windows open to the airy drop. The breeze ruffled the drapes. A single guard posted inside stepped out at Lisa's command, leaving them alone but for the whistling wind. The door shut behind them, enclosing them in precarious isolation. Lisa walked to a window, gazing at the clouds below. Speak then. Who are you truly? Lyanna's palms were damp. This was the moment. She took a measured breath. I am Lyanna Stark, sister to Ned Stark. The Queen nearly executed my son. She forced her voice not to break. We fled King's Landing to save him. Robert Baratheon is in Essos, the Queen rules in his stead. She hunts any with suspected Targaryen ties. Jon is rumored to be. Well, it matters not. We only seek safety. She steeled herself, watching Lisa's reaction. The woman's eyes widened, color draining from her cheeks. Lyanna Stark, she repeated. You were said to be dead years ago or else vanished. My sister Catelyn never truly spoke of you. And now you appear, out of nowhere, with a boy the Queen wants. Her lips trembled with shock or perhaps fear. Do you know what chaos this could cause? The Lannisters. Lyanna nodded urgently. Yes. That's why we must remain hidden. I beg you, keep our secret. Let us pass through the Vale, find a ship at Gulltown, return to the north if possible. We mean no harm, Lady Lisa. Ned doesn't even know we escaped. I don't know what's become of him. The Queen might punish him. Her voice broke at the end, raw with worry. Lisa stood rigid, eyes flashing. Ned is my brother-in-law, though I barely know him. The realm is in turmoil, thanks to the Targaryen girl across the sea. Cersei believes half the realm conspires with dragons. Why would you come here, risking that the Vale might be accused of harboring traitors? Lyanna's throat constricted. We had nowhere else. The Lannisters control the Crownlands, the Riverlands are plagued by war or patrols, and the north is too far without a safe route. You were the only region not fully subjugated by the Queen. She lowered her gaze. If you must turn us away, so be it, but I implore you not to betray us to her. For the sake of the memory of your father, Lord Hoster Tully, who was allied with my father once, show mercy. A strained silence. Lisa clutched the windowsill, knuckles whitening. She seemed torn. At length, she exhaled, turning to face Lyanna. I want no part of the Queen's wrath. The Vale is vulnerable. If she learns I harbored you, Lyanna Stark, long rumored to have ties to Prince Rhaegar, she might accuse me of treason. But if I cast you out, your blood on my hands, the realm might see me as a Lannister puppet. And Ned might blame me. She paced, hands trembling. You put me in a terrible position. Lyanna ventured a step closer, voice low. I understand. I'd never ask for open defiance. All I want is quiet passage. We'll take a ship from Gulltown in secret, vanish. The Queen need never know. We'll be gone with no trace that you helped us beyond the smallest courtesy. Lisa paused, lips parted in indecision. Then, after a long, agonized moment, she gave a curt nod. Very well. I'll grant you that courtesy for the memory of my sister's ties to House Stark. But you must depart swiftly, no lingering in the Vale. And if word somehow leaks, I will deny all knowledge. Do you understand? Relief washed over Lyanna, so profound she nearly wept. Yes, my lady. Thank you. We'll leave as soon as we can. We've just traveled so far. My son is exhausted. We could depart in a day or two if that's permitted. Lisa raised a hand for stalling gratitude. 2 days, no more. I'll provide a letter for the Gulltown portmaster instructing them to let you board a ship quietly. But I cannot pay for your passage or intervene further. Once you reach Gulltown, you're on your own. And if the Queen's men intercept you, do not name me. Lyanna nodded fervently. We will not. You have my word. Lisa closed her eyes, exhaling. Then we are done here. Return to the hall. I'll announce you as travelers from the north, worthy of brief shelter. Ser Damar's men will escort you partway down. Then I want you gone. Lyanna bowed deeply, ignoring the tremble in her legs. We're in your debt, Lady Lisa. Without further words, Lisa turned to stare out the window again, clinging to the vantage high above the clouds as if seeking solace. Lyanna left the solar, heart-pounding, a swirl of relief and lingering dread in her mind. One hurdle overcome, but the next lay ahead, traveling to Gulltown unseen, then finding a ship. She prayed the fates would allow them to slip away before the Queen's network discovered their presence. Returning to the high hall, Lyanna collected Jon and her men. Lisa entered soon after, face composed. She informed the group that they were free to remain 2 days as guests, then must depart for Gulltown. She gave no explanation, nor asked further questions, offering only a perfunctory "May the gods watch over you." Some of the Vale Knights seemed puzzled, but no one dared contradict Lady Lisa's decree. Thus began a brief respite in the Aeries' chilly corridors. They were shown to a small set of guest chambers, slightly better than the cramped tower room from the previous night. Ser Damar parted from them politely, still nursing injuries from the clan ambush. The next 2 days passed in relative calm. The Aeries servants provided bread, cheese, and stew. Jon slept more soundly than he had in ages, no longer terrified of immediate pursuit. Lyanna took him to a narrow balcony that overlooked dizzying clouds, letting him marvel at the sweeping vistas. The Vale Knights largely left them alone, though they kept a watchful distance, presumably under Lisa's orders. Lyanna wondered if Lisa worried that hosting a fugitive Stark might be discovered, but it seemed the lady had decided to trust that 2 days would pass without incident. On the second evening, as they prepared to depart, a messenger arrived bearing a sealed letter from Lady Lisa. It was addressed to the portmaster of Gulltown, instructing him to allow these northern travelers to book discreet passage on a merchant ship without prying questions. Lyanna thanked the messenger and swiftly packed their meager belongings. The next morning, at dawn, they assembled in the courtyard where a small escort of Vale guards waited to guide them down the mountain. Jon mounted the chestnut mare. The rest walked, bracing themselves for the treacherous descent. They bid farewell to the Aerie, trying to show no more gratitude than necessary. Lisa herself did not appear, sending only the steward to watch them go. Lyanna guessed Lisa wanted no further contact, lest it increase the risk of suspicion. Fine. Lyanna was grateful enough for this chance. She prayed that Lisa would not reveal the truth later. The descent was grueling but shorter than the ascent, for they knew the route. By midday they reached the Gates of the Moon. Another short rest, then they pressed onward through the Vale's foothills, following a well-maintained road. This was the first proper road they had trod in many weeks. It felt jarringly civilized, a place where travelers might ride in peace under the Vale's sigil. Yet Lyanna knew they remained on a razor's edge. Should a raven from King's Landing arrive, or should any traveler recognize her, trouble would descend. The only comfort was that the Vale, so far, seemed less entangled with the Lannisters. 2 days of steady travel, stopping overnight at remote inns, using the letter from Lisa's steward to explain themselves, brought them nearer to Gulltown's outskirts. The Vale men parted ways, satisfied they'd done their duty. Lyanna gave them a polite farewell, grateful they asked no deeper questions. Then her group approached Gulltown carefully. The city was a modest port by southern standards, ringed by walls, with a bustling harbor. The watch recognized Lady Lisa's letter, waving them through with minimal questions. Lyanna kept her hood drawn low, letting Ser Barth handle most of the talking. Inside the walls, they found narrow streets that led down to the waterfront where ships bobbed along wooden piers. Sails flapped in a brisk wind. The scent of fish, salt, and tar filled the air. Harbor cranes groaned as cargo was unloaded. Dockworkers bustled, shouting instructions. This might have seemed a lively scene if Lyanna's nerves weren't strung tight. She dreaded the possibility of encountering any crown official or a roving Lannister agent. They located the portmaster's office, a plain stone building fronting the docks. Presenting Lisa's letter, they were directed to a back room where a balding clerk scrutinized them suspiciously. But after reading the letter, he nodded grudgingly. Lady Lisa requests we find you quiet passage north. You're in luck. There's a merchant cog departing tomorrow at dawn, heading up the coast to Sisterton, then possibly White Harbor. If you pay the captain well, he might carry you all the way to White Harbor. White Harbor. The mere mention of it made Lyanna's heart leap with hope. That was the largest port in the north, loyal to House Stark, though who knew how the Queen's War might have changed things. If they reached White Harbor, they might vanish into the North's broad lands or even find allies. She managed a calm tone. We'll gladly pay. Show us to this captain. They found him, a wiry man named Roderick Salt with a perpetually furrowed brow aboard his cog named the Rivermaid. He eyed them a bit suspicious, but the letter from the portmaster and the mention of coins softened him. I sail in the morning. Cargo's mostly linens, some produce. I can take passengers for a fair price. You pay more if you want to continue beyond Sisterton. Storms permitting, it's a short journey up the coast, maybe a week. But if the winds turn, we might be at sea longer. Lyanna and the men conferred. Their coin was nearly gone, but she still had a few small jewels left from Winterfell's treasury. She offered a modest sapphire for full passage to White Harbor for them all, herself, Jon, and the 4 men. The captain's eyes shone with greed. Done. You'll have cramped quarters, no special comforts. But we'll get you there. Or close enough. They disembarked to find a cheap inn near the docks, a grimy place reeking of ale. But it was only for one night. Lyanna posted watches and shifts, not trusting the rowdy tavern crowd. The hours crawled. She barely slept, picturing some Lannister spy bursting through the door. Dawn came at last, washed in pale light, gulls cawing over the harbor. They made their way back to the Rivermaid, carrying what few belongings they had. The captain greeted them with a curt nod, then ushered them aboard. The sailors hurried about, untying ropes, hoisting sails. A stiff wind tugged at the canvas, promising a swift departure. Jon stared at the ship's deck with mingled excitement and trepidation. Lyanna took his hand, leading him to a cramped corner near some barrels. They had no cabin of their own, only a patch of deck or the hold if it rained. Ser Barth and the others set down their gear, glancing warily at the bustling crew. The captain barked orders, and soon the cog pulled away from Gulltown's piers, gliding into open water. Lyanna remained by the railing, watching the city shrink behind them. The Vale's rugged coastline rose to the north, crowned with snow-capped peaks. The sails creaked, the deck swayed beneath her. With every wave, her heart soared and sank. They were truly leaving the Vale, courtesy of Lady Lisa's reluctant mercy. If the gods favored them, they would sail up the coast unmolested and land in White Harbor, rejoining the north at last. Jon leaned on the rail beside her, the wind ruffling his dark hair. She gazed at him, recalling how close they'd come to losing everything. We're one step closer to home, she murmured, voice choking with emotion. He nodded, eyes bright with hope. Yes. And once we're in the north, maybe we can reclaim Winterfell or find Uncle Ned. His voice softened. If the queen hasn't hurt him. She swallowed. We'll find a way. The north remembers, they say. The realm might forget, but we won't. We'll be safe in our own land. Yet she knew the journey was not over. The seas could be treacherous. The war was far from ended. Robert and Cersei might still cast dark shadows. House Stark might face ruin if the Lannisters turned their fury north. But for this moment, sailing away from Lisa's lofty halls, from the memory of King's Landing's horrors, she let herself breathe. She savored the tang of the sea air, the hiss of foam against the hull. Jon stood at her side, alive and whole. That was enough to kindle a fragile spark of optimism. They would reach White Harbor if the winds held. They would regroup, gather whatever allies remained loyal to House Stark, and shield Jon from the Queen's wrath. Perhaps there was a chance to salvage the North from the looming chaos. Perhaps they would stand strong if the Targaryen war in Essos spilled back across the sea. And maybe someday they would see Ned again. Lyanna clutched the railing, allowing herself a silent vow she would not yield until Jon was truly safe. She had seized Winterfell once and defied a king's wrath. She would fight on, a mother wolf guarding her child, no matter how the 7 kingdoms spun into turmoil around them. So the Rivermaid sailed north, its sails stretched taut, carrying Lyanna Stark and her son away from the labyrinth of southern intrigue toward the land of ice and memory that had shaped them both. The waves rose and fell, an endless reminder that all journeys were uncertain, but the promise of home, of the north, beckoned across the horizon. And Lyanna held Jon's hand, whispering that they would endure whatever storms yet lay ahead.